Chapter 201, Lord of Nine Nether makes a move. So what if it is? The Lord of Nine Nether teleported while searching for the target. This is a requirement from the origin of the universe. We must recruit this special life form into our elder god cult. Every unique special life form is conceived by the primordial universe after countless time and energy, making them the darlings of the primordial universe. Fine. The Lord of Nine Nether agreed on the surface, but he had already thought of a solution. Once he captured the special life form, he would immediately cut off 1/3 of its divine power body and store it in his palace-type treasure, while handing over the remaining 2/3 of the divine power body to the elder god cult. Although this would cause the target's strength and divine power body to suffer tremendous losses, he would be able to obtain a large portion of the target's life chi. Just as these inheritors on Bohemia Island were searching frantically for the target, a huge life form suddenly jumped out of a pond in the depths of the ancestral god's secret region. It looked like a whale, with a massive head, a round, plump body, and a tail like a fish's. I, Wan Qiulong, am a special life form. I am the only one in the entire primordial universe, and now those guys from the elder god cult actually want to capture me. Damn it. When Wan Qiulong was first born, it had lived in this pond. It lived a carefree life. However, one day, it suddenly encountered an alien. The other party tried to capture it, but was easily suppressed. After questioning the other party, it learned quite a bit of information about the outside world. What worried and frightened it the most was that the strongest power in the entire universe, the elder god cult, actually wanted to capture it. The alien did not say what the purpose of the elder god cult's capture was. But Wan Qiulong had already prepared for the worst. This. Just then, a member of the human race flew over from the distance. He saw a huge pond in the distance from afar. Another troublesome guy. Wan Qiulong flew out of the pond, opened its big mouth, and a powerful suction force instantly pulled the person into its mouth. The human race member was terrified out of his wits and immediately transmitted the message to Venerable Jiufeng. I just discovered that special life form. Its coordinates are XXXXX. After discovering the target, Venerable Jiufeng immediately transmitted the information to Venerable Fen Now. Venerable Fen Now, the target has been discovered. Come quickly. What is this? Wan Qiulong discovered that the human race member it had swallowed had left behind a strange object. Could it be a virtual universe sensor? Oh no. Wan Qiulong realized something, and its massive body began to teleport. However, it had only teleported once when it realized that the surrounding space had been locked. So it was you. Venerable Jiufeng saw ahead a special life form shaped like a giant whale, over 10 million kilometers in length. With a length of over 10 million kilometers, one could see just how massive its divine power body was. Time stop. Despite its massive size, its flight speed could instantly reach the speed of light. Venerable Jiufeng cast time stop, instantly slowing the target's movement speed by 90%. You think you can trap me with this? Although Wan Qiulong was only at the realm of a universe lord, it relied on its 8,000 times life gene level, making it no weaker than an ordinary universe lord. Boom tilde. Wan Qiulong forcibly broke through Venerable Jiufeng's time stop, and its flight speed quickly approached the speed of light. River of divided waters. Just then, a turbid yellow river appeared around Venerable Jiufeng and expanded in all directions. It expanded at dozens of times the speed of light. Therefore, Wan Qiulong was quickly enveloped by the river of divided waters. This was an ordinary domain-type treasure belonging to Venerable Jiufeng, the river of divided waters. Damn it, you actually have such a powerful treasure. Wan Qiulong's movement speed instantly slowed by 50%. It had just been born not long ago, knew nothing about the outside world, and certainly had no powerful treasures. If it hadn't happened to kill a few aliens and learned information about the outside world from them, it probably wouldn't even know what a treasure was. Divine power burning. Wan Qiulong naturally knew some secret techniques, such as the secret technique of divine power burning. After burning its divine power body, Wan Qiulong's strength greatly increased. My river of divided waters can only affect its speed by 20%. Venerable Jiufeng was shocked. You must know, his treasure was an ordinary domain-type treasure. The target had no treasures on it, yet its strength was already this powerful. If it possessed a few treasures, wouldn't he be easily crushed? As Venerable Jiufeng thought about this, he became even angrier. He chased after it while transmitting his voice. Esteemed entity, I am an inheritor of the Elder God cult. I am here to take you back to Bohemia Island to receive the legacy. Please cooperate. You want to take me to Bohemia Island? Dream on. Wan Qianjing was unwilling to believe the other party. It dared not gamble on the unknown. And it dared not easily step foot into the territory of the Elder God cult. Just then, Wan Qianjing suddenly turned its head back. However, in that instant, Venerable Jiufengji's mind went blank for a moment. By the time he reacted, the other party had already escaped. What a terrifying divine soul attack. The target's divine power body, soul, and even flight speed far exceeded those of Venerable Jiufeng. If not for Venerable Jiufeng relying on his many treasures, he would likely have been killed by the target. Little guy, where are you fleeing to? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Wan Qianjing. Venerable Fen now immediately released the power of his domain-type treasure. This guy's domain-type treasure is much more powerful than that of the person just now. Wan Qianjing realized that it could no longer distance itself from Venerable Fen now. Just then, another divine soul attack struck Venerable Fen now. Although this divine soul attack is very strong, it is useless against me. Venerable Fen Now's human original body had been honing itself in the Great Axe Founder's miniature universe, and his willpower was constantly in a process of gradual improvement. His current willpower was already at the medium level of a universe lord. Next, it's my turn. Venerable Fen now released his massive willpower. As his strength increased, the combat methods he used became simpler instead. Either he would quickly finish off his opponent, or the opponent would quickly finish him off. There was no hesitation or delay. Wan Qianjing instantly fell into a dazed state. I possess a soul-type treasure, and combined with my divine soul attack, even a peak universe overlord would be finished. Venerable Fen now had always been very confident in his soul attacks. Capture. Just then, a huge palace appeared above Wan Qianjing. This was a ship-shaped palace-type treasure that Venerable Fen now had obtained after receiving the legacy of Lord Po-Yun in a universe secret realm. Palace-type treasures could easily change their appearance and size. At this moment, the width of the base of this palace exceeded 10 million kilometers, enough to easily trap Wan Qianjing inside. The sky-covering palace slowly descended, intending to take Wan Qianjing inside. However, just as the palace had passed over its back, a ray of blood-colored light flew towards the palace-type treasure. It is actually a peak treasure weapon. Venerable Fen now could see at a glance what level of treasure the other party was using. However, the huge palace did not move an inch and continued to close in downwards. Rumble. Finally, Wan Qianjing was taken inside. I am the Lord of Nine Nether of the Elder God cult. You will hand this Wan Qianjing over to me now. Seeing that force would not work, the Lord of Nine Nether began to scheme. Lord of Nine Nether. Venerable Fen now merely called out the other party's name. Greetings, Lord of Nine Nether. Venerable Jiufeng, who had finally caught up, hurriedly bowed upon seeing the Lord of Nine Nether. The Lord of Nine Nether continued, give the Wan Qianjing to me. That won't do. Venerable Fen now directly refused. He would not be deceived by the other party. Wan Qianjing had to be personally handed over to the three elder gods of the Elder God cult for the mission to be considered a success. Otherwise, if he handed Wan Qianjing over to the Lord of Nine Nether, it would then belong to the Lord of Nine Nether. Then I will just take it by force. The Lord of Nine Nether did not waste words, he directly burned his divine power, and his might began to skyrocket. His combat methods were very simple. Either burn divine power to increase strength, or directly self-destruct to blow the opponent to death. Therefore, the Lord of Nine Nether's seemingly simple combat methods were actually very troublesome. Once, a universe lord offended the Lord of Nine Nether, leading to the Lord of Nine Nether's retaliation. The Lord of Nine Nether relied on his massive divine power body to condense a Nine Nether clone, and upon seeing that universe lord, he would self-destruct. The divine power body of his individual clone was not particularly special, but it was at the level of an ordinary universe lord, so the power of the explosion was enough to severely injure a universe lord. However, he relied on his massive 9 nether ocean. After his 9 nether clone self-destructed, he would quickly condense another 9 nether clone, starting to self-destruct one after another. In the end, that universe lord was literally blown to death by the Lord of 9 Nethers. Self-destructions. Since then, the Lord of 9 Nether became the most troublesome opponent in the entire primordial universe and Universe C, apart from the universe strongest. Therefore, at this moment, the Lord of 9 Nether was very disdainful upon seeing Venerable Fen Nao, who was merely a universe exalt. He had long since understood the situation of Venerable Fen Nao. Peak universe overlord level, quasi-universe lord standard. The Lord of 9 Nether's 9 huge eyes burned with bright red flames. They simultaneously emitted dazzling red light, shooting towards Venerable Fen Nao. Lord of 9 Nether, please be accommodating. Venerable Zhou still wanted to reason with the Lord of 9 Nether. However, the Lord of 9 Nether did not even glance at him, instead attacking Venerable Fen Nao directly. This made him feel very aggrieved. From the Lord of 9 Nether's reaction, it was clear that in his eyes, Venerable Zhou was not qualified to be his opponent. In the distant void millions of kilometers away, alien universe exalts appeared one after another. Seeing the Lord of 9 Nether appear, they all hid far away, not daring to approach. What should we do? The Lord of 9 Nether is actually snatching things. An alien universe exalt looked at another alien universe exalt beside him. What else can we do? Do you want us to compete with the Lord of 9 Nether for the target? That alien universe exalt glared at the alien universe exalt beside him. Subsequently, both remained silent, frozen in the distance, watching the battle between the two from afar. The power of this ray is extremely terrifying, it actually made me tremble. I must dodge it. Venerable Fen Nao made his decision the moment the Lord of 9 Nether's 9 blood-colored rays appeared. When he stepped into the quasi-universe lord level, he discovered that the cloud-stepping space-time boots on his feet were not just ordinary treasures with only 3 layers of law secret patterns, but high-level treasures with 7 layers of secret patterns. Furthermore, the overlord armor he was wearing was not an ordinary treasure either, but a powerful high-level treasure, also possessing 7 layers of law secret patterns. For these 2 treasures, to activate the 4th layer of secret patterns, both time and space must reach perfection. After Venerable Fen Nao stepped into the Universe Exalt level, his divine power body improved significantly, and his current height had exceeded 10 kilometers. Although this size of divine power body was considered very small for the massive monster race. But compared to races like the human race, his divine power body was still very massive. The Lord of 9 Nether's 9 rays shot over, and the Fen Nao clone, over 10 kilometers tall, dodged them with ease. The 9 rays seemed to have grown eyes, as they immediately followed the Fen Nao clone's movement. Venerable Fen Nao moved left and right in the void, with no pattern whatsoever. He could complete turns instantly, just as if he were a beam of light hitting glass, instantly completing a refraction without any delay. Your flight speed is superb. The Lord of 9 Nether discovered that the Fen Nao clone's movement technique was superb, absolutely one of the best he had ever seen. Venerable Fen Nao's massive divine power body flew in crazy folds through the void. At this moment, Newton's laws no longer applied to him. Freeze. Accompanied by a thunderous roar from the Lord of 9 Nether, Venerable Fen Nao discovered that the area within 10 million kilometers around him had turned into a monstrous rain of fire. The rain of fire had the effect of burning the opponent's divine power body. Just then, a bold universe exalt, because he was too close, was within the range of the rain of fire. That universe exalt's divine power body was instantly ignited by the rain of fire. He didn't have time to use his divine power to neutralize the crazy rain of fire before he was completely burned up, turning into a cloud of mist. This scene terrified the universe exalts who were watching the show from afar. They retreated frantically, wanting to continue increasing the distance. However, another unlucky universe exalt was ignited by the rain of fire and was also instantly burned into mist. In the end, these watching universe exalts took the initiative to maintain a distance of over 20 million kilometers from the Lord of Nine Nether. What a terrifying rain of fire domain. A universe exalt let out a long sigh, still shaken. That is for sure. That is the power of a top-tier domain-type treasure, and that rain of fire is merely its secondary function. A sharp-eyed universe exalt quickly identified what kind of treasure the Lord of Nine Nether was using. A peak domain-type treasure. Not only would we universe exalts fall if hit, but even a universe lord would lose a layer of skin if they encountered it. Truly terrifying. No wonder these universe exalts only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to approach after seeing the Lord of Nine Nether make a move to snatch the special life form. Only Venerable Fen now had captured the special life form at the first opportunity, and in the face of the Lord of Nine Nether's snatching, he did not back down in the slightest. The Lord of Nine Nether did not give Venerable Jiufeng any face, so his peak domain-type treasure immediately affected Venerable Jiufeng, who was not far away. Chapter 202, Rewards from the Elder God Cult. Venerable Jiufengji's divine body began to burn. He immediately released his top-tier palace-type heavy treasure and hid inside it. However, his heavy treasure was instantly ignited by the rain of fire, and Venerable Jiufeng, staying within the palace, still suffered immense pain. Swish tilde. Venerable Jiufengji's palace heavy treasure fled frantically toward the outside. The Lord of Nine Nether merely glanced at the fleeing Venerable Jiufeng and did not push for a total kill. How terrifying. The flight speed of Venerable Jiufengji's palace heavy treasure was affected by the Lord of Nine Nether's domain-type supreme treasure, reducing it to only 50% of its peak speed, but because there was no obstruction from the Lord of Nine Nether, it quickly escaped the range of the rain of fire. Venerable Jiufeng remained inside the palace heavy treasure, looking into the distance, still shaken, and thought to himself, the strength of the Lord of Nine Nether is truly terrifying. If I did not possess a palace heavy treasure, I would surely have fallen today. At this moment, Venerable Jiufeng no longer had any thoughts of competing for the opportunity. However, he did not leave immediately but stayed inside the palace heavy treasure to watch the battle. I didn't expect Venerable Fen now to be able to withstand the opponent's domain supreme treasure head-on. What a terrifying rain of fire. Venerable Fen now remained motionless, letting the rain of fire fall upon his body. With the weakening effect of his overlord armor, he could easily withstand the power of the rain of fire. It seems your armor is certainly extraordinary. The Lord of Nine Nether felt slightly surprised. Having roamed the universe sea for many years, he had not taken action against a universe exalt for a long time. But he knew very well that, let alone a universe exalt, even an ordinary universe lord would have their divine body slowly corroded if they did not have powerful armor to protect themselves. Hurry up and hand over the special life form. The Lord of Nine Nether was losing patience, his divine body was still in a burning state as he threw punches frantically at Venerable Fen now. Each of his punches was as fast as lightning, leaving the watching Venerable exalts in the distance able to see only afterimages. At the same time, his arms would elongate with every punch, instantly appearing in front of Venerable Fen now. Venerable Fen now dodged again, flying in frantic zigzags through the void realm. Countless rumbling fists followed Venerable Fen now, moving frantically. If you are only going to dodge, then I advise you to hand it over quickly. Then I shall not dodge anymore. Venerable Fen now realized that continuously dodging was indeed not the solution, so he took out his Supreme Treasure Battle Blade. A Supreme Treasure Battle Blade. The Lord of Nine Nether's eyes lit up. Try my self-created blade technique. Venerable Fen now had been studying and creating secret techniques in the giant axe mini-universe for nearly 20 million years. Although he had not yet created the strongest secret technique, his secret techniques already far exceeded the ultimate secret techniques of a universe lord. He had once tested his blade against the Master of Void Gold in the giant axe mini-universe. As a result, his secret technique greatly shocked the Master of Void Gold. The Master of Void Gold said that Venerable Fen now's secret technique was already very close to his own. Among the group of universe lords, the Master of Void Gold was at an intermediate level, not one of those ordinary universe lords. A secret technique that could greatly shock the Master of Void Gold could definitely shock the Lord of Nine Nether. Venerable Fen now gripped the blade with both hands. On the surface, it appeared he only swung it once. However, this blade strike was completed in less than 1/100th of a second. In reality, he had already completed 10,081 strikes. 10,081 was the maximum number allowed by the primordial universe. For example, in the primordial universe, the maximum gene multiplier was 10,081 times. One era consisted of only 10,081 years. I didn't expect your blade speed to have already reached the upper limit of the primordial universe. With the Lord of Nine Nether's keen eyes, he quickly recognized the profoundness of the opponent's blade technique. However, Venerable Zhoufeng and the other Venerable Exalts did not see the trick behind it. They only thought the opponent's blade technique was fast. They could no longer confirm to what extent it was fast. The 10,081 strikes were swung almost simultaneously, so their blade light converged together, turning into an inescapable net that covered a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. The speed of the blade technique was incredibly fast, almost indistinguishable from the speed of light. In the primordial universe, the Lord of Nine Nether could only reach the speed of light at most, so it was absolutely impossible for him to dodge Venerable Fen Nao's strike. A crystalline shield appeared in front of the Lord of Nine Nether. This shield also covered a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Its surface was covered with a layer of ice crystals emitting white mist, and streaks of law secret patterns intertwined, becoming a very complex secret pattern network. Boom! However, the blade light swung by Venerable Fen Nao instantly shattered the crystalline shield condensed by the Lord of Nine Nether. The Lord of Nine Nether flew backward, glaring at Venerable Fen Nao in front of him. I didn't expect this strike of yours to actually unleash the strength of a third-tier universe lord, truly impressive. If the opponent were a universe lord, the Lord of Nine Nether would definitely have looked down on them. A universe lord who could only unleash third-tier strength was naturally not something the Lord of Nine Nether would care about. However, the opponent was merely a universe overlord, a quasi-universe lord, which made it completely different. Once Venerable Fen Nao breaks through to become a universe lord, I fear his strength will instantly rise to the 5th tier level, or perhaps even step into the 6th tier. The Lord of Nine Nether thought to himself. If a 5th tier universe lord possessed a supreme treasure of the highest quality or had created the strongest secret technique of a universe lord, they would then step into the 6th tier level. How about this then? Finally, the Lord of Nine Nether thought of a solution. This divine body of mine is going to explode. If you do not die, then I will not compete with you. The Lord of Nine Nether realized that if he did not use self-detonation, he had no hope of killing the opponent. It was the same for Venerable Fen Nao. Although his secret technique was very powerful, there was still a long way to go before defeating the Lord of Nine Nether. Fine. Venerable Fen Nao nodded. You have courage. The Lord of Nine Nether admired Venerable Fen Nao's bravery. However, I must warn you, I have once relied on the self-detonation of my divine body to blow up several universe lords. Several. The Venerable Exalts watching from the distance were stunned. They had long heard of the reputation of the Lord of Nine Nether. The outside world unanimously believed that he had only killed one universe lord by relying on self-detonation. However, today the Lord of Nine Nether actually admitted that he had killed several universe lords by relying on self-detonation. Is this Venerable Fen Nao not afraid of death? Indeed, a self-detonation that even universe lords dare not take, he actually dares to. Venerable Fen Nao possesses a clone. Even if this divine body falls, he can quickly condense a new one. But the treasures possessed by this clone of his will become the Lord of Nine Nethers. Indeed, this Venerable Fen Nao possesses several supreme treasures and heavy treasures. If they are all lost, that would be a huge loss. Venerable Fen Nao's actions made these alien Venerable Exalts go crazy. Detonate. A smile appeared on the face of the Lord of Nine Nether. His divine body was like a bomb, instantly detonated. The self-detonation of a universe lord was not like the self-detonation of a champion or a Venerable Exalt, which had a certain delay. Their self-detonation had no delay and was completed almost instantly. A triangular pyramid appeared, and Venerable Fen Nao instantly entered it. Rumbling tilde. The endless power of the explosion instantly engulfed a radius of over 100 million kilometers. However, the power of the explosion was mainly concentrated within a radius of 10 million kilometers. After 20 million kilometers, the power was halved. Just now, after the Lord of Nine Nether decided to self-detonate, these alien venerable exalts moved away at the first opportunity. However, there were still more than 21 universe exalts who were instantly annihilated because they did not escape in time. Your palace supreme treasure has not even moved a bit. The Lord of Nine Nether discovered with surprise that the opponent's supreme treasure did not have any cracks. My self-detonation power is very terrifying. Even a top-tier palace supreme treasure would be destroyed, unless it is a peak palace supreme treasure. The Lord of Nine Nether widened his eyes, emitting an obscure sound from his mouth. Could it be a peak palace type supreme treasure? How rare are peak palace type supreme treasures? Domain type and palace type supreme treasures have the highest value among supreme treasures. The value of a peak palace type supreme treasure is already equivalent to an attack type supreme treasure of the highest quality. The Lord of Nine Nether could not tell what the name of that palace type supreme treasure was. After all, palace type supreme treasures can change their appearance at will. If they do not reveal their original form, no one can identify them. I didn't expect you to have such an encounter. Fine. Today, I shall no longer compete with you. Thank you, Lord of Nine Nether. Venerable Fen now knew that his performance today had successfully gained the recognition of the Lord of Nine Nether. Just as Venerable Fen now was preparing to leave, the Lord of Nine Nether suddenly transmitted a message to him. Are you willing to serve as an outer member of our Elder God cult? Venerable Fen now had some understanding of the outer members of the Elder God cult. Outer members do not usually need to stay in the Elder God cult all the time. They can accept some tasks assigned by the Elder God cult, and once the tasks are completed, they will be given corresponding rewards. Furthermore, the Elder God cult will not assign tasks that are detrimental to the ethnic group of the outer member. Venerable Fen now responded via voice transmission, I am willing. Good. The Lord of Nine Nether nodded with satisfaction. Then I shall take my leave. Venerable Fen now's palace supreme treasure instantly broke through the sky and flew toward Bahinia Island. Very quickly, the video of the battle between Venerable Fen now and the Lord of Nine Nether was transmitted by these alien venerable exalts who were watching to their respective ethnic groups and forces. Venerable Zhou Feng also transmitted the video to some universe lords of the human race at the first opportunity. Among them was the Primordial Chaos City Lord. The Primordial Chaos City Lord finished watching the video, and he nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect Gao Xiang's combat power to be comparable to an ordinary universe lord. In the eyes of the Primordial Chaos City Lord, the Lord of Nine Nether was a universe lord on the same level as him, belonging to the category of very difficult opponents. Although Venerable Fen now could not defeat the Lord of Nine Nether, he already possessed the ability to save his life in front of the Lord of Nine Nether. Once his Fen now clone comes out from Bahinia Island, I must take him to roam the universe sea. Every human race genius, after becoming a universe lord, would be personally led by other universe lords to roam the universe sea. Venerable Fen now's strength was already comparable to a universe lord, so he naturally was qualified to enter the universe sea. Above the edge of Bahinia Island, a palace-type supreme treasure hovered, the hatch opened, and a figure flew out. The palace-type supreme treasure disappeared, and this figure landed on the ground. Today's battle made me realize how difficult powerful universe lords are to deal with. It seems I need to speed up the creation of secret techniques. Venerable Fen now turned into a phantom and flew toward the Elder God Hall. Stop. In front of the Elder God Hall stood two venerable exalts holding long spears. They were two of the 72 divine generals of the Elder God cult, possessing the strength of a universe overlord. I didn't expect those guarding the gate of the Elder God cult to be universe overlords. Venerable Fen now spoke, I have completed the special life form task issued by the Elder God cult. Enter. When Venerable Fen now entered the Elder God Hall, he saw a tall special life form standing in front. The opponent had two faces. One was a pitch-black evil face, and the other was a pure white kind face. He had 8 arms and a height exceeding 1 million kilometers. He was the legendary one of the 3 elder gods of the Elder God cult, the double-faced Elder God. Before Venerable Fen now could speak, he heard the double-faced elder god's pure white kind face say to him, "Venerable Fen Nao, congratulations on completing this task. Hee, hurry up and release the Wanqin whale." At this moment, the double-faced elder god turned his head, facing his pitch-black, terrifying face toward Venerable Fen Nao. A huge palace supreme treasure appeared behind Venerable Fen Nao. A huge opening appeared at the bottom of the palace supreme treasure. A huge, whale-like special life form flew out. The moment the Wanqin whale came out, he turned around in place. After discovering the double-faced elder god in front, his body began to lean forward. Wanqin whale greets the double-faced elder god. At this moment, the pure white kind face said, "From now on, you are an internal member of our elder god cult. Hee, withdraw." At this moment, the pitch-black terrifying face spoke again. After the Wanqin whale left, the pure white kind face said, "Venerable Fen Nao, are you very confused as to why the Wanqin whale did not hesitate at all and directly agreed to join our elder god cult?" "Yes, because this was a task issued by the will of the primordial universe." Venerable Fen Nao was greatly shocked. This was the first time he had accepted something related to the will of the primordial universe. "This is for you." A huge bone appeared in front of the double-faced elder god. The bone was blood red all over, crystal clear, as if carved from a ruby, emitting an eerie light. "This is the thigh bone of an innate beast god. If you embed it into your body, over time, you will increase your life gene level by 1,000 times. 1,000 times life gene level. A gift from the will of the primordial universe. Thank you, Elder God Cult. Thank you, double-faced Elder God." Venerable Fen Nao grabbed this huge thigh bone with both hands. Without any hesitation, he took out his supreme treasure battle blade, cut a hideous wound in his abdomen, and then stuffed this thigh bone into his abdominal cavity. Before long, his hideous wound healed. "Withdraw, hee. The pitch-black face of the double-faced Elder God said. After Venerable Fen Nao left, the pure white kind face of the double-faced Elder God spoke again. "I didn't expect that the genius who could be favored by the will of the primordial universe this time would actually be Venerable Fen Nao. Also, the appearance of that Lord of Nine Nether should also be an arrangement by the will of the primordial universe, right? As one of the three elder gods who can communicate directly with the will of the primordial universe, the double-faced Elder God knew many unknown secrets. When Venerable Fen Nao returned to his mansion, he finally relaxed his vigilance. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the bone of an innate divine beast to be so magical. Just a single thigh bone can increase the life gene level by 1,000 times. No wonder they were jointly exterminated by other powerful beings." Chapter 203, Multiple Paths of the Beast God. If only I could obtain more innate beast god remains, that would be wonderful. Previously, Venerable Fen Nao, relying on his astonishing comprehension ability, aimed to fuse the 10 laws to master the law of chaos. However, after obtaining a femur, he began to have ideas about a perfect divine body. It is just a pity that the corpses of the innate beast gods have already been completely divided up. There is no way to start if I want to obtain their remains. Venerable Fen Nao could not learn the 9 Tribulation secret code, so he could not rely on secret techniques to improve his life genes. Therefore, if he wanted to improve his divine body, he could only rely on methods that conformed to the will of the primordial universe. It seems I need to consult the primordial Chaos City Lord. Venerable Fen Nao remembered that the original novel clearly recorded that the Lord Peng Gong possessed a 10,000-fold divine body. He was not familiar with the Lord Peng Gong, so he could only ask the primordial Chaos City Lord. Since the Lord Peng Gong could have a 10,000-fold divine body, then the primordial Chaos City Lord, whose strength was even greater than the Lord Peng Gong, should not be lacking either. The tall, scaled man with a giant tail stood in the chaos ruins, and the corpses of the foreign races beside him exuded a terrifying aura at all times. However, the primordial Chaos City Lord actually enjoyed the feeling of being enveloped by the resentment left behind by the corpses of the foreign races. "Gao Xiang, what business do you have with me? To be honest, primordial Chaos City Lord, not long ago I integrated an innate beast god's femur." Oh, the primordial Chaos City Lord's eyes lit up, and he quickly guessed the source of the femur. Could it be a reward you received for just completing a mission of the Elder God cult? As expected of the primordial Chaos City Lord, almost all innate beast gods were jointly exterminated by the powerhouses hundreds of millions of eras ago. Therefore, all body parts of the innate beast gods have already been divided up. I want to improve my life genes, but I don't know how to do so. Venerable Fen now got straight to the point. Did a single femur give you such a massive boost that it made you want to continue improving your divine body? Yes. Alas. The primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head. What a pity. You were born too late. All the innate beast god corpses of our human race have already been completely divided up. Are there really no small remnants left? The primordial Chaos City Lord continued to shake his head. At least as far as I know, there are none. Venerable Fen now understood this very well. If any universe lord had a small remnant of an innate beast god's corpse, they would definitely keep it a secret and would never easily take it out. Then does the primordial Chaos City Lord have other ways to improve the divine body? Yes, of course there are. After some explanation from the primordial Chaos City Lord, Venerable Fen now learned many secrets. For example, the blood river crystal can increase life genes by up to 100 times. In the entire primordial universe, there are 8 kinds of items with effects similar to the blood river crystal, and they are all transformed from the blood of innate beast gods. One of them has already been discovered. The last one is a type of white stone, which happened to be discovered by Venerable Fen now in a universe secret realm. However, all these items like the blood river crystal combined can only increase life genes by up to 800 times at most, which is not even as effective as a single innate beast god's femur. Once your clone comes out of Bohemia Island, I will personally lead you to the Universe Sea for tempering. In the Universe Sea, there are treasures that can improve life genes. Can you reveal some details in advance? Venerable Fen Now's eyes lit up. He wanted to get an early understanding. The primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head. That won't do. Within the primordial universe, I cannot speak its name. Strange objects. Venerable Fen now quickly thought of this. Strange objects are things that come from the origin continent, and they are not just weapons. It could be just a piece of wood, it could be just a stone, or it could be just a treasure. In short, it should not have appeared in the primordial universe, because its existence already exceeds what the primordial universe allows. When you enter the Universe Sea, although the primordial Chaos City Lord could not sense the presence of the primordial universe's will, he had heard from the primal ancestor that if you made a move that affected the primordial universe, the will of the primordial universe would quickly descend. Withdrawing his consciousness from the virtual universe network, Venerable Fen now thought to himself, it seems I must quickly raise all 8 paths of the beast god to the 7th level of legacy. Once he completed the 7th level of legacy for all 8 paths of the beast god, he could directly leave Bohemia Island. Far away on the other side of the primordial universe, deep within the territory of the insect race, inside a massive black palace, a beautiful and moving young woman looked at the girl in front of her. The young woman had an alluring figure and an exquisitely beautiful appearance. She sat on the throne, crossing her legs, with a slender finger resting near her lips. She was the supreme leader of the insect race, the Zerg Queen. In front of her stood a charming and cute young girl. The girl wore a pink robe, her long hair fluttering, her cute face was chubby, and her voice was sweet and delicate, making her extremely adorable. Do not let her harmless appearance fool you, she was actually a super existence who had lived for countless eras, a ruthless character who could easily slaughter an ordinary universe lord. She was the powerhouse of the insect race, Master Minglian. Sister, that Venerable Fen now actually has the combat power of an ordinary universe lord. Should I go and eliminate him? Under Master Minglian's seemingly harmless exterior lay a cold and ruthless nature. She was once one of the hundreds of millions of insect race warriors bred by a Zerg Queen mother. By a stroke of luck, she awakened an independent consciousness and became an insect race queen. She advanced all the way, relying on the support of the Zerg Queen and her own opportunities, eventually becoming a universe lord. For the sake of the insect race, she had assassinated many super geniuses of the automaton race, human race, and monster race. Among them was the super genius of the human race, KD. KD had now become a quantitative benchmark for the human race to measure geniuses. For instance, the current Luo Feng. His comprehension ability was equal to 1 KD. The current Gao Xiang's comprehension ability was roughly equal to 100 KD. Venerable Fan now is currently staying on Bohemia Island. To make a move against him, it would require a universe strongest. The Zerg Queen shook her head. She did not believe Master Minglian could succeed in an assassination. However, let us not act rashly for now. After all, we do not know where Venerable Fan Now's other clone is. To completely eliminate him, we would have to get the demon god Shujun to make a move. The demon god Shujun can instantly soul slave him. If soul slaving doesn't work, he can also lock onto the time to completely obliterate his soul, and then his other clone would naturally fall along with him. Master Minglian's eyes lit up. Then sister, wouldn't it be perfect if we just asked the demon god Shujun to take action? The Zerg Queen shook her head again. I worry that he might possess a soul-type true treasure. I fear that before the demon god Shujun can even perform the soul slaving or complete soul obliteration, he will be attacked by the 5-colored Aurora Lake. If that triggers the 3 ancestral gods to take action, it will be a huge trouble. Alas, Master Minglian sighed. The insect race had been tracking Venerable Fan Now's movements since his World Lord period, yet they had never found an opportunity to strike. Unknowingly, the other party had already grown into a towering tree, and assassination was now impossible. Minglian, has there been any super genius born to the human race recently? The Zerg Queen had already given up on assassinating Venerable Fan Now. Yes, his name is Luo Feng, and he is Venerable Fan Now's youngest personal disciple. Luo Feng. Soon, the Zerg Queen obtained all the intelligence on Luo Feng. Another KD-level genius. Minglian, find an opportunity to completely eliminate him, leaving him with no chance of resurrection. All right. Just as the Zerg Queen and Master Minglian were conversing, on Bohemia Island on the other side of the universe, Venerable Fan Now was currently receiving the 7th level of legacy. The 7th level of legacy represented the legacy of the Universe Lord level. Once completely comprehended, one would possess combat power comparable to the Universe Lord level. Reasonably speaking, one should be able to become a Universe Lord at this point. However, to become a Universe Lord through the path of the Beast God, one must comprehend the Beast God heart. Venerable Fan Now did not think that he could comprehend the Beast God heart relying solely on the fire space path of the Beast God. After all, he did not have Luo Feng's opportunity to enter the small universe of the Starry Sky Ancestor and simultaneously study 64 different massive innate Beast God statues. This feeling is truly wonderful. Endless textual data, with a word count exceeding trillions, was poured into Venerable Fan Now's mind all at once. If I had to read through it slowly on my own, I probably wouldn't be able to finish it even in 100 years. The massive amount of legacy information was simply too vast and complex. Only through the method of legacy infusion could it be completed in a short time. I wonder how the inherited memories of the monster race and the Starry Sky behemoths are realized. To be able to inherit thousands of secret techniques and survival experiences merely through the bloodline is truly marvelous. The heavy rock gates opened with a rumble, and a golden beam projected from the Legacy Palace, then expanded, illuminating the ground in front of the Legacy Palace into a golden field. Look, Venerable Fan Now is coming out. These foreign race venerables responsible for monitoring Venerable Fan Now had long stopped bothering to hide their tracks. They openly stationed themselves near Venerable Fan Now, keeping watch on all his movements. Venerable Fan Now has been on Bohemia Island for less than 2,000 years, yet he has already become a 7th level inheritor. Truly terrifying. Once he completely accepts the 7th level of legacy, there will be no need for him to stay on Bohemia Island any longer. It seems Venerable Fan Now will leave Bohemia Island before long. These foreign race venerables were also inheritors here, and every single one of them had stayed here for a very long time. Some had stayed for over 100 eras, while others had stayed for over 10,000 eras. Receiving the legacy was easy, but completely comprehending it was extremely difficult, so much so that the vast majority of them still remained at the 4th and 5th levels. Very few inheritors had completely comprehended the 6th level. Those who had comprehended the 7th level were even rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It seems these guys are still not ready to give up. As Venerable Fen now stepped 1 foot out of the Legacy Palace, his gaze quickly landed on a monitoring foreign race Venerable in the distance. That foreign race. Venerable trembled in his heart, actually frightened by the other party's gaze, but he quickly realized this was Bohemia Island, and the other party absolutely would not dare to make a move. He puffed out his chest, coughed, pretended to be calm, turned his head to the side, and began to hum a little tune. These guys can't even be bothered to pretend anymore. Venerable Fen now found that these guys had already begun to openly stare at him. However, he was also too lazy to indulge these foreign race venerables. Just as one of his feet stepped over the threshold of the Legacy Palace, he quickly pulled it back. Rumble tilde. The heavy stone gates, which had already opened more than halfway, actually began to move slowly again. But instead of continuing to open, the stone gates on both sides began to close. What is going on? These foreign race venerables were all dumbfounded. Could it be that this guy wants to continue receiving the legacy? But here lay the question. The other party had clearly completed the 7th level of legacy, so why would he receive the legacy once again? Could it be that Venerable Fen now thinks he has too many glory points and wants to use them up before leaving? The glory points of Bohemia Island's inheritors were indeed extremely valuable, because throughout a long era, they would only passively increase by 1 point. And to receive the legacy, the cost for one time was 100 glory points. If starting from the 1st level of legacy, excluding the first free reception, reaching the 7th level of legacy would require at least 600 eras. However, after each reception of the legacy, one must completely comprehend it before continuing to receive the next level, so the actual time spent could only be longer. Could it be that Venerable Fen now wants to receive the legacy of other laws? A short foreign race venerable suddenly thought of something. Venerable Fei Jing, you are overthinking, aren't you? How could Venerable Fen now be so bored? What is the use of comprehending 2 paths of the beast god at the same time? Soon, the short foreign race venerable's idea was rejected by all the venerables present. It was not that there were no venerables or champions who comprehended 2 paths of the beast god at the same time. But their ultimate result was merely a futile waste of time and resources. This was just like simultaneously comprehending several lower laws and wanting to become undying in all of them, which was a very foolish idea. Because once one lower law became undying, completely comprehending another lower law afterward would not provide any assistance. The 5th level of legacy of the path of the light time beast god is truly wonderful. While receiving the legacy, Venerable Fen Nao's brain remained active, and he began to carefully savor the differences and characteristics of each path of the beast god. It could be said that each path of the beast god was entirely different in content, without any connection between them. Could it be that the 8 different paths of the beast god are complementary to each other, and if one completely comprehends all of them at the same time, they will comprehend a complete path of the beast god? This was merely Venerable Fen Nao's speculation. In the entire primordial universe, no one had ever attempted this. At least, as far as Venerable Fen Nao knew, he had never heard of anyone doing so. Look, Venerable Fen Nao has come out. After waiting in place for less than 7 days, these foreign race venerables saw the heavy, grayish-brown stone gates of the Legacy Palace open, and Venerable Fen Nao walked out from inside. How about we go and ask? A bold venerable thought of something. This group of foreign race venerables belonged to different factions or races, with no lack of hostile races and factions among them. But through all these years of monitoring Venerable Fen Nao together, they had gradually grown familiar with one another. Chapter 204, The Innate Beast God Heart. Then you go. The foreign race exalt who had suggested asking was pushed out by several other foreign race exalts. Venerable Fen Nao was about to fly away from this place when a foreign race exalt appeared in front of him, right in his line of sight. Venerable Yun Lan, what do you want to do? Venerable Fen Nao's gaze was like a cold blade. At the slightest sign of anything amiss, it would instantly pierce the other's chest. Venerable Yun Lan felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his monkey butt-like face instantly turned pale. Venerable Fen Nao, you have just completed the 7th level of the legacy. Why are you accepting a legacy again? Could it be that you want to comprehend other paths of the beast god at the same time? Scram. Venerable Fen now was not surprised. After all, except when he was in his own residence, his every move was under the watchful eyes of others. These foreign race exalts could easily discover that he was comprehending multiple paths of the beast god simultaneously. Rebuked by Venerable Fen now, Venerable Yunlan's legs instantly went weak. His divine body began to tremble, and he hurriedly flew away. The existence before him was a super powerhouse who could trade blows with the Lord of Nine Nether and even use a palace true treasure to withstand the other's self-detonation. He was certain that the other party could completely annihilate him in a single encounter. Venerable Fen now turned into a streak of rainbow light and instantly vanished from the spot. After Venerable Fen now departed, these foreign race exalts gathered together once again. Judging by Venerable Fen now's reaction, it is highly likely that he wants to comprehend other paths of the beast god. He's in no hurry to break through to become a universe lord. What is he trying to do? Could this be related to the fact that the entire human race has never had an acquired beast god? These foreign race exalts were, after all, exalts, and exalts qualified to come to Bahinia Island to receive legacies. Their status and positions within their respective races and factions were not low, so most of them knew quite a bit of high-level intelligence regarding the human race. For instance, not a single acquired beast god had emerged from the entire human race so far. Venerable Fen now's comprehension ability is heaven-defying. I believe the probability of him comprehending the beast god heart is extremely high. I think so too. Could he be trying to comprehend multiple paths of the beast god simultaneously in order to comprehend the beast god heart? These foreign race exalts were all quite talented. After some discussion, they quickly reached a conclusion. Venerable Fen now was highly likely trying to comprehend the beast god heart. It seems my thoughts have been discovered by these foreign races. But no matter, they are just minor pests. Venerable Fen now, who was flying toward his residence, quickly realized this, but he did not take it to heart. His current opponents were only universe lords. He no longer paid any heed to universe exalts. The news of Venerable Fen now simultaneously comprehending two paths of the beast god quickly spread throughout the entirety of Bahinia Island. By the time he had completely comprehended both the 7th level of the fire space path of the beast god and the light time path of the beast god, over 3,000 years had already passed. Just as I planned. Once I completely comprehended the 7th level of the fire space path of the beast god, my speed in comprehending the light time path of the beast god actually increased quite a bit. Unfortunately, I still cannot comprehend the beast god heart. Venerable Fen now was not overly disappointed, he had already prepared himself for failure. Since that is the case, let's begin the legacy of another path of the beast god. He flew out of his residence, heading in the direction of the Legacy Palace. When Venerable Fen now appeared at the Legacy Palace to begin receiving his third path of the beast god legacy, 3 powerful ancestral gods gathered deep within the ancestral god temple. Although these 3 ancestral gods were only universe lords, by relying on the treasures and willpower amplification bestowed upon them by the primordial universe's will, they could exert power comparable to a universe strongest within the primordial universe. At the same time, they also commanded the 8 great guardian beast gods below them. The 8 great guardian beast gods represented the acquired beast gods of the 8 laws, and each of them was a powerful universe lord. In addition to the 8 great guardian beast gods, the elder god cult also possessed many guardian divine lords. Every guardian divine lord was a powerful universe lord on the level of the Lord of Nine Nether. Under each guardian divine lord, there were several universe lords, hundreds to thousands of universe exalts, and billions of champions. From this, one could see just how powerful the elder god cult was. Otherwise, it would not be called the number 1 faction in the primordial universe. At this moment, the 3 ancestral gods at the very top of the elder god cult began to discuss among themselves. The will of the primordial universe had told them that Venerable Fen now was one of the inheritors that the primordial universes will value the most. The terrifying, pitch-black face of the double-faced ancestral god said, "Hee, this Venerable Fen now actually wants to comprehend multiple paths of the beast god simultaneously. Could he really be trying to comprehend the beast god heart? How difficult it was to comprehend the beast god heart. Currently, within the entire elder god cult, those who had become universe lords through the path of the beast god were only the 8 great guardian beast gods and a few guardian divine lords. Their combined number did not exceed 20. From this, one could see how difficult it was to become a universe lord through the path of the beast god. Comparatively speaking, becoming a universe lord through the space-time laws was much easier. Just within the human race alone, the number of those who became universe lords through the space-time laws had already exceeded 15. The old ancestral god spoke. This time, the primordial universes will highly values Venerable Fen now. I believe the probability of him comprehending the beast god heart is extremely high. The childlike ancestral god nodded and said, I think so too. The clean, benevolent face of the double-faced ancestral god said, since that is the case, let us lend him a helping hand. The old ancestral god spoke again, how shall we assist him? When the elder god cult valued an inheritor, they would often adopt methods to win them over. For example, when the bug-chasing king, who possessed a 5,000-fold life gene, was born, the elder god cult immediately recruited him into the cult and bestowed a powerful treasure upon him. Thus, the bug-chasing king quickly possessed the strength of an ordinary universe lord. As for the Lord of Nine Nether, who was born in the ancestral god secret region, he was promoted to a guardian divine lord. There were 2 main methods for the elder god cult to nurture inheritors: bestowing treasures and conferring official posts. The child ancestral god said, Venerable Fen now is already a subordinate of the Lord of Nine Nether and is a peripheral member. If we offer him some official post, he probably won't accept it. After all, he is a genius of the human race camp. The elder god cult also knew where to draw the line. When winning over geniuses and powerhouses who belonged to other factions, they would only recruit them as peripheral members. If the other party had no faction, they would recruit them as core members. The old ancestral god said, then let us bestow a treasure. The pitch-black face of the double-faced ancestral god spoke, what treasure should we bestow that would benefit his comprehension of the beast god heart? The child ancestral god said, I say we bestow an innate beast god heart. The old ancestral god nodded. I agree. Very well. The double-faced ancestral god agreed as well. In the sky above Bahinia Island, the 5-colored aurora lake projected colored rays of light, dyeing the entire Bahinia Island into a rainbow land. At this moment, the power of the 5-colored aurora lake surged dramatically. Clearly, the 5-colored aurora lake was in an activated state. Normally, it only released a tiny fraction of its power. Unless it encountered an inheritor attempting to attack another inheritor, its power would not skyrocket. Could it be that some powerhouse took action, provoking the 5-colored aurora lake to intervene? On the plaza of Bahinia Island, over 100 million inheritors looked up at the sky simultaneously. Just then, a grand figure passed through the dome of the 5-colored aurora lake, completely unattacked by it. The grand figure slowly landed right in the center of Bahinia Island. He was over 1,000,000 kilometers tall, dressed in a white robe, with grayish-white hair and a wrinkled face, all of which indicated that he was a powerful elder. An ancestral god has actually descended. Soon, some inheritors identified him as the old ancestral god. No one knew the true name of the old ancestral god. Because he appeared as an elder, he was named the old ancestral god. The old ancestral god faced the direction of Venerable Fen Nao's residence. Since they were separated by more than a light year, no one knew he was facing that exact spot. Venerable Fen Nao, come out. The old ancestral god's voice was very flat, like a senior telling a junior to come out. His voice was not loud, yet all the inheritors on the entirety of Bahinia Island heard it with absolute clarity. Venerable Fen Nao, who was in closed-door cultivation within his residence, naturally heard the old ancestral god's voice. He flew out of his residence and soon saw a colossal figure in the far distance. His aura was calm, like a clear mirror illuminating the entire Bahinia Island. At the same time, the 5-colored auroras across the entire dome of heaven centered around him. At this moment, the old ancestral god was like a deity. Is this the effect of the primordial universe's willpower amplification? Venerable Fen now could be absolutely certain that within the primordial universe, the old ancestral god was an invincible existence. Even when facing a universe strongest, he would be able to handle them with ease. Venerable Fen now turned into a stream of light and flew toward the old ancestral god. Greetings, ancestral god. Standing before the old ancestral god, Venerable Fen now looked forward to what the old ancestral god would bestow upon him. There had been many records on the Glory Continent that once the three ancestral gods appeared on Bahinia Island, accompanied by the amplification of the primordial universe's will, they would definitely bestow certain benefits after summoning a particular exalt. I don't have much interest in ordinary treasures, unless you can bestow a peak true treasure or even a supreme true treasure upon me. The old ancestral god had intentionally descended right in the center of Bahinia Island to ensure that all inheritors could see, letting them know that the elder god cult was about to bestow something good upon Venerable Fen now. Just then, a massive fleshy sphere suddenly appeared in front of the old ancestral god. The fleshy sphere was blood red all over, with bulging blood vessels like tree roots on its surface. It's actually a massive heart. Soon, some inheritors recognized what it was. It was a massive heart. What people found most eerie was that this heart was actually still beating. To get a clearer look, some inheritors actively drew closer. With every beat of this heart, a mental shockwave would ripple out in all directions, causing the hearts of the inheritors who were too close to tremble. Quite a few champion inheritors who were too close quickly fainted, clutching their heads and remaining motionless. This is an innate beast god heart. After fusing it into your own heart, it can increase your probability of comprehending the beast god heart. Increase the probability of comprehending the beast god heart. To think such a miraculous treasure exists in this world. These inheritors went wild. Their ultimate goal on Bahinia Island was to comprehend the beast god heart. As long as they could comprehend the beast god heart, becoming a universe lord was guaranteed. Venerable Fen now is truly lucky to actually obtain an innate beast god heart. Yeah, previously, Venerable Fen now received a reward from the elder god cult for completing a mission. Now he's actually receiving another reward. It's truly unfair. Wrapping the innate beast god heart in his divine power, the old ancestral god slowly pushed it toward Venerable Fen now. Venerable Fen now put away the innate beast god heart and expressed his gratitude once more. I will surely go through fire and water for the elder god cult. Having confirmed that Venerable Fen now had safely put away the innate beast god heart, the old ancestral god turned around and flew toward the sky, passing through the dome formed by the five-colored aurora lake a moment later. Send the news to the race immediately. Greetings, Lord Xiang. Father God, I have urgent matters. Beloved Empress. The news of Venerable Fen now obtaining the innate beast god heart quickly spread to the ears of the higher-ups of major races and factions. An innate beast god heart, this is an innate beast god heart. In the distant ice territory, beneath an endless winter, lay a vast, frozen world. A skeleton-like powerhouse crushed the exquisite glazed cup in his hand, letting out a highly unwilling voice. Why was this Venerable Fen now able to obtain the innate beast god heart? He was a universe overlord, and among all the overlords of the primordial universe, he belonged to the absolute top tier. However, he had been stuck at the final barrier of the path of the beast god for over 1 trillion epochs, and had still failed to make a breakthrough to this day. This barrier was none other than comprehending the beast god heart. Yet the innate beast god heart that had just been revealed on Bahinia Island of the elder god cult could actually increase the probability of comprehending the beast god heart. What a heaven-defying treasure. No, I must obtain it. The skeleton-like universe exalt bellowed in rage. He could not care less about anything else, he had to get his hands on it. I don't believe you'll stay on Bahinia Island forever. To think so many great alliance powerhouses would contact me. Interesting, truly interesting. Just a moment ago, Venerable Fen now had already rejected the requests of several universe lords from the Great Alliance. Among them were powerful universe lords like the Lord Peng Gong, the Lord of Longxing, and the Lord of Hulongjian. Although they were all universe lords, they had their own clansmen and disciples. They wanted to obtain an innate beast god heart for their clansmen and disciples to increase their probability of breaking through to become universe lords. How could I possibly miss out on such a massive opportunity? Among them, the words of the Lord Peng Gong made Venerable Fen Nao highly uncomfortable. The Lord Peng Gong said that since Venerable Fen Nao had already completely comprehended the two supreme laws of time and space back during his World Lord period, becoming a Universe Lord was a foregone conclusion, and there was no need for him to walk the path of the Beast God and waste his time in vain. Venerable Fen Nao had snapped back at the Lord Peng Gong on the spot. How he became a Universe Lord was Venerable Fen Nao's own business. The Lord Peng Gong was neither his teacher nor his friend, so he was completely meddling in things that did not concern him. He truly left me speechless. Chapter 205, Strongest Secret Technique. After Venerable Fen Nao rejected those Universe Lords, he soon received call requests from other alien Universe Lords of the Great Alliance. At the same time, there were numerous Universe Venerables as well. The entire Great Alliance possessed over 10,000 Universe Venerables, and at least one-third of them attempted to contact Venerable Fen Nao. Virtual Universe, Grand Mist Hall, the Palace of the Primordial Chaos City Lord. Venerable Fen Nao stood in front of the Primordial Chaos City Lord, who was dressed in golden robes. The Primordial Chaos City Lord wore a smile. He seemed to already know the purpose of Venerable Fen Nao's visit this time. He spoke proactively. Gao Xiang, are you here this time for the innate beast god heart? Yes. Venerable Fen Nao was very troubled because of this matter. He had already shut down the virtual universe network, refusing to accept any call requests or check any emails. Although he was temporarily free from these annoying troubles, he encountered a series of other issues due to not having access to the virtual universe network. Once he turned the virtual universe network back on, the problems he had to face would remain unchanged. You have two choices. The Primordial Chaos City Lord was a wise man, and his experience in handling problems was definitely far superior to that of Venerable Fen Nao. The first is for you to use the innate beast god heart directly. Once the innate beast god heart was used, it would be useless for any more powerhouses to covet it. But quickly, Venerable Fen Nao shook his head and refused. I plan to wait until I have perfected all 8 paths of the beast god before using the innate beast god heart. Venerable Fen Nao had considered pretending that he had used the innate beast god heart, but those troublesome guys even demanded video footage of him using the innate beast god heart as proof. The second is for me to help you stop these covetous Great Alliance powerhouses. Then I will trouble the Primordial Chaos City Lord. The Primordial Chaos City Lord's second method was exactly the original intention behind Venerable Fen Nao's visit to meet him. Unexpectedly, the Primordial Chaos City Lord took the initiative to offer to help Venerable Fen Nao stop these troublesome guys. Focus on your comprehension, do not be in a rush to become a Universe Lord. What our human race truly lacks is not Universe Lords, but a Universe Strongest. The Primordial Chaos City Lord stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the starry sky, his gaze deep and filled with hope. His current goal was also to become a Universe Strongest. However, this step was so difficult that he could not find any clue at all. Yet, in his eyes, Gao Xiang was completely different. Gao Xiang's comprehension ability was too heaven-defying. In less than an era, he had completely comprehended the law of time and the law of space. This heaven-defying rate of improvement was something even the primal ancestor would have felt inferior to. It was precisely for this reason that the Primordial Chaos City Lord supported Gao Xiang in comprehending all 8 paths of the Beast God simultaneously. After Venerable Fen Nao left, the Primordial Chaos City Lord began to draft an announcement. Fellow powerhouses of the Great Alliance, Venerable Fen Nao is a super genius of our human race. This innate beast god heart is extremely important to him. Please abandon any thoughts of acquiring the innate beast god heart. Soon, this announcement was sent to the inbox of every Universe Lord and Universe Exalt in the Great Alliance through the Virtual Universe Network Great Alliance system. Ninesword Exalt stared at the virtual screen in front of him, his gaze calm, his heart without ripples. I didn't expect that even I, a high-level Universe Exalt, would receive a warning from the Primordial Chaos City Lord. This mass email sent by the Primordial Chaos City Lord appeared to be a request to all Universe Lords and Universe Exalts of the Great Alliance, but in reality it was a warning. The Primordial Chaos City Lord's prestige was not gained through benevolence, but through repeated slaughter. HMPH. After seeing this email, Venerable Zhoufengji's expression turned cold. When Venerable Fen Nao first arrived at Bohemia Island, he was personally received by Venerable Zhoufeng. At that time, the relationship between Venerable Zhoufeng and Venerable Fen Nao was very good. Venerable Zhoufeng recognized the strength of Venerable Fen Nao as a universe venerable, so he took the initiative to befriend him. Even after the Elder God cult released the bounty mission for special life forms, Venerable Zhoufeng contacted Venerable Fen Nao to cooperate at the first opportunity. But later, after Venerable Zhoufeng and Venerable Fen Nao faced the Lord of Nine Nether together, Venerable Zhoufeng was quickly driven away by the Lord of Nine Nether. Venerable Fen Nao, however, was not driven away by the Lord of Nine Nether. Instead, he ended up fighting the Lord of Nine Nether. By the end of the fight, Venerable Fen Nao had gained the recognition of the Lord of Nine Nether. The other party not only gave up competing with Venerable Fen Nao but even took the initiative to recruit him. In the end, the three elder gods of Bohemia Island attributed the rewards for that mission entirely to Venerable Fen Nao. Venerable Zhoufeng did not receive any rewards. After experiencing that incident, Venerable Zhoufengji's attitude toward Venerable Fen Nao changed drastically. They were both universe venerables, yet the other party's strength was so much greater than his own, and he had also gained the favor of the three elder gods of the Elder God cult. How could he not feel unbalanced? Forget it. Since chaos is stepping forward for Gao Xiang, it would be inappropriate for me to ask Gao Xiang for it. After deleting the mass email from the primordial Chaos City Lord, Lord Peng Gong quickly decided to give up. He did not want to obtain the innate beast god heart for himself, but for one of his disciples. That disciple was not a universe venerable, but a high-level universe exalt. It is better to have the primordial Chaos City Lord step in. The problem was solved immediately. One era passed. For these 10,000 years, Venerable Fen Nao had remained on Bohemia Island, never leaving a single step. This left those universe venerables and universe lords who wanted to take action against Venerable Fen Nao feeling very helpless. During this era, the Elder God cult released several missions. Among them were some missions with generous rewards. Finally, I have fully comprehended all 8 paths of the Beast God. Venerable Fen Nao came out of his mansion and looked up at the colorful glow in the sky. The 8 paths of the Beast God meant that 8 sets of lower laws and supreme laws were completely fused, representing that his mastery of law fusion had reached a very perfect level. However, Venerable Fen Nao was still not satisfied, because he had not yet completely fused the 8 lower laws together. Next, it was time to fuse the innate Beast God heart. The reason Venerable Fen Nao did not use the innate Beast God heart earlier was mainly because he was worried that if he accidentally comprehended the Beast God heart, he might not be able to continue comprehending the other paths of the Beast God. In the entire primordial universe, there is no secret technique that fuses the 8 lower laws, let alone a secret technique that fuses all 10 laws. During this era, Venerable Fen Nao had consulted the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Great Axe Founder many times, presenting his ideas and wanting to obtain a secret technique that fused the 8 laws. The Great Axe Founder did not have any clones. He spent all year in the extremely dangerous Qingfeng realm, usually leaving only one incarnation in the primordial universe. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Venerable Fen Nao did not want to easily disturb the Great Axe Founder. To obtain a secret technique for the fusion of the 8 laws, one must either obtain it from the ruins of ancient civilizations or create it oneself. Apart from these 2 methods, there was no third way. As for creating it himself, Venerable Fen Nao felt the possibility was not high. Without the accumulation and trial and error of thousands of people over generations, even if his comprehension ability was heaven-defying, if he created a flawed secret technique, he might end up on an evil path. For example, after stepping into the level of universe strongest, if there is no guidance from predecessors, and one randomly structures their own mini-universe, once the structure is unreasonable, it will completely lose the possibility of the mini-universe growing. If the mini-universe loses the possibility of growth, then one's own strength cannot be improved either. For example, when the several true God powerhouses entered the universe boat and wanted to obtain the legacy of Duan Donghe, they were asked about their mini-universe structure by the virtual consciousness left behind by Duan Donghe. Duan Donghe's virtual consciousness stated that their mini-universe structures were garbage and had already lost the potential for growth. However, the 8 paths of the beast god are inherently fused with each other, so I might be able to try to see if I can fuse them completely. For example, the fire space beast god path requires the complete fusion of the law of fire and the law of space. And the light time beast god path requires the complete fusion of the law of light and the law of time. If these 2 paths of the beast god can be successfully fused, then one can naturally fuse the law of fire, the law of light, the law of time, and the law of space. Let's start by fusing the paths of the beast god that possess the same supreme law. Attribute. Currently, he had not obtained the corresponding ancient civilization legacy, so he could only try to fuse 2 paths of the beast god first. Venerable Fen now quickly chose to start by fusing the fire space beast god path and the earth space beast god path. In this way, he would only need to fuse 3 laws, which should be much simpler than fusing 4 laws. Look, Venerable Fen now has returned to his mansion again. Those alien universe exalts monitoring Venerable Fen now soon discovered that Venerable Fen now had only come out for a moment before returning to his mansion. On Bahinia Island, the mansion is the only place of privacy for inheritors, and no one has the qualifications or ability to investigate it. What is this Venerable Fen now doing? He has been going in and out for an entire era, but he just won't leave Bahinia Island. Venerable Fen now's actions drove these alien universe exalts crazy. The guys outside are truly persistent, aren't they afraid of delaying their own cultivation? After Venerable Fen now entered his mansion, he removed his overlord armor, revealing his fair chest. On his chest, 2 bulging pectorals were visible, and his 8-pack abs were very well defined, full of the beauty of strength. However, at this moment, his supreme treasure battle blade, under the control of his divine thought, hovered in front of his chest. The blade faced his chest and slashed downwards. Puchi tilde. Soon, a long, vertical cut was sliced into Venerable Fen now's chest. Blood gushed out from his chest. The method for using the innate beast god heart was very simple. One only needed to bury it into one's own chest. Thump tilde. Thump tilde. When the innate beast god heart was stuffed into his chest, its beating caused vibrations within his chest, and the sound quickly traveled to Venerable Fen now's ears. This feeling was very strange. I feel like this heart is merging with my heart. This process would be relatively slow and would last for a long time, at least several hundred years. Break. In the distant giant axe mini-universe, Gao Xiang's original body suddenly stood up, leapt into the air, and appeared above the first continent. A battle blade appeared in his hand. The battle blade was only a high-level heavy treasure, not a supreme treasure. However, after he swung his blade, it emitted a heaven-shaking light. This terrifying blade strike was like an auspicious omen descending from the heavens, causing the sky over the entire first continent to change drastically. Countless rolling thunders tumbled within the pale clouds, resembling active electric snakes swimming in water. What is going on? The incarnation of the great axe founder, who remained in the giant axe mini-universe, suddenly noticed the changes in his mini-universe. Soon, through his control over the mini-universe, he knew that it was the first continent that had undergone an abnormal change. To save on the consumption of divine power, his incarnation did not remain on the first continent but stayed on the second continent. The second continent had a time acceleration of 5,000 times, and the divine power it consumed was less than 1% of that of the first continent. To help Gao Xiang, the great axe founder had already rejected requests from quite a few universe lords and universe venerables. Currently, Gao Xiang was the only one on the entire first continent. On the edge of the first continent, there was an invisible membrane wall. Once approached, one would be blocked. At this moment, over 100 powerhouses had already gathered outside the membrane wall. Among them were some incarnations of universe lords, some universe exalts, and some undying existences. Gao Xiang has stayed on the first continent for over 10,000 eras under 10,000 times time acceleration. Could it be that he has had a breakthrough? The incarnation of the Master of Lankang appeared next to the incarnation of the great axe founder, staring at Gao Xiang in the sky above the distant first continent. I guess it should be, but it must be that his blade technique has improved. The great axe founder nodded. This was his mini-universe, so he was the one with the most authority among everyone present. Gao Xiang, in the sky above the first continent, held his battle blade. He slid one palm along the blade surface and then slashed down with the blade. Thousands of thunders seemed to have been activated at this moment, and as the blade was swung, they poured down madly towards the ground. Immediately, the entire first continent became a battlefield of thunder. Rumble. The first continent, with a diameter of over 50 million light-years, was completely shattered into boulders by that one blade strike. Large boulders had a diameter of no less than 1 kilometer, and small boulders had a diameter of no more than 100 meters. This power is truly terrifying. The master of Lancang was completely dumbfounded. Although he had not experienced the power of this blade strike, he could feel its terror even through the membrane wall of the first continent. The master of Lancang even had an illusion that he might not be able to withstand this blade strike. I didn't expect that the first continent I personally created would be shattered by his blade strike. The Great Axe founder laughed out loud. The first continent was shattered, it didn't matter, he could just recondense it. The strongest move, complete. Gao Xiang was very excited. He looked in the direction of the Great Axe founder and nodded slightly at him. The Great Axe waved his hand lightly, and the invisible membrane wall covering the outside of the first continent disappeared. At the same time, the time flow rate in the area where the first continent was located quickly synchronized with the second continent, maintaining a level of 5,000 times. Seeing the time flow rate drop, Gao Xiang knew that the Great Axe founder had cancelled the 10,000 times time acceleration maintenance. He flew in the direction of the Great Axe founder. Greetings, teacher. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to have succeeded in creating it. Under 10,000 times time acceleration, it took over 10,000 eras to finally comprehend it. Gao Xiang was not overly proud. Chapter 206, The Primal Star Opens. Without the help of the Great Axe founder, he would probably have had to spend over 10,000 eras in the primordial universe to create his strongest secret technique. Have you named your secret technique yet? The master of Lancang, who was standing nearby, asked curiously. What could be the name of such a powerful secret technique? Even as a grand universe lord, he himself had not yet created his strongest secret technique. To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. Gao Xiang muttered, the blade is like thunder, the lightning serpents swallow the heavens, and the mountains and rivers shatter. Let this strike be called, lightning swallows mountains and rivers. Lightning swallows mountains and rivers, what a great name. Great Axe founder repeated. I hope your blade technique will leave a resounding reputation in the universe C in the future. And what about the name of your secret technique? The master of Lancang continued to ask. The chaos chart. Gao Xiang quickly came up with a name. Although it wasn't particularly elegant, the word, chaos, represented his pursuit of the chaos law. Chaos is the material airflow in the universe C. It seems you are full of anticipation for adventuring in the universe C, Gao Xiang. Great Axe founder muttered. He continued, with your strength, you are qualified to go on adventures in the universe C. However, my true body is still adventuring in the core region of the Qingfeng world, so I will have chaos take you there. Great Axe, you're actually letting Gao Xiang adventure in the dangerous universe C. I'm afraid that's inappropriate. After all, Gao Xiang is still only a universe exalt. It won't be too late once he steps into the realm of a universe lord. Knowing how dangerous the universe C was, the master of Lancang quickly objected. It wasn't that he harbored any hostility toward Gao Xiang, but rather he was considering the interests of the race. Both Gao Xiang's true body and his clone possessed several powerful true treasures. Especially the Peak Palace type true treasure and the two top-tier soul type and domain type true treasures, these were all important treasures of the entire human race. If they were lost to the outside world, it would be a huge loss for the human race. Great Axe founder naturally knew what the master of Lancang was thinking, but he had already made up his mind and wouldn't allow the master of Lancang to object. Lancang, you don't need to worry about Gao Xiang's safety. I believe Gao Xiang will have absolutely no problem adventuring in the safe outer regions of the Qingfeng world. The master of Lancang was somewhat resigned. Fine. Since that's the case, I hope Gao Xiang will be careful with his safety and absolutely avoid those dangerous places. If he encounters danger, he must remember to use the transmission token to call for help in a timely manner. The virtual universe network cannot be used in the Universe C, so communication must rely on transmission tokens. Here, take this. The master of Lankang handed a transmission token to Gao Xiang. It's actually a true treasure. Gao Xiang discovered that the transmission token in his hand was actually made of true treasure materials. Although it was only an ordinary true treasure, its value was still beyond imagination. If I'm not mistaken, Gao Xiang, you plan to use your clone to head to the Universe C, right? Great Axe founder continued. Yes. My clone already has over 2,000 times the life gene level, and my powerful true treasures are also over there, so naturally, I will use this clone to go out. Pausing for a moment, Gao Xiang continued, my true body will return to my hometown, where I will establish a cultivation holy land. Qiulong Planet was Gao Xiang's hometown, where he had spent his childhood. Although he had long since lost much of an impression of his parents, he still held many memories of the place where he grew up. There was not much point in him continuing to stay in the Giant Axe mini-universe now. Staying in Primordial Chaos City was likewise of little significance. Only returning to his hometown to protect his own domain was his ultimate destination. Several days passed. Master. Venerable Mengdi appeared beside Gao Xiang. By this time, Gao Xiang had already left the Giant Axe mini-universe. Relying on God Country teleportation and teleportation, he quickly arrived at Qiulong Planet. Qiulong Planet was a highly prosperous planet. As early as over 20,000 years ago, it had been one of the centers of the nearby star domain. Later, it became the political center of the Carol Empire and had always been ruled by the Carol family. Qiulong Planet had undergone 10,000 years of development by the Carol Empire, and today's Qiulong Planet was already completely different from the past. Its volume had expanded by several million times, and it had transformed from a sphere into a rectangular shape. Nowadays, Qiulong Planet could no longer be called Qiulong Planet, instead, it had to be called Qiulong Continent. After undergoing over 100 expansions, reinforcements, and consolidations, Qiulong Continent was now a supercontinent. The entire continent had been integrated into a single entity, similar to a super warship, crafted into an unimaginably massive weapon. The continental shelf at the edges of the continent utilized an all-metal framework with a thickness of over 10,000 kilometers, and its strength could easily withstand the full-force strike of a king-level immortal. Of course, all these changes to Qiulong Continent were credited to Gao Xiang. In the eyes of the Carol family, Gao Xiang was their old ancestor, a godlike existence. He had not left behind any offspring of his own, but the descendants of the entire family all considered themselves as Gao Xiang's descendants. Gao Xiang could understand this. The past descendants, such as Lyle and Meng Tuo, had long since been purged. Even those elders who had initially opposed continuing to nurture Gao Xiang, along with their descendants, had long since been kicked out of the Carol family. The remaining family members were all those who supported Gao Xiang's side. Gao Xiang had not participated in any of these family actions, they were all personally overseen and executed by teacher Kaluo of the Carol family. Gao Xiang, you finally decided to come back. Kaluo looked at this disciple with satisfaction. Teacher. Gao Xiang sat beside Kaluo, respectful as always. If it hadn't been for Kaluo's high regard, the current Gao Xiang would not exist. Over 20,000 years had passed, and today's Kaluo was still a world lord. Kaluo was currently a member of the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm, and his talent was quite decent. He was in no hurry to make a breakthrough to become an undying, he had his own ambitions. Grandpa Fedi. Just then, an elderly man walked in. The elderly man had white hair and a kind expression on his face, but his aura told others that he was a person of real power who had occupied a high position for a long time. He was the current emperor of the Carol Empire, Fedi. Relying on the massive amount of resources provided by Gao Xiang, Fedi had become an undying early on. However, undying was already his limit. If he wanted to continue improving, it would require Gao Xiang to continue throwing crazy amounts of resources at him. But Fedi did not want this, he felt that being able to obtain eternal life was already enough. That Fedi could become the emperor of the Carol Empire was entirely thanks to Gao Xiang. Having developed for over 20,000 years, the entire Carol Empire had become a medium civilization universe country with strength far exceeding that of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. As it turned out, Fedi was actually quite talented in being an emperor. Gao Xiang, long time no see. At this moment, another family big shot appeared. She had a baby face, and her entire being looked as though she had never undergone the wash of time, her personality remaining highly innocent. Molly, long time no see. Molly had decided to make a breakthrough to become an undying 1,000 years ago. She became an official Marquis-level primary in one go. However, with her talent, Marquis-level primary was already her ceiling. If she wanted to continue improving, it would probably require the accumulation of hundreds of millions of eras. Old ancestor. Behind Molly, another undying followed. Feng Tang did not call Gao Xiang by his name, but instead directly addressed him as Old Ancestor. Back then, his relationship with Gao Xiang had not been good. Later, through his own hard work, he entered the Ganwu secret realm. Only after becoming a member of the Ganwu secret realm did he find out that Gao Xiang had actually formed a small group within the Ganwu secret realm and had made quite a big name for himself there. In order to improve his strength, he began to actively close the distance between himself and Gao Xiang. Nowadays, he had already become a Marquis-level advanced expert. Both Feng Tang and Molly knew that without Gao Xiang's help, the two of them might not even have had the qualifications to enter the Ganwu secret realm. But ever since Gao Xiang entered the primitive mystical region, with the rapid rise of his status and position, his family members had also risen to the heavens along with him. Gao Xiang, how long do you plan to stay this time? Following Feng Tang, the old clan chief also walked in. He looked at Gao Xiang with a bit of fear, like a junior seeing a strict elder. Although he was Gao Xiang's grandfather, in Gao Xiang's eyes, Fedi was his true grandfather. The old clan chief had many grandsons and granddaughters, and he had to consider the entire family. Back then, Gao Xiang indeed had very ordinary talent, so it was actually quite normal that he did not receive key nurturing from the family. This kind of situation was extremely common throughout the human universe countries. Yet, by chance, some neglected family descendants would suddenly rise. Some of these suddenly risen family descendants harbored grudges for what their original families had done to them, severing all contact with the family. Others would find ways to help their families. Gao Xiang belonged to the middle type. He had neither severed contact with the family nor actively helped them. Yet the entire Carol family still developed rapidly under the influence of Gao Xiang. I plan to stay on Qiulong continent for a long time this time. That is truly wonderful. The old clan chief's eyes lit up. Today's Gao Xiang was a major figure in the entire Ganwu universe country. Any power wishing to develop in the Ganwu universe country would surely give face to the Carol Empire. I plan to build a cultivation holy land on Qiulong planet. Next, Gao Xiang briefly explained his plan. He did not want to establish a talent training institution, but rather planned to bring all of his disciples over and nurture them here. Master. Just then, Venerable Mengdi emerged from Gao Xiang's world ring. This pressure actually makes my entire body weak. The moment Venerable Mengdi appeared, cold sweat began to break out on Feng Tang's forehead. He felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy, extremely uncomfortable. As for the others whose strength was even weaker than his, such as Molly and Fedi, their legs had already gone soft and they found it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, they were all already sitting in chairs, otherwise, they would have collapsed to the ground. Mengdi, restrain your pressure. Just then, Gao Xiang spoke in a cold voice. Oh, only then did Venerable Mengdi completely restrain her pressure. But her gaze still swept over everyone present. Her strength was truly terrifying. Venerable Mengdi had done that on purpose just now. First, she knew that Gao Xiang had not been valued by his family in the past, and she wanted to vent some anger on behalf of her master. Second, she was also going to stay with her master on Qiulong continent for a long time, and Gao Xiang's orders would need to be conveyed through her, so she wanted to establish the prestige of a powerhouse in front of these people. Your soul servant is actually a universe exalt as well, how terrifying. Molly walked up to Venerable Mengdi, carefully sizing up the exquisite and beautiful woman before her. If she hadn't known in advance that Venerable Mengdi belonged to the monster race, Molly would probably have just thought she was a beautiful human woman. Just then, Gao Xiang received an official email from the Virtual Universe Corporation. Human Race High-Level Meeting. Everyone, please gather outside the Hongmeng Hall of the Virtual Universe immediately. Because the email was marked in red, it was forced to display on Gao Xiang's Virtual Universe Network page. As long as he connected to the Virtual Universe Network, he had to handle this email. Human Race Highest Level Meeting. Gao Xiang said silently to himself. This was his first time participating in a Human Race Highest Level meeting since becoming a Universe Exalt. Virtual Universe Network, Great Alliance Plane, outside the Hongmeng Hall. At this time, over 1,000 Universe Exalts had already gathered outside the Hongmeng Hall. They were either gathered in small groups of 2s and 3s, or standing alone. Venerable Fen Nao, the hairy ape-man giant, Venerable Zhen Yan, was chatting with a group of exalts when he saw Gao Xiang suddenly appear beside him. He hurriedly greeted him, Venerable Fen Nao. When these exalts saw that the newcomer was Gao Xiang, they also greeted him. They were already well aware of Venerable Fen Nao's battle achievements. As early as over 10,000 years ago, he was able to defeat Venerable Pei Feng, a universe venerable of the Northern Border Alliance. Furthermore, Gao Xiang had even managed to emerge completely unscathed from the self-detonation of the Lord of Nine Nether's clone, and had even gained the high regard of the Lord of Nine Nether. From this, one could see just how powerful Venerable Fen Nao's strength was. For the few universe exalts like Venerable Zhen Yan, the strongest among them was only a mid-tier universe exalt. Ordinarily, they had to be extremely polite when they saw high-tier universe exalts. Now that they had met a universe venerable, they were naturally extremely polite. I wonder what kind of meeting this is, to be so urgent and not even let us know in advance. Gao Xiang looked at the crowd, puzzled. I guess it might have something to do with the imminent opening of the primal star. Venerable Qi Zhou speculated. Having lived for hundreds of millions of eras, he had participated in many human race highest-level meetings and knew how often the primal star opened. The primal star? Venerable Zhen Yan asked in confusion. Although he had also lived for hundreds of millions of eras, back then he was merely an invincible king level. He knew absolutely nothing about high-profile matters like the primal star. Yes, it should be the primal star. The primal star opens once every 10,081 eras, and each opening lasts for 1,000 eras. Based on my estimates from the last opening, it should be correct. If the primal star is opening, then it doesn't have much to do with us. Venerable Zan Yu shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Although primary and mid-tier universe exalts like them were qualified to enter the primal star, it was extremely dangerous there. Lacking any ability to protect themselves, going there would just be throwing their lives away. Even high-tier exalts who wanted to adventure on the primal star needed to band together and form teams, otherwise, it would be just as dangerous. Only universe venerables could move about relatively safely and freely on the primal star. Venerable Qi Zhou shook his head. We had better not go to the primal star to join in the chaos. However, he still looked at Gao Xiang. Venerable Fen Nao is a universe venerable with strength very close to a high-tier universe lord. You can certainly try adventuring on the primal star. Chapter 207, The Appearance of a True Treasure. Oh, is that so? According to his original plan, Gao Xiang had prepared to head out to roam the universe sea after he created his strongest secret technique. However, it just so happened to coincide with the timeline of the original work, when the primal star was about to open. Since that was the case, he could try his luck on the primal star before heading to the universe sea. Teacher. At this moment, a white-robed man appeared in front of Gao Xiang. Luo Feng. Gao Xiang was not surprised by Luo Feng's appearance. According to the original timeline, Luo Feng would have just returned from Bohemia Island at this time. He had once killed King Fei Jing, showing strength comparable to a medium universe exalt. In reality, the actual timeline was more or less the same. Luo Feng had indeed just returned from Bohemia Island, but he had not defeated King Fei Jing. What he killed was a special life form whose strength was close to King Fei Jing's. The primal star is about to open. You need to be cautious after you go there. Gao Xiang patted Luo Feng's shoulder and reminded him. Luo Feng was slightly surprised. He had also heard from a few of his exalt friends that the primal star was about to open. At the same time, he also knew of the benefits and dangers of the primal star. With his current strength of a medium universe exalt, there was no way he wouldn't go out to take risks and explore. However, he believed that everyone would oppose his entry into the primal star. Yet, his teacher Gao Xiang actually agreed to let him enter the primal star. I know you are a lone wolf, and I will also enter the primal star. We will act separately. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact me at any time. Gao Xiang sent this final sentence to Luo Feng via voice transmission. Just then, the thousands of universe exalts in front of the Great Alliance Palace disappeared at the same time. They were teleported into the Great Alliance Palace. Gao Xiang looked up at the massive seats in the sky ahead. There were more than 10 massive seats in total, and each seat was over 1,000 meters wide. At this moment, a muscular man with messy hair and knotted muscles sat on the central massive seat. A massive seat beside him was empty. Presumably, that seat is reserved for the primal ancestor. Gao Xiang shifted his gaze from the empty seat and looked in the direction of the primordial Chaos City Lord. The seat he occupied was over 500 meters wide, and its height was second only to the massive seats of the palace masters. There were fewer than 100 seats like his here, each representing the presence of a universe venerable. Below him were smaller seats, representing high-level, medium-level, and low-level universe exalts respectively. Chaos, this meeting will still be hosted by you. The Great Axe founder looked at the primordial Chaos City Lord beside him. The primordial Chaos City Lord nodded, his voice steady and majestic. The primal star will open in 10 years. Please make your preparations. Borrow true treasures if you need to. Once the primal star opens, our human race will enter immediately. At the same time, the primordial Chaos City Lord also distributed information about the primal star to every exalt attending the human race's highest council for the first time. Meeting adjourned. After the primordial Chaos City Lord finished speaking, he announced the end of the meeting. As expected, the human race's highest council doesn't have so much nonsense. Gao Xiang liked such highly efficient meetings. Thinking back to his previous life as a working stiff, when leaders held meetings, just the big boss's speech would start at half an hour at least. It was incredibly painful. After the meeting, Gao Xiang met with Luo Feng in the virtual universe network. Luo Feng, do you lack any true treasures for this trip to the primal star? Teacher, are you planning to lend me a true treasure? Luo Feng smiled. Yes. Luo Feng shook his head. No need, disciple has his own opportunities. The true treasures I have on me are enough. Oh, Gao Zhang's eyes lit up. He was somewhat interested in Luo Feng's opportunities. He wondered if his own appearance would cause Luo Feng's opportunities to change. However, what Gao Xiang did know was, Luo Feng had already successfully claimed ownership of the Star Tower in the outside territory battlefield. Luo Feng had already cultivated the 9 Tribulations secret code, and had long since taken Zuo Shenk as his master. Disciple plans to head to the Yanshen secret realm. Luo Feng revealed his next plan. He knew that the Flame Emperor was narrow-minded and would definitely not hand over the Force armor easily. Yet, he wouldn't dare to kill him personally, so he would most likely have other universe venerables do the deed. Stay safe. I know you have means to preserve your life. Hee, Luo Feng chuckled. He had indeed comprehended a life-preserving trump card not long ago. Standing before his teacher, it felt as if he had no secrets at all. Other universe exalts, universe lords, and even the primordial Chaos City Lord opposed his entry into the primal star. Only his teacher supported him. When he said he wanted to go to the Yanshen secret realm, his teacher actually supported him as well. Was he not afraid that his disciple would perish? 10 years flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, the biggest event that occurred in the entire human race was that Luo Feng had actually made a trip to the Yanshen secret realm. In the Yanshen secret realm, he was simultaneously hunted by several universe venerables in a coordinated effort, yet he still returned safely. No one understood why Luo Feng, carrying several true treasures on him, dared to venture into the territory of the flame god race. But Gao Xiang knew that at this time, Luo Feng must have obtained the force armor he had dreamed of. The primal star has opened. Everyone may enter. The primordial Chaos City Lord stood in the sky above the primal stars, gazing at the 10,081 primal stars. Each primal star had a diameter of only 100 billion kilometers. To universe exalts and universe lords, they were considered very small planets. However, teleportation and God country transmission were impossible on these planets, one could only fly. Therefore, treasure hunting on the primal star was extremely dangerous once a life or death crisis was encountered. However, with a total of 10,081 primal stars, a large number of powerhouses were dispersed. As long as one was cautious enough, the probability of a universe venerable perishing was extremely low. Gao Zhang's Fen Now clone, also known as Gao Xiang, chose to land on primal star number 800. This was a planet of vast white snow, completely frozen over, with wild winds blowing in the sky that could easily shred king-level powerhouses. I didn't expect the gravity here to be so strong. After Gao Xiang landed on the primal star, he found that his flight speed was severely affected. However, this effect was mutual and not directed at him alone. Ahead lay stretches of tall forests. However, the forest had long been covered by wind and snow, turning into stretches of ice forests. What is this? After taking just a few steps, Gao Xiang felt something hard underfoot. His divine body was already over 2,000 times standard, and its hardness was comparable to a top-tier heavy treasure. Logically, whatever was under his foot should have been easily crushed. There weren't many things left that could stub his toe. Could it be that I've stepped on a treasure? Gao Xiang had heard some exalts say that some lucky exalts might actually step on a heavy treasure. The primal star was quite special. Once a treasure appeared, some special changes would more or less occur. For example, when a heavy treasure appeared, its special changes were very minor, often failing to attract the attention of those nearby. Therefore, actually stepping on a heavy treasure while walking was indeed possible. However, once some true treasures appeared, they would cause quite a stir. The stronger the true treasure, the greater the commotion it would cause. Some true treasures might even appear alongside a giant palace or some celestial phenomena. Gao Xiang picked up the object under his foot, brushed away the snow, and quickly saw the outline of the heavy treasure. It was a helmet shaped like a bull's head. An ordinary heavy treasure helmet, worth only 3 to 5 heavy treasure points. Gao Xiang was somewhat dismissive of this heavy treasure. Still, even a tiny mosquito has meat. He put the helmet away, thinking it would be nice to bestow upon a disciple in the future. He continued to move forward. Moving forward along the way, he spent a whole month searching almost every corner of this primal star. During this period, he encountered several teams composed of high-level universe exalts, as well as several universe venerables. But Gao Xiang did not make a move against these foreign races. Before any powerful treasure actually appeared, no one wanted to make a move prematurely, wasting time and energy in vain. I'd better hurry to the next primal star. He had already stayed on primal star number 800 for a whole month. Aside from accidentally stepping on a heavy treasure, he had also picked up a newly emerged high-level heavy treasure. A high-level heavy treasure warhammer. When he picked up that warhammer back then, 2 universe venerables quickly appeared nearby. Seeing that it was only a high-level heavy treasure warhammer, they instantly lost interest. They turned and left one after another, not bothering to fight Gao Xiang for it. Gao Xiang looked up at the sky, his divine power erupting completely as he began to combat the powerful gravity of the primal star. As he surged into the sky, a spectacular scene unfolded. On primal star number 800, which he had already swept through once, a crack actually appeared in its hard ice layer. At first, the crack was only a few meters long, looking very ordinary on the surface. But Gao Xiang knew that on this primal star, whose hardness and gravity were tens of thousands of times those of an ordinary planet, Any crack would represent a force capable of causing a planet to explode if placed on any other world. Gao Xiang stopped midair, his gaze locked onto the crack below. Sure enough, this crack of only a few meters quickly expanded toward both ends. In just a brief moment, this crack turned into a narrow rift valley over 10 kilometers long. Furthermore, the length and depth of the rift valley were increasing at an alarming rate. The commotion is getting bigger and bigger. It seems the level of the true treasure inside is also gradually rising. However, this will also attract many powerhouses. A faint smile appeared on Gao Xiang's face. He was already prepared for battle. Seeing the rift valley continue to expand, the universe exalts who were still lingering on this primal star rushed over immediately. At the same time, powerhouses on nearby primal stars also rushed over upon hearing the news. Buzz tilde. Just then, everyone present felt a tremor from the surface of the primal star, like an earthquake, making them nearly lose their footing. An earthquake that could make universe exalts lose their footing showed just how formidable this power was. It's actually a giant palace. Along with the earthquake, a massive blood-red palace slowly emerged from the bottom of the rift valley. Just a corner of the palace emerging revealed a massive structure with a width exceeding 100 trillion kilometers. One could imagine how exaggerated and illogical the scene was, for a giant palace over 1,000,000 kilometers wide to suddenly emerge on a small primal star with a diameter of only 100 billion kilometers. This is a primal star closest to the core of the primordial universe. No, phenomenon is impossible. These universe venerables were already starting to go wild. Fierce light gleamed in their eyes, filled with unbearable hunger and thirst, and they felt an itch all over, extremely restless. Rumble tilde. The giant blood-red palace was still rising. Soon, its height exceeded 10 million kilometers. One could imagine how exaggerated and illogical it would be if a giant tower suddenly appeared on Earth with a height exceeding Earth's diameter. The commotion was massive, but the palace rose at a slow speed, so many nearby universe venerables had already arrived. They watched their surroundings, secretly analyzing potential opponents, prepared to strike at any moment. There are 3 universe venerables around me that I need to pay attention to. Gao Xiang quickly locked onto the 3 strongest individuals present. One was the leader of the Mud Frog race, Mud Frog Sage, a top-tier universe overlord. Another was the top-tier universe overlord of the monster race camp, Venerable Tidao, whose true form was a powerful mantis monster. The last one was the special life form, Venerable Wuxia. This Venerable Wuxia is the most troublesome, possessing a divine body 4,000 times standard, and his combat power is already comparable to a medium universe lord. Gao Xiang analyzed these 3 strongest powerhouses on the primal star one by one. Looking at this commotion, it's at least a top-tier true treasure. Mud Frog Sage held a rotten wood staff, his back hunched, making him look like a standing, hunchbacked toad. I am the strongest of the Mud Frog race. I must obtain this top-tier true treasure. I want to become a universe lord and make our Mud Frog race a powerful race. Mud Frog Sage squinted his eyes with a fierce look, desperately wanting to obtain a powerful true treasure. This true treasure is definitely mine. Venerable Tidao stood up, his 2 giant scythes suddenly snapping shut with 2 sharp, guillotine-like sounds that made one's hair stand on end. Humph. None of you fight me for it. Venerable Wuxia considered himself the strongest among everyone present. After the blood-red giant palace's height exceeded 10 million kilometers, its rising speed began to slow down. Everyone discovered that there was a giant stone gate at the bottom of the palace. The stone gate slowly opened, and at the same time, a golden light shone from within. Mud Frog Sage squinted his eyes, using one arm to block most of the golden light in front of him. This power is truly shocking. It seems a top-tier true treasure is guaranteed. I hope it's a top-tier domain-type true treasure, or even a top-tier palace-type true treasure. Venerable Tidao stared ahead unblinkingly. If he could obtain a top-tier domain-type true treasure, then even if he encountered a universe strongest in the primordial universe, he would be confident in escaping safely. Buzz tilde. Sometime after the golden light appeared, a buzzing sound from the depths of their souls plunged everyone present into pain. There's actually a willpower impact. Gao Xiang was the first universe venerable to wake up, and he quickly realized what the true treasure inside represented. It carried a powerful willpower impact that could affect universe venerables, which meant this true treasure was highly likely a peak true treasure. Chapter 208 Peak Soul Treasure. I hope it is a peak soul type or domain type treasure. Gao Xiang already possessed a peak palace type treasure, while the treasures for other parts were all of ordinary and high ranks. As the palace gates continued to open, the golden light became increasingly dazzling, and the humming sound from the depths of the soul continued unabated. On the scene, apart from Gao Xiang, Mud Frog Sage, and the other 3 top universe venerables, the remaining universe venerables and high-level universe lords remained in a daze. It seems that the final winner can only be one of the 3 of us. Mud Frog Sage took the lead. He could no longer hold back, so he rushed towards the direction of the palace gates. Fool! Venerable Wuxia snorted coldly. He watched Mud Frog Sage rush forward, but he did not rush to follow. It is mine, it is mine. In order to obtain the treasure that was highly likely to be a peak treasure, Mud Frog Sage had fallen into utter madness. He was the strongest of the Mud Frog race, and behind him stood billions of Mud Frog clansmen. He dared not take it lightly, he had to become stronger. Boom! However, the power of the treasure would not show Mud Frog Sage any mercy. Mud Frog Sage was instantly struck by the golden light, and his whole body was sent flying backward, his powerful physical body actually beginning to shatter. In just a moment, he had been completely shattered. What terrifying power! Having recondensed his physical body, Mud Frog Sage hovered in midair, staring at the huge palace in front of him with both terror and excitement. Terror, because the power of that treasure was truly too strong. Excitement, because this indicated that the treasure was absolutely extraordinary. Fool! Venerable Wuxia continued to mock. However, at this moment, the treasure that had been shining brightly suddenly had its golden light dissipate, and a golden sphere of light with a diameter of over 10 meters flew out of the palace. The moment the golden light sphere appeared, everyone quickly identified what kind of treasure it was. It is a peak soul type treasure. The gold content of the word peak alone was enough to make all the universe venerables present go crazy for it. The strongest treasures that all primal stars could produce were peak treasures. And peak palace type treasures were undeniably ranked first. Next were the peak domain type and soul type treasures. Oh no, universe lords will definitely descend later. Venerable Tidao quickly realized something. A peak soul type treasure was a super treasure that was enough to make universe lords kill for it. Wuxia domain. Venerable Wuxia immediately released his domain type treasure. He had originally relied on his top-tier domain type treasure, Wuxia, to roam the primordial universe and achieve a reputation comparable to that of a medium-level universe lord. After the Wuxia domain was fully released, the entire primal star turned into a foggy sandy land. The ground was a sandy area that severely affected flight speed. The sky was a foggy domain that obstructed divine power exploration, severely affecting vision and flight speed. Damn it! Venerable Tidao and Mud Frog Sage did not have such powerful domain-type treasures, so they were both very passive. Only Venerable Wuxia was very calm, because the Wuxia domain would not affect him. What is this? However, just as they were taking action, another domain began to contend with his Wuxia domain. Venerable Fen Now, you actually also possess a top-tier domain-type treasure. Venerable Wuxia was furious. He had lived for hundreds of millions of eras before obtaining one top-tier domain-type treasure. Yet, Venerable Fen Now was said to have lived for less than 3 eras, and yet he also had a top-tier domain-type treasure. It was simply too unfair. Next, let's see whose blade is stronger. Gao Xiang did not hesitate at all and immediately unleashed his strongest blade. Come on. Venerable Wuxia also drew his blade. However, the moment he drew his blade, the opponent's blade had already appeared before him. A single slash, 10,081 blood-colored blade rays, carrying monstrous power, made Venerable Wuxia tremble with fear. The opponent possessed strength comparable to a medium-level Universe Lord, which was the strength of a Tier 3 Universe Lord. Venerable Wuxia dared not be careless. He started with his strongest blade. Although Mud Frog Sage and Venerable Tidao were both Universe Venerables, they did not have powerful domain-type treasures, so their movement speed was severely affected, and they were still a long distance away from the treasure at this time. This is impossible. When Gao Xiang's blade passed through his body, Venerable Wuxia was stunned. With just one slash, his divine power body was instantly annihilated. Venerable Wuxia turned into a mist of blood and soon dissipated. And the domain-type treasure he left behind naturally soon fell into the hands of Gao Xiang. Flee. Mud Frog Sage was greatly alarmed. Run quickly. Venerable Tidao was also bewildered. That was only one slash. Venerable Wuxia, who was comparable to a medium-level universe lord, was actually easily annihilated. What a pauper. Gao Xiang found some treasures among the opponent's relics. The opponent's strongest treasure was the top-tier domain-type treasure, Wuxia, followed by 2 high-level treasures and 2 ordinary treasures. The remaining treasures were all some top-tier heavy treasures. This, Wuxia, can be used by my main body for a long time, and the other treasures can be used by my main body temporarily. After owning a peak treasure, Gao Xiang's eye for treasures also became picky. He might not even look at high-level treasures. It actually controls a region of space-time. Gao Xiang suddenly discovered that a part of the domain released by his treasure was completely suppressed. Only a universe lord could control a region of space-time, making regional domains ineffective. Got it. Gao Xiang took the golden light sphere treasure into his hand, immediately imprinted his soul mark, and then stored it in his world ring. Human Gao Xiang, hand over the treasure, or die. A bolt of lightning appeared from the sky of the primal star and appeared on the ground of the primal star in the blink of an eye. The opponent's speed was so fast that it was like teleportation. Master Qiulong, I didn't expect you to dare to come here. Gao Xiang immediately recognized that the universe lord before him was Master Qiulong of the Northern Border Alliance. The Northern Border Alliance had over 100 universe lords, and Master Qiulong was not prominent in the Northern Border Alliance, so there was no record of him in the original work. However, Gao Xiang had detailed information about Master Qiulong. Master Qiulong possessed 2 major innate secret techniques: immersive experience, and shattering void. Immersive experience was a terrifying illusion secret technique. Under equal strength, it was almost hard to find an opponent. Shattering void was an offensive secret technique that could instantly shatter the void realm around the opponent, making it impossible for the opponent to defend against. Once I possess a peak soul type treasure, my immersive experience secret technique will increase in power several times over. Master Qiulong could conclude that once he obtained this treasure, he would become a Tier 4 Universe Lord, or even a Tier 5 Universe Lord. Dream on. Meat that had reached his mouth, Gao Xiang would not let go. Now that the treasure was in his hands, all he had to do was find a way to escape, rather than being entangled in a fight with the opponent. He was not afraid of dealing with one Master Qiulong, but the problem was that more Universe Lords would appear later. A peak soul-type treasure actually appeared on primitive star number 800. Upon learning the intelligence, Master Sushin of the insect race was greatly shocked. Their insect race's universe lords were all great masters of the soul Tao, and they naturally had a strong demand for soul-type treasures. For them, the value of a soul-type treasure was equivalent to that of a palace-type treasure. It just so happens that I am nearby. You immediately block all the entry and exit vortex channels around primitive star number 800. Do not let any universe exalt leave. Master Sushin quickly ordered her subordinates, and then she flew towards the nearest vortex channel where she was located. Because of the special nature of the primal stars region, teleportation and God country transmission were impossible. Even if a universe lord came, they would have to fly honestly. Venerable Fen now, hand over the peak soul-type treasure, and I will spare your life. Master Qiulong looked at Venerable Fen now coldly. He had wanted to kill the opponent immediately. However, he knew something about the opponent having once fought against the Lord of Nine Nether. He had no certainty that he could kill Venerable Fen now in a short time. In that case, the universe lords of the surrounding primal stars would definitely descend. By then, he might not be able to obtain this treasure. Dream on, if you have the ability, come and take it yourself. When he fought against the Lord of Nine Nether back then, he was able to save his life, and now that he had realized the strongest secret technique, his life-saving ability was naturally stronger. As long as no universe strongest descended, he was not afraid at all. A purple vertical slit on the top of Master Qiulong's head suddenly split open, revealing an eye in the center of his forehead. At the same time, a purple ray burst out from the eye. The purple ray quickly covered a large area in front. This included the place where Gao Xiang was. The characteristic of soul attacks was that they were without warning and unavoidable. In just an instant, Gao Xiang fell into the opponent's illusion. Gao Xiang, even if you do not sink into my illusion and can wake up in a moment, as long as it takes a moment, I can completely annihilate you. Master Qiulong released the ray from his forehead eye and immediately manipulated 8 sharp swords. The 8 sharp swords were all suspended above a compass, identical in size and appearance, made of pure black metal. This was a set of top-tier mental attack treasures that Master Qiulong had obtained by opportunity, and its effect was comparable to a peak treasure. Under the control of the compass, the 8 sharp swords could instantly turn into tens of thousands of sharp swords to attack, with a wide coverage area, enough to kill any living creature within a radius of 10 million kilometers. However, this set of top-tier weapon treasures of his was not complete. It had a total of 9 sharp swords and 1 compass. Master Qiulong was still missing 1 sharp sword. This made Master Qiulong very eager to find the last sharp sword. He was willing to pay a huge price for the last sharp sword. The sky full of sharp swords turned into a rain of swords, swarming towards the motionless Venerable Fen now to kill him. Without a palace-type treasure to protect you, let's see how you die. Master Qiulong sneered. However, he had judged wrong after all. Venerable Fen now woke up in a moment, and seeing tens of thousands of sharp swords flying over, he immediately slashed out with his blade. This guy is actually not using his peak palace treasure, he is really overestimating his own capabilities. Master Qiulong sneered. The guy in front of him was truly arrogant. He had clearly woken up and had plenty of time to release his peak palace-type treasure. As a result, the opponent attempted to use a weapon to hard block his Jian Heluo set. Master Qiulong could tell that the battle blade in Venerable Fen Nao's hand was also a treasure, but he did not know what level of treasure it was. Was it an ordinary treasure? Or a high-level treasure? It was no longer important, because even if it were a high-level treasure battle blade, it could not withstand his Jian Heluo set. Just at this moment, a scene of astonishment appeared in Master Qiulong's eyes. Venerable Fen Nao just slashed out with 1 blade. However, the power contained this time actually made Master Qiulong start to feel afraid. A single slash, and 10,081 blood rays appeared at the same time. Each blood ray was a complete blade strike. They wove into a net, seamless and tight, with a coverage so wide that it was even wider than the coverage of Master Qiulong's Jian Heluo set. Master Qiulong controlled a region of the domain. Within this domain of his, he was the absolute king. However, after the opponent's blade appeared, it actually instantly tore through his control over this region of space-time. This made Master Qiulong very terrified. This blade was too terrifying. Master Qiulong was a universe lord, and creating an ultimate secret technique was a very normal situation for him. He could be 100% sure that this blade of Venerable Fen Nao had completely surpassed the level of an ultimate secret technique. Could it be that he had already created the strongest secret technique? If that were really the case, it would be too terrifying. Master Qiulong gritted his teeth, and under the control of his divine power, the rain of swords radiated by the Jian Heluo set was still frantically increasing. Soon, its power reached its peak. Master Qiulong's treasure set is truly terrifying, but it is just right to test my strongest secret technique. This strongest blade secret technique of Venerable Fen Nao contained his fused insights into the 4 laws of fire, light, time, and space. Since its creation, he had not yet known where its ceiling was. At this moment, at the entry and exit positions of several distant vortex channels, more than 30,000 universe exalts had already gathered. They were mainly universe exalts from the 9 Domains Alliance and the Insect Race Alliance. Although they could not see the battle in the distance and could not use divine power to probe, the divine power fluctuations caused by the battle between the 2 sides had already affected this primal star. If it were not for the special structure of the primal star at this moment would likely have already been completely annihilated by the 2 sides fighting. Rumble tilde. In the end, Venerable Fen Nao's tens of thousands of blade rays and Master Qijing's Jian Heluo set finally collided. With just one slash, the opponent completely shattered the tens of thousands of sharp swords of the Jian Heluo set. How is this possible? Master Qijing could clearly determine that at the same time as the battle, he had already identified that the opponent's battle blade was only a high-level treasure, which belonged to a very ordinary, or even bottom-tier existence among high-level treasures. Therefore, relying solely on the battle blade to deal with his Jian Heluo set was dreaming. Furthermore, the opponent was only a Universe Lord's divine power body, and he was also a Universe Lord's divine power body, so he naturally had the upper hand. From this, it could be seen that the opponent must have reached the strongest level of secret technique, and it would be absolutely impossible to hard block his own Jian Heluo set. Now, it is your turn. At this time, Venerable Fen now began to display his soul attack methods. The peak soul type treasure that had just been successfully acknowledged as master, because there was no time to comprehend the law secret patterns within it, could not be used for the time being. Chapter 209, Hundreds of palace treasures and heavy treasures block the way. However, Venerable Fen now possessed the blessing of a high-grade soul type treasure inherited from Lord Po Yun. Against any universe exalt, his soul attack was in a state of absolute suppression. Master Qijing was only stunned for a moment before quickly recovering. However, he felt this was a supreme humiliation. A mere soul attack from a universe venerable had actually managed to make him, a soul great master, momentarily dazed. Although he recovered quickly, this also proved that his opponent could already affect him. This made Master Qijing very angry. Master Qijing discovered that the area beneath him was shrouded by a boundless black shadow. He looked up and discovered a giant palace-type treasure in the sky above. Venerable Fen Nao had once fought against the Lord of Nine Nether, and that time, he had used a peak palace-type treasure. Once a universe exalt possessed a peak palace-type treasure, they would be in existence nearly impossible to kill throughout the entire primordial universe. Even if a universe strongest were to attack, as long as he hid inside the palace-type treasure, he would be absolutely safe. Master Qijing, you, a Universe Lord, are nothing special. Those who could become Universe Lords all considered themselves extraordinary, and they cared greatly about their face. Especially when their signature ultimate technique was broken by a little guy whose strength was a full level lower than theirs, their Tao heart would also shatter. This was very difficult for Master Qijing to accept. Damn it! Damn it! A terrifying, cold mist appeared on Master Qijing's gloomy face. Any undying who dared to pass by him would have their soul instantly frozen, dead beyond all hope. Come again. A Tier 3 Universe Lord like Master Qijing was the best sparring partner for the current Venerable Fen Nao. While Master Qijing was complaining, Venerable Fen Nao unleashed his strongest blade once again. It was just a single blade, yet over 10,000 blade beams converged together, the power of it could be imagined. Again, Master Qijing began to feel afraid. Although the opponent's blade was evenly matched with his own, it was precisely because they were evenly matched that made Master Qijing afraid. The opponent was still only a universe exalt. Master Qijing decided to unleash his final trump card, his innate secret technique. In an instant, the world changed color, dark clouds gathered, and thunder filled the sky. Master Qijing's divine power body began to rapidly expand, and his aura surged at this moment as well. He crossed his hands, forming an X shape, and a cold light condensed from his chest. This was an innate secret technique that contained his fusion of the law of light and the law of time. If it were just an innate secret technique, this move would not be strong enough. After unleashing this innate secret technique, he began to reverse comprehend his own innate secret technique. After countless years of comprehension and summarization, he had not only fully mastered the highest level of this innate secret technique but had also strengthened it. Although this move will cost me 1/3 of my divine power body, it will be enough as long as I can kill Venerable Fen Nao. Today, Master Qijing not only wanted to obtain the newly emerged peak soul type treasure, but he also wanted to personally slaughter this guy, Venerable Fen Nao. This guy's power has actually surged so much. Gao Xiang discovered that Master Qijing's divine power was beginning to surge, similar to a secret technique of burning divine power. No, Gao Xiang quickly discovered that Master Qiulong's innate secret technique was not as simple as just burning his divine power body. It was more like an enhanced version of burning the divine power body. Not only was the increase in divine power significant, but the speed of burning the divine power body was also extremely fast. If I am not mistaken, Master Qiulong has erupted with Tier 5 combat power at this moment. Master Qiulong was not very famous within the Northern Border Alliance. The Lord of Galaxy from the Northern Border Alliance was also of Tier 5 combat power. But that opponent was Tier 5 combat power under normal circumstances. If he burned his divine power and combined it with his powerful treasures, he could erupt with Tier 6 combat power. But Master Qiulong was different. His conventional combat power was only Tier 3. Rumble tilde. It sounded slow, but it was actually fast. The second clash between the two was just a matter of an instant. How is this possible? Master Qiulong was stunned. Just now, he had already unleashed Tier 5 combat power. However, the opponent did not die. He was only heavily injured. I didn't expect it to destroy so much of my divine power. Gao Xiang was very surprised. He had clearly mastered his strongest secret technique, yet under Master Qiulong's innate secret technique, he had actually fallen into a disadvantage. I estimate that it might be related to the fact that my strongest secret technique can only erupt with Tier 6 strength. Come again. Although Gao Xiang knew he had already lost a significant amount of his divine power body, he also knew that Master Qiulong's heaven-defying innate secret technique could not be used for a long time. Again tilde. Seeing Venerable Fen now growing more courageous with each fight, Master Qiulong felt somewhat overwhelmed. At this moment, after he had unleashed his full power, his aura had already begun to weaken. My divine power body has already been consumed quite a bit. I fear I can no longer maintain this. Master Qiulong forced himself to hold on, because he saw that in front of him, over 10,000 blood beams had woven together, shrouding a large area in front of him and making it impossible for him to dodge. Let's see how you block me. Gao Xiang stared at Master Qiulong's every move. However, that Master Qiulong actually took out his palace-type treasure. His palace treasure was a high-grade treasure, obtained during an opportunity. The moment the palace treasure was taken out, it instantly grew larger, becoming a massive palace over 10 kilometers high, and simultaneously opened a hatch. Master Qiulong immediately entered it. Rumble tilde. Gao Xiang's strongest secret technique struck Master Qiulong's palace treasure. The palace vibrated, shook in the air, and was immediately sent flying away. Master Qiulong controlled his palace treasure, flying toward the exit of the vortex channel. He, Master Qiulong, a dignified Tier 3 Universe Lord, had actually been beaten into retreat by a Universe Exalt today. It's actually Master Qiulong's palace treasure. The bewitching woman, Master Sushan, was also controlling a palace treasure and happened to be flying out from the entrance of the vortex channel. She recognized Master Qiulong's palace treasure at a glance. She had received intelligence in advance, knowing that Master Qiulong happened to be on primitive star number 800. If nothing went wrong, the opponent should have already clashed with Venerable Fen now. Oh no. The bewitching woman, Master Sushan, suddenly thought of something. Could he have run away the moment he obtained the newly emerged peak soul-type treasure? Master Sushan would not believe that Master Qiulong was actually not a match for Venerable Fen now. This is a primal star. I have already fallen into a disadvantage, and furthermore, I have already used my innate secret technique. My current combat power is not as high as usual. If I continue to stay here, there is a risk of falling. Primal stars are extremely dangerous. If he were to encounter a hostile Universe Lord here, and the opponent discovered that his combat power had dropped significantly, they would likely attack him. Unable to teleport or use kingdom teleportation, and without the ability of a clone, he might really fall. Just then, Master Qiulong discovered that a palace treasure was following behind him. The palace treasure followed closely, pursuing relentlessly. It was clearly chasing him. Master Qiulong hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Master Sushan. Master Sushan, what are you doing? Hand over the peak soul-type treasure. It is not on me. Master Qiulong roared angrily. Since it is not on you, why are you in such a rush to leave? Master Sushan was not stupid. She would not be easily fooled. I swear by my clan that I definitely did not obtain the peak soul type treasure. Then where is it? It is still in the hands of Venerable Fen now. Don't try to lie to me. Master Sushan was furious. She believed that Master Qiulong was deliberately deceiving her. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Master Qiulong was also completely enraged. He didn't care about the other party anymore and continued to control the palace treasure to leave. Could it be? At this moment, Master Sushan suddenly realized something. The other party didn't seem to be lying. Fortunately, she had already ordered the universe exalts of the insect race to block all the nearby vortex channels. Any strong individual wanting to enter or exit would be stopped. Get out of the way. Master Qiulong saw that over 100 universe exalts from the insect race faction had gathered at the vortex channel ahead. They had not only controlled top-tier domain-type treasures but also affected the movement in the surrounding area. They had also released their respective palace-type treasures to block the vortex channel. However, among these palace-type treasures, the strongest were only high-grade treasures. Stop that palace treasure. The leading insect race universe exalt saw Master Qiulong's palace treasure flying over and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to all the universe exalts present. Damn it! Master Qiulong discovered that the vortex channel ahead had now been blocked by densely packed palace treasures. Although these treasures were not of high grade, there were many of them, which was still enough to stop Master Qiulong's palace treasure. Rumble tilde. Master Qiulong's palace treasure crashed into these blocking palace treasures and then immediately came to a stop. Damn it. This time when leaving, Master Qiulong had wanted to keep a low profile, but there were so many people blocking him, which made him very embarrassed. He did not come out of the palace treasure, but instead, his voice, like thunder, spread from inside the palace treasure. Everyone, the treasure has already been obtained by Venerable Fen now. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mud Frog Sage and Venerable Tidao. Mud Frog Sage and Venerable Tidao had been observing from afar, and they had witnessed everything. Soon, some universe exalts who were familiar with Mud Frog Sage and Venerable Tidao obtained the answer through questioning. At the same time, they also relayed the message to Master Sushan, who was chasing after them. It's actually true. Master Sushan was furious. The rosy glow on her face instantly turned cold. She controlled her palace treasure to turn around on the spot and chased in the direction of Gao Xiang. No matter what, I must leave here first. Gao Xiang possessed a peak palace type treasure and could almost walk sideways across the entire primal star. Even if there were opponents he couldn't beat, he could still escape. He quickly locked onto a vortex channel. If I am not mistaken, this vortex channel has already been blocked by universe exalts. The temptation of a peak soul type treasure was enough to make universe lords personally enter the fray to fight. It might even cause a universe lord to fall because of it. The vortex channel is almost here. Gao Xiang knew that once he left through the vortex channel, no one would be able to stop his footsteps. He could easily enter the dark universe to shuttle, or use kingdom teleportation, or teleport. A palace treasure is flying. Over. The universe exalts guarding this vortex channel soon discovered a massive palace treasure. Palace treasures could change into many forms, such as the shape of a pyramid, the shape of a spaceship, or the shape of a rock. Judging solely from the appearance, it was impossible to determine what grade this palace treasure belonged to. Stop it. No matter what, these universe exalts had to stop it. At this moment, Venerable Fen now was still on this primal star, so this palace treasure was highly likely to be Venerable Fen now's. Wanting to stop me, what a daydream. Gao Xiang sneered, feeling very disdainful. The actual situation was indeed like this. Gao Xiang's palace treasure instantly broke through the defensive wall composed of these palace treasures. Although it could not damage these palace treasures, it was enough to send them all flying at the same time. It actually sent all of our palace treasures flying at the same time. It must be Venerable Fen now's peak palace treasure. It definitely cannot be wrong. Hurry and stop him. These universe exalts guarding the vortex channel discovered a strange palace treasure for the first time. After their brief judgment, they quickly determined it was Gao Xiang's palace treasure. Although our palace treasures are not as good as Venerable Fen now's, we are numerous. I don't believe that his one peak palace treasure can actually break the net we have set up. There were over 100 universe exalts present who possessed palace treasures, either palace treasures or palace-heavy treasures. Among them, the most powerful one was a spaceship-shaped high-grade palace treasure belonging to Venerable Monin of the insect race faction. These palace treasures and heavy treasures were intertwined, layer upon layer, like a wall, airtight. However, when Gao Xiang's peak palace treasure was about to crash into this airtight wall, its speed did not slow down, instead, it slightly accelerated. This made all the universe exalts present begin to worry. After all, Gao Xiang's palace treasure was of the peak level. And the best among them were only high grade, differing by a full 2 levels. With just your treasures, you want to block me. Dream on. Gao Xiang sneered. He continued to ramp up the speed of the spaceship. The flight speed of a palace treasure is related to the level of the treasure and the owner controlling it. Venerable Fen Nao's palace treasure was of a high grade, and he himself was not an ordinary universe exalt, but a special life form with a divine power body over 2,000 times the norm. Therefore, the flight speed of the palace treasure he controlled had reached the upper limit allowed by the primal star. However, such speed was simply shockingly fast in the eyes of these universe exalts who wanted to stop Gao Xiang. Rumble tilde. In the end, Gao Xiang's peak palace treasure crashed head-on into the wall composed of hundreds of palace treasures and heavy treasures. On the surface and inside every palace treasure and heavy treasure, there were several layers of law secret patterns. Therefore, if the owner of the palace had comprehended the corresponding law secret patterns, they could control the secret patterns of these palaces and allow the secret patterns between the palaces to fuse. Chapter 210, Target, Universe C. This kind of fusion was as secure as welding. Furthermore, if the owner comprehended several layers of law secret engravings, they could also fuse with each other through these multiple layers of secret engravings, achieving a multi-layered reinforcement stacking effect. As the saying goes, a single chopstick is easily broken, but 10 chopsticks bundled together are unbreakable. So many palaces fused and connected with each other through their respective law secret engravings, like a single sheet of steel plate after being welded, indestructible. However, the next scene left these carefree universe exalts completely dumbfounded. Gao Xiang's peak palace true treasure was like a cannonball, instantly plunging into the sea surface. In just an instant, Gao Xiang's palace true treasure blasted huge waves on that massive steel plate. And those waves were those palace valuable treasures that had tried to hit a stone with an egg. More than 80 palace valuable treasures were instantly destroyed in a single violent collision, turning into countless splashing fragments. My ancient river boat. Among them, Exalt Tian was the most heartbroken. Because he had only just obtained this ancient river boat from the elder god cult's treasure trove land less than 100 years ago. Rumor had it that this ancient river boat was a high-grade palace-type true treasure left behind by the innate beast god, Master Ju. Its true form was a massive silver-white warship that could change its appearance at will. According to the original novel, the ancient river boat should have been opened by Luo Feng. However, in this timeline, after Luo Feng arrived at the elder god cult, he opened a higher-ranked treasure trove and obtained a high-grade palace-type true treasure. They are all fools who overestimate themselves. Gao Xiang snorted coldly, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of destroying these valuable treasure palaces. That was close, so close. Although, the remaining palace true treasures were all sent flying by Gao Xiang's peak palace true treasure, fortunately, their materials were of the true treasure level, so they were not damaged. This peak palace true treasure is simply too terrifying. These exalts who possessed palace true treasures had thought that since they all had palace true treasures, they could easily take down the opponent by joining forces. In the end, their palace true treasures appeared as comical and ridiculous as baby strollers in front of Gao Xiang. Does his peak palace true treasure have a name? I saw it once in the ancestral god secret region back then, but I never heard of it having any name. Thinking of the scene just now, that exalt trembled all over and murmured, to destroy over 80 palace valuable treasures in one breath is truly terrifying. Let's call it, 100 shatters. Soon, through word of mouth among these exalts, Gao Xiang's peak palace true treasure was named, 100 shatters. Once Gao Xiang controlled the palace true treasure 100 shatters to leave the vortex passage, he quickly entered a normal region of the primordial universe. Therefore, he could easily control 100 shatters to accelerate to the speed of light and then enter the dark universe. Gao Xiang, stop right there. As Gao Xiang steered 100 shatters into the dark universe, he suddenly heard a voice transmission from behind. The sender was the controller of an unfamiliar palace true treasure. That palace true treasure was triangular, entirely purple, and its surface was covered with bumpy, uneven eyes of various sizes. This style was instantly recognizable as the work of the insect race. I am Master Sushan. Hand over the peak soul type true treasure. When Master Sushan appeared at the vortex passage, she witnessed the tragic scene before her. The entire vortex passage was in complete disarray, with a vast amount of true treasure fragments scattered all over the ground, covering an area of 100 million kilometers in radius. She quickly learned from the surviving exalts that just moments ago, Gao Xiang had controlled his peak palace true treasure, 100 shatters, and crashed head-on into over 100 palace true treasures and valuable treasures. The ultimate result was that all the palace valuable treasures exploded on the spot, and even some unlucky exalts fell along with them. 39 exalts fell in this collision. Catching up to me won't be that easy. Under the control of Gao Xiang's divine power, the peak palace true treasure 100 shatters began to accelerate. 100 times the speed of light. 150 times the speed of light. 200 times the speed of light. 250 times the speed of light. 300 times the speed of light. Gao Xiang looked behind him and found that in the pitch-black dark universe, there was actually another palace true treasure closely following him. Although my palace true treasure is only a top-tier true treasure, I am a tier 4 universe lord. How could a mere universe exalt like you possibly escape? Master Sushan sneered, knowing that Gao Xiang could no longer run. She steered her palace true treasure to the side of Gao Xiang's 100 shatters, then suddenly rammed it from the flank. Rumble. 100 shatters shook violently, swaying from side to side in the dark universe, and its flight speed instantly dropped to 150 times the speed of light. As soon as 100 shatters slowed down, Master Sushan, who was at its side, quickly appeared in front of it. When Master Sushan's palace true treasure blocked the path of 100 shatters, its speed plummeted. Obviously, she wanted to force 100 shatters to stop and exit the dark universe. Rumble tilde. 100 shatters shook once again. Even Gao Xiang, who was inside 100 shatters, felt the vibration. If I were merely an undying, I'm afraid that violent impact just now would have been enough to instantly annihilate my divine body. Any palace true treasure has the effect of resisting physical and soul attacks. However, they can never achieve 100% neutralization. Therefore, the residual physical attacks, including the shockwave effects, would still act upon everyone inside the palace true treasure. In the primordial universe, a massive palace true treasure over 10 kilometers tall flew out of the dark universe. Almost simultaneously, a triangular palace-type true treasure also flew out of the dark universe. Since you seek death, then let's fight. Gao Xiang emerged from the palace. Master Sushan also emerged from her palace. She looked down at the little fellow below, filled with disdain. A mere universe exalt dares to fight me. You must be tired of living. She did not know that Gao Xiang had already created his strongest secret technique. My divine body is massive enough, it should be sufficient to deal with Master Sushan. Thinking of this, Gao Xiang immediately unleashed his strongest secret technique. Tens of thousands of bloody light beams appeared simultaneously. Master Sushan had nowhere to hide. Nor was she likely to even try to dodge. An ice sphere appeared in her hand. Inside the ice sphere, there seemed to be a miniature world. In that world, there were actually densely packed lifeforms whose exact appearances could not be clearly seen. This ice sphere was a high-grade telekinetic true treasure named Ice World of the Palm. It contained a star sector with a diameter of over 10 billion light-years, even larger than the Ganwu universe country. Countless lives inhabited the entire ice world of the palm. From the moment they began to multiply and thrive, they had always remained inside, completely unaware of the outside world. The strongest among them was at the level of a universe exalt. The ice world of the palm relied precisely on the energy of these living beings to charge itself. Every time it was used, the living beings in that world would suffer from natural disasters, causing a large number of Their powerhouse is to die, thereby transferring their energy to the outside world. The ice world of the palm in Master Sushan's hand emitted dazzling ice crystals, which instantly dispersed across all surrounding areas, with an effect similar to a domain-type true treasure. At the same time, Master Sushan had already covered all the surrounding areas with her domain-type true treasure. With the dual effect stacked, Master Sushan's combat power would skyrocket, completely on par with a Tier 5 Universe Lord. It seems you are a troublesome opponent. Gao Xiang was not afraid, instead, he was highly excited. In the battle with Master Qiulong just now, he had already gained the upper hand, causing Master Qiulong to flee the battle without continuing to entangle him. He had not fought to his heart's content. Die. Master Sushan snorted coldly. What she wanted today was to annihilate Gao Xiang. Ordinarily, any universe venerable was nothing more than an ant in her eyes. She would only need to slap down gently to completely annihilate a universe venerable. In the end, Gao Xiang's tens of thousands of blade glows descended from the sky, colliding with Master Sushan's dual domain effects. At the same time, Gao Xiang's domain-type true treasure was also seizing the opponent's domain. A catastrophe, this is absolutely a catastrophe. The living beings within the ice world of the palm suddenly discovered that a rift had actually appeared in the world they resided in. Outside the rift was the endless void realm. At this moment, an invisible yet clearly perceptible airflow actually surged in frantically. The instant this airflow touched any life form, it would completely annihilate them. Even if the opponent was a universe exalt, they were no exception. These billions of annihilated powerhouses did not know that the airflow just now was precisely the chaotic airflow of the universe sea. Every time the ice world of the palm was used, a large amount of chaotic airflow would pour in. They would slowly absorb this chaotic airflow for their own use, thereby nurturing life in this world once again. When Master Sushan first obtained this ice world of the palm, she was deeply shocked. Because she had never heard of a true treasure with such a unique structure before. Puff, puff, puff. Gao Xiang's divine body was instantly frozen. Along with it, his soul was also frozen. Crack tilde. Gao Xiang's frozen soul instantly awakened. He let out a long breath and said, I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. If Gao Xiang's willpower had not already reached the level of the universe strongest, he probably would not have been able to break free from it. His frozen soul actually awakened. Master Sushan was stunned upon seeing this scene. She had once used this treasure to roam the universe sea, successfully freezing the soul of a Tier 5 Universe Lord, which bought her a chance to escape. Although that Tier 5 Universe Lord quickly woke up, she had already fled far away by then. Damn it, it's actually the willpower of a universe strongest. Master Sushan quickly realized something. At the same time, she hurriedly sent voice transmissions to several nearby universe lords. His secret technique of tens of thousands of bloody light beams is also incredibly powerful. To think it is actually on par with me, yet he is only a universe exalt. Master Sushan was completely enraged. She felt insulted. It seems I must contact the Primordial Chaos City Lord. The main combat clone of the Primordial Chaos City Lord had entered the Primal Star the very moment it opened. When Gao Xiang obtained the Peak Soul type true treasure, many foreign race exalts also saw it immediately, and the news quickly reached the ears of the Primordial Chaos City Lord. This kid Gao Xiang has finally asked me for help. The Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at the virtual male in front of him, smiled knowingly, and then vanished with a teleportation. By the time Gao Xiang requested reinforcements, he had already been fighting Master Sushan for a long time. He could not drive Master Sushan away. Nor could Master Sushan kill Gao Xiang. The two of them remained in a stalemate like this. Until the Primordial Chaos City Lord descended. Master Sushan, you are a Tier 4 Universe Lord after all, yet you stoop to the level of a junior of our human race. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? At this moment, the main combat clone of the Primordial Chaos City Lord had already used a powerful domain-type true treasure to forcibly take control of all surrounding domains. Including the domain true treasures of both Master Sushan and Gao Xiang, they had all retreated at this moment, rendering them completely useless. As expected of the Primordial Chaos City Lord, the powerful true treasures on him are indeed formidable. Gao Xiang praised. Indeed, the main combat clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord was his strongest clone, and all the true treasures on him were peak true treasures, ranging from weapons, domains, palaces, souls, to defenses, all of them were peak true treasures. Despite being a Tier 5 Universe Lord, any Universe Lord who had ever entered the Universe C knew that the main combat clone of the primordial Chaos City Lord was terrifyingly strong. Consider yourself lucky. Master Sushin swept a glance at Gao Xiang and decided to teleport away. Since the primordial Chaos City Lord had arrived, she was destined to have no chance of seizing the peak soul-type true treasure. Several Universe Lords of their insect race camp were extremely far away from here. Moreover, they were no match for the primordial Chaos City Lord. Unless the Zerg Queen descended. However, the Zerg Queen never participated in the contention for the primal stars. Therefore, after weighing her options repeatedly, Master Sushin could only give up. Primitive Mystical Region. After Gao Xiang obtained the peak soul-type true treasure, he immediately returned to the primitive mystical region and began to slowly comprehend the law secret engravings within it. Once the owner recognition was successful, Gao Xiang immediately learned the information within it. The Seal of Golden Soul, a peak soul-type true treasure, had the effect of strengthening the soul and willpower. Primordial Chaos City Lord. Gao Xiang met the Primordial Chaos City Lord's Thousand Treasure River clone in the primitive mystical region. The Thousand Treasure River enveloped the entire primitive mystical region, like a heavenly river, vast and boundless. Have you already fully comprehended the secret engravings of the Seal of Golden Soul? I have just comprehended the first layer of secret engravings. My willpower has improved a bit more. The primordial Chaos City Lord's eyes lit up, and he immediately burst into laughter. That is perfect. I will personally take you to the Universe C. However, Gao Xiang was somewhat hesitant. But it's currently the opening period for the primal stars. Don't I need to continue staying on the primal stars? However, the primordial Chaos City Lord shook his head. Each time the primal stars open, at most only one peak true treasure can appear. Since that peak true treasure is already in your hands, the subsequent true treasures will definitely be below the level of a peak true treasure. But the Universe C is different, especially the three great lands of extremity. There are many, many peak true treasures there, and even a few supreme true treasures. Only Universe Exalts and weak Universe Lords would go to roam the primal stars. As for us, we all go to roam and search for treasures in the Universe C. So that's how it is. Gao Xiang finally understood why the Tier 4 Lord, Master Sushin, had quickly decided to give up upon seeing the primordial Chaos City Lord appear. Furthermore, she had not called any Universe Lord comparable to the primordial Chaos City Lord to come and help. It turned out that powerful Universe Lords looked down on the meager yields of the primal stars. In the primordial universe, in front of a certain massive black hole. Chapter 211, First Entry into the Universe C. This is the Tuya black hole I told you about. The primordial Chaos City Lord pointed to the giant black hole ahead. The primordial Chaos City Lord had been educating Gao Xiang about the Universe C all along the way. There are only two ways to enter the Universe C. The first method is to directly tear through the void realm and, through repeated teleportations, appear at the outermost membrane of the primordial universe. Once the outermost membrane of the primordial universe is torn, the Universe C lies beyond. However, to tear through the outermost membrane of the primordial universe, one generally must be a Universe Lord. Furthermore, once one leaves the primordial universe using this method, they will appear at a random location in the Universe C. The Universe C is vast and boundless, filled with danger. Without a map of the Universe C, losing one's way is extremely dangerous. Therefore, the vast majority of powerhouses who wish to enter the Universe C choose the second method. After entering the Tuya black hole, one will directly enter a fixed location in the Universe C. Coincidentally, that location has more than 30 Universe C wormholes, which can lead to more than 30 different locations in the Universe C. Keep up. After the primordial Chaos City Lord finished speaking, he stared at the Tuya black hole ahead and began to fly forward. The primordial Chaos City Lord had previously brought several Universe Lords of the human race into the Universe C, including the Darkness Lord's disciple, Master Yuho, his own disciple, Master Bingfang, and some universe lords from the Great Alliance of Foreign Races. Gao Xiang followed closely behind. The entire Tuya black hole was enormous, looking from afar like a giant beast with its mouth open, crazily swallowing everything. However, when Gao Xiang entered the Tuya black hole, as his divine body was being swallowed by the black hole, he discovered that the narrowest part of the black hole was only 3 meters wide. This feeling of being torn apart is truly painful. Gao Xiang discovered that after entering the Tuya black hole, on the way to the universe sea, his body felt as if it were being crazily pulled. He was certain that if he did not have the protective overlord armor, he would have been completely torn to shreds by now. Only the powerful divine body of a universe lord could force entry into the Tuya black hole without using any armor. It is unknown how much time passed, but when Gao Xiang could clearly see the surrounding environment, he discovered he was in a world resembling an endless starry sky. Around him were pale stars. Gao Xiang knew that every star represented a small universe. And the paleness also represented that this was a ruined small universe, devoid of any vitality, like a pale corpse. Looking around, the entire starry sky was filled with dense stars. To think there are so many ruined small universes. Gao Xiang was shocked. Hundreds of millions of ruined small universes, each one having once represented a universe strongest. Just how many universe strongest have been born in the entire universe sea? The primordial Chaos City Lord was already used to it. He pointed at the 30+ universe sea wormholes and said, "Follow me. We are going to a resting place of our great alliance on the periphery of the collapsing peak world." The primordial Chaos City Lord and Gao Xiang entered the universe sea wormhole one after another, and were subsequently teleported to the foot of a high mountain. Is this the collapsing peak world? The height of this mountain is invisible at a glance. Ha ha. Of course, it is the collapsing peak world, one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the universe sea. However, we are still very far from the collapsing peak world, at least 100 billion light years away from the mountain body of the collapsing peak world. Around the entire collapsing peak world, there were countless giant rocks floating and circling. Any single rock was at least measured in light years, and some exaggerated ones exceeded 100 billion light years. Gao Xiang followed the primordial Chaos City Lord, teleporting all the way, and finally arrived on a giant stone near the collapsing peak world. On this giant stone, one could see a hidden immortal cave. The entrance to the immortal cave was very concealed. If one did not specifically stop at this rock, passing by from the side, it would be almost impossible to discover the abnormality of the entrance. "Follow me inside." The primordial Chaos City Lord entered the immortal cave first. "Our great alliance's newly promoted universe lord has arrived." The primordial Chaos City Lord pointed at Gao Xiang behind him and explained. Before entering the universe sea, he had already explained to Gao Xiang that, in order to avoid trouble from the universe lords of the universe sea, Gao Xiang should pretend to be a universe lord. "Hello, everyone." Gao Xiang looked at the several universe lords in front of him and waved his hand. Among them were universe lords he recognized. Lord Peng Gong, Master Yuho, the Darkness Lord, Master Bingfang, Lord Longxing, and Master Wangzhan. He recognized them all. However, there were also some unfamiliar faces. They were universe lords of foreign races. "Gao Xiang, you have finally entered the universe sea. Welcome, welcome." Lord Peng Gong was the most hospitable. He walked to the front of Gao Xiang, very warmly. Gao Xiang looked at the chubby old man in front of him and thought, "It is said that Lord Peng Gong has a divine body 10,000 times stronger. If I am not mistaken, he should be the universe lord with the highest divine body multiplier among everyone present." Lord Peng Gong's strength was very strong, being the strongest among all the universe lords present, apart from the primordial Chaos City Lord. "Hello, Gao Xiang." Master Yuho patted Gao Xiang's shoulder. From now on, he would no longer be the youngest universe lord in the human race. Yuho. HMPH. Just then, a rock-life universe lord glared at Gao Xiang. Clearly, he did not welcome Gao Xiang's appearance very much. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the master of Flint." Gao Xiang saw the rock-type life form in front of him, and combined with the other party's straightforward nature, He guessed it was the Master of Flint who despised Luo Feng's lack of strength in the original work. How do you know who I am? The Master of Flint was puzzled. Although he was a Universe Lord of the Great Alliance, every time the high-level meeting of the Great Alliance was held, he would hide his identity from all the Universe Exalts under his command, so only those Universe Lords in the human race of the Great Alliance could recognize him. I have long heard that the Master of Flint is powerful and is the pillar of the Flint race. I hope the Master of Flint can help me out more in the Universe Sea in the future. HMPH Humph tilde, the Master of Flint folded his arms. Although he was dismissive in his words, he was actually very pleased inside. Which Universe Lord does not like to be admired by others? Gao Xiang, you have just become a Universe Lord, and your strength is at the bottom among a group of Universe Lords. You must be careful and cautious when wandering in the Universe Sea. You can only operate on the periphery of the three great forbidden lands at most. Although the Master of Flint had a sharp tongue, he was still a good person. What he just said was all experience he had accumulated, which was very useful. Thank you for your guidance, Master of Flint. The Master of Flint said no more. Come, let us drink. The primordial Chaos City Lord was slightly surprised. Seeing that the Master of Flint did not make things difficult for Gao Xiang, he found it somewhat incredible. In the past, every time there was a welcoming party for a Universe Lord, the Master of Flint would inevitably make a few snide remarks. Life is eternal, treasures are infinite. The Master of Flint picked up his wine glass and finished it in one gulp. Life is eternal, treasures are infinite. Gao Xiang also mimicked him and finished it in one gulp. After these Universe Lords had finished their drinks, it also meant that this simple welcoming party had officially ended. Gao Xiang, I am leaving. If there is danger, remember to contact me. Before leaving, the Master of Flint specifically gave Gao Xiang a reminder. Definitely. The primordial Chaos City Lord was the last to leave, apart from Gao Xiang. He looked at Gao Xiang. I know your strength is comparable to a 4th-tier Universe Lord, but no Universe Lord who dares to wander in the Universe Sea is easy to deal with, especially the Universe Lords of the First and Second Reincarnation eras, as well as the Universe Lords of the Two Holy Lands. They have almost all created the strongest secret techniques and are very difficult opponents. Once you encounter them, you must run away at the first opportunity. Okay, then I will leave first. If you encounter danger, remember to contact me via the communication token at the first opportunity. The primordial Chaos City Lord flew out of the secret room, then teleported away. They have all left. Now I am the only one left here. Gao Xiang sat alone on the stone stool, holding a wine glass in his hand, savoring it slowly. At this moment, his human race original body was still staying on the Qiulong continent, in seclusion, comprehending the fusion of laws. I have already achieved the fusion of 4 types of laws, and the fusion of the 5th law is almost complete. Gao Xiang's speed of fusing laws was very fast, mainly because his foundation was well laid in the early stages. Especially the 8 great paths of the Beast God, which are themselves a fusion of 1 supreme law and 1 lower law. Therefore, in reality, Gao Xiang only needed to fuse the 8 lower laws to completely finish the fusion of the 10 laws. Furthermore, these 8 lower laws had already been fused with the supreme law, so the difficulty of fusion between them was greatly reduced. Once I finish the fusion of the 5th law and integrate them into my self-created secret technique, I fear my secret technique will reach the level of a 5th-tier limit. Nowadays, Gao Xiang's strongest secret technique is at the level of an entry-level 6th tier. Therefore, his strength is on par with the 4th-tier Universe Lord, Master Sushan. Let's go to the Endless Water Domain to try my luck first. The Endless Water Domain is an endless water area on the outermost periphery of the collapsing peak world. Powerful exotic beasts live in the water area. If you accidentally provoke them, even a Universe Lord might fall. However, if you are careful and stay far away from these exotic beasts, your safety is still well guaranteed. But the most dangerous thing in the Endless Water Domain is not the exotic beasts, but the other Universe Lords who are treasure hunting in the Endless Water Domain. Gao Xiang's plan was to temporarily wander on the periphery of the Endless Water Domain and try to go deeper slowly after becoming familiar with it. What a magical place! After diving into the water domain, Gao Xiang discovered that the water pressure here could easily crush the physical body of a universe exalt. If he were not wearing the Overlord armor, he would probably have been pressed into a meat patty by the water pressure of the endless water domain. Gao Xiang slowly descended, looking down at the endless abyss below. Around him floated strips of wide and long seaweed, blocking his vision and simultaneously isolating divine power detection, causing the range of divine power detection to be greatly reduced. Lord Washan, have you had any gains? The God Eye race female, Lord Fengting, asked Lord Washan via the communication token. Lord Washan and Lord Fengting were both universe lords of the God Eye race. They were lovers who had depended on each other for more than one universe reincarnation era, and their relationship was incredibly solid. Not yet, Lord Washan responded. Both of them were fourth-tier universe lords who had created the strongest secret techniques. If they exploded with full force, they could both unleash sixth-tier strength, so their strength was sufficient to hunt for treasures in the inner layer of the endless water domain. The entire endless water domain is boundless, even if it is only on the outermost periphery, it is still extremely vast. Lord Washan and Lord Fengting had been hunting for treasures on the periphery of the endless water domain for over an era. Their God Eye race is the #1 race of the first reincarnation era and has already experienced 2 complete reincarnation eras. When the next reincarnation era ends, they will also be completely annihilated along with it. Therefore, their style of conduct is often very extreme. A billion years ago, Lord Fengting had seen golden light emitted on the periphery of the endless water domain. However, the golden light disappeared quickly, and Lord Fengting did not have time to find the source of the golden light. She told Lord Washan what she had seen with her own eyes. After Lord Washan's analysis and judgment, that treasure-emitting golden light was at least a peak treasure, and the possibility of it being a supreme treasure could not be ruled out. In the 3 great forbidden lands of the Universe Sea, supreme treasures had appeared on the periphery of any of them. Therefore, Lord Washan firmly believed that the treasure-emitting golden light was very likely a supreme treasure. Why hasn't that golden light appeared after an entire era? For an entire era, Lord Washan had searched the entire periphery of the endless water domain. However, because the water flow on the periphery of the endless water domain is always in a state of flow, and the direction of flow has no rules, it is highly likely that Lord Washan has not yet been to many places. Just as Lord Washan was feeling irritable, he suddenly saw a golden light appear ahead. The source of the golden light was at the very bottom of the endless water domain. Lord Washan immediately informed his spouse, Lord Fengting, through the communication token, "I have found the source of the golden light. The coordinates in the Universe Sea are XXX. Please hurry over, so as not to let the position change." After ending the communication, Lord Washan flew downwards violently. His speed quickly reached 100 times the speed of light. If it were not for the special liquid of the endless water domain all around, he could have completely erupted with 1,000 times the speed of light at this moment. There is actually golden light, could it be that a treasure has appeared? Meanwhile, on the other side of 100 billion light years, Gao Xiang also saw the golden light. He had already learned about the Universe Sea, so he knew that peak treasures, and even supreme treasures, would appear on the periphery of the 3 great forbidden lands. However, the probability of their appearance was much lower than in the core areas of the 3 great forbidden lands. I'll just go and see. Gao Xiang possessed a Fen Now clone. Although this clone possessed the strongest combat power and the best treasures, if it really unfortunately fell, he could at least condense this clone again. A Universe Lord with 2 lives has much more confidence when wandering in the Universe Sea than those Universe Lords without a clone. I didn't expect this resistance to be so strong. Gao Zhang's Fen Now clone discovered that his flight speed in the endless water domain was only about 80 times the speed of light. Just then, the law secret engravings on the surface of the cloud-stepping space-time boots under his feet emerged, emitting a blood-red light. He had already comprehended the 6th layer of the law secret engravings of the cloud-stepping space-time boots. Chapter 212 Fusion of 10 Laws. Under the blessing of the 6th layer law secret engraving, the flight speed of Fen Now clone Gao Xiang quickly broke through 100 times the speed of light. This pair of boots of mine has a total of 7 layers of law secret engravings. Once I reach Universe Lord, I will be able to activate the final layer of law secret engraving, and my flight speed will increase a bit more. However, Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang shook his head. Nowadays, his horizons had expanded. He wanted to obtain better treasures. For example, peak treasures, or even supreme treasures. Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang flew for 3 full days. Finally, he arrived at the region emitting golden light. It was a coral reef group in the water domain. Just at this moment, a tall, one-eyed man appeared in the distance. It is actually Lord Washan. Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang thought silently. Primordial Chaos City Lord had sent him a list of Universe C powerhouses, along with photos of each person. Through comparison, he quickly identified that the powerhouse was Lord Washan of the God Eye race. Lord Washan also discovered Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang at the first moment. It is actually an unfamiliar Universe Lord. Could it be a Universe Lord newly born in the primordial universe? However, at this moment, the golden light from the coral reef group, which had just been emitting light, began to fade. The golden light is about to disappear. Enter immediately. Lord Washan had originally wanted to kill Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang or drive him away, but the situation had changed, and he had no choice but to choose to enter immediately. Seeing Lord Washan enter, Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang was not in a hurry. He condensed an incarnation. This incarnation possessed 1% of his strength and had no treasures on its body, only a few ordinary heavy treasures. It is actually the golden light layer. After Lord Washan entered the coral reef group, he discovered that the surroundings were in a void region surrounded by golden light. Clearly, he had entered the outermost region of the treasure. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle tilde. Lord Washan discovered that the liquid in contact with the surface of his armor was already boiling. Clearly, this golden light had a scorching high temperature. However, this was of no consequence to Lord Washan, who was wearing peak treasure armor. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle tilde. After Gao Xiang's Fen Nao incarnation entered the golden light layer, the surface of his armor immediately began to boil, and at the same time, the armor, as if made of plastic, began to melt under the scorching high temperature. In a short while, the heavy treasure armor of the Fen Nao incarnation had already been burned through. And the incarnation, which had less than 1,000th of the strength of the Fen Nao clone, quickly turned into nothingness under the scorching high temperature. My incarnation has actually fallen. Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang was shocked, but he was even more certain that the treasure inside was no ordinary object. He did not hesitate at all and immediately flew into the coral reef group. Just as his Fen Nao clone entered, the golden light, which had already weakened, suddenly disappeared. Neither Lord Washan nor Gao Xiang knew that this golden light only appeared once every era, and each time it lasted only 10 days. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle tilde. Looking at the boiling state of the surface of his overlord armor, Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang felt very fortunate. Fortunately, I possess treasure armor, otherwise, I would have fallen as well. Where did Lord Washan go? Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang looked around but did not see the figure of Lord Washan. It seemed that the other party had already taken a step ahead, and might have already entered the second layer of the treasure. The actual situation was indeed so. After Lord Washan passed through the golden light layer, he appeared in a vast, white, frozen layer. The vast, white mist could not only freeze the physical body but also freeze the soul. Lord Washan used his powerful armor to protect himself, which could defend against the freezing of his physical body. Furthermore, his armor also had a certain degree of soul defensive capability. Ah, it is truly painful. Lord Washan felt as if his head was going to explode. He possessed a top-tier soul-type treasure, yet at this moment, he could hardly withstand it. I cannot give up, I must hold on. Just at this moment, he received a message from Lord Fengting's communication token. I have already rushed over according to the Universe C coordinates you sent, but there is nothing there. Lord Washan quickly understood that the golden light of the coral reef group had probably disappeared, and since the endless water domain was fluid, it was normal that Lord Fengting could not find the entrance. Because his soul was frostbitten, he had no mind to reply to the communication token message, and he could only grit his teeth and continue flying forward. It is truly painful. When Fen Now clone Gao Xiang passed through the golden light layer, he was also in extreme pain. Fortunately, he possessed the peak soul type treasure, seal of golden soul, and had successfully comprehended the second layer of law secret engravings. Otherwise, if he had only comprehended the first layer of the seal of golden soul, even with the protection of a peak soul type treasure, he would have died instantly. Just at this moment, Lord Washan discovered Fen Now clone Gao Xiang 1 light year away. At this time, Lord Washan had no time to attend to Fen Now clone Gao Xiang behind him. The third layer. After a month of persistence, Lord Washan finally flew to the very end of the frozen layer. In front was a membrane wall resembling an ice wall. Lord Washan did not hesitate at all and immediately flew into it. He knew clearly that it was very dangerous inside, but he still did not stop. When Lord Washan entered the third layer, his mind went blank. When he woke up, he found that he was still staying in the same place. This terrifying willpower pressure had actually caused him to faint instantly. However, fortunately, by standing here and not advancing further, he quickly adapted to this willpower pressure, and he began to send a message to Lord Fengting. I have already entered the golden light. If I am not mistaken, there may be a peak treasure or even a supreme treasure inside. However, an unfamiliar universe lord from the human race has appeared behind me. You must immediately contact the first true god and have him send powerhouses over. Lord Washan knew that this was only the third layer, and he had no way to continue advancing, so the chance of him obtaining the treasure was already very slim. He did not think about continuing to advance, but instead took out his treasure weapon and stared fixedly at the rear. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. What a strong willpower pressure. When Fen Now clone Gao Xiang first entered the third layer, he felt a powerful willpower pressure. Fortunately, his willpower was already comparable to an elementary true god, so he did not faint. However, a stunning flash suddenly appeared in front of him. Lord Washan had attacked. Break. Fen Now clone Gao Xiang struck back with a blade. He actually blocked it. Lord Washan was somewhat incredulous. He had long since created his strongest secret technique, and his true combat power far exceeded that of universe lords of the same rank in the primordial universe by a large margin. As a result, the other party actually blocked it. The other party not only blocked his strongest move but could also enter the third layer without fainting. This showed that the other party was definitely not an ordinary universe lord. However, this was the first time he had heard of such a universe lord. I am not playing with you anymore. After blocking the other party's move, Fen Now clone Gao Xiang continued to fly forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown 10 million kilometers. Damn it! Lord Washan tried to fly forward, but after flying 100 kilometers, his willpower nearly collapsed. Damn it! If it weren't for the fact that palace treasures cannot be used here, I would definitely kill you with my own hands. A willpower novice, and you also want to obtain the treasure. How ridiculous. Fen Now clone Gao Xiang probed with his divine power and discovered that Lord Washan dared not advance even a bit further. Clearly, the other party's willpower had not passed the test. Soon, Fen Now clone Gao Xiang entered the fourth layer. But after he entered the fourth layer, he lost consciousness entirely. When he woke up, he found that a full month had passed. I almost fell. When he had just entered the fourth layer, he discovered a super strong willpower attack descending, causing him to fall into a coma instantly. If his willpower had not been astonishing, he would have likely fallen. Let's slowly hone my willpower. Fen Now clone Gao Xiang sat cross-legged on the ground while slowly honing his willpower. At the same time, his human race main body began to comprehend the peak soul type treasure, seal of golden soul, and continued to fuse the fifth law. Soul type treasures can increase a certain amount of willpower resistance. But they do not provide much. To withstand the willpower impact, the most important thing is how strong one's own willpower is. Damn guy. Lord Washan, who was still staying in the third layer, cursed angrily. He grabbed his treasure weapon with both hands and stuck it into the ground, using it as a hiking stick. His willpower was not enough. If he rashly continued to advance, he would be struck by the willpower impact. The lighter consequence would be falling into a deep sleep, requiring a long, long time to recover. The heavier consequence might be falling on the spot. In his life, Lord Washan had seen many treasures with powerful willpower impacts. Once each treasure is recognized by its owner, its ability is extraordinary. Precisely because of this, Lord Washan wanted to obtain it even more. I must obtain it. Fen now clone Gao Xiang, who was honing his willpower in the fourth layer, suddenly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Unknowingly, he had been sitting cross-legged here for over 3,000 years. Over 3,000 years of willpower honing had allowed his current willpower to reach that comparable to a middle-stage universe strongest. And his human race main body had successfully fused 5 laws into one during this period, successfully increasing the power of his strongest secret technique once again. At the same time, his soul-type treasure had successfully comprehended the third layer of law secret engravings. At this time, his soul strength had reached its limit. If I encounter Master Qiulong again, I should be able to destroy 1/3 of his divine power body within one blade strike. Thinking of this, Gao Xiang was in an extremely good mood. He stood up, turned into a stream of light, and flew forward. If this scene were seen by Lord Washan in the third layer, he would definitely be jaw-dropped and shout, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Only 3,000 plus years had passed, and Gao Xiang's strength had actually achieved a qualitative improvement. How could Lord Washan bear this? Although the further forward, the stronger the willpower impact, under my persistence, I can still withstand it for now. The fifth layer. The willpower impact became stronger again. Gao Xiang's legs instantly went weak, and he fell into a state of confusion. When he woke up, several minutes had already passed. That was close. If I hadn't improved in all aspects, I might have fallen just now. The willpower impact was too terrifying. If one could conceal the willpower attack contained in this treasure and release it during battle, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Gao Xiang could be certain that once this treasure was taken out, any ordinary universe lord who encountered it would almost certainly faint to death. Let's continue comprehending. Nowadays, his willpower was still not enough, and he could not continue to advance. The only best way to cope was to feel the willpower impact while trying to fuse the laws. Lord Fengting, have you found the location of the entrance to that treasure? The slim and slender Lord Fengting, who was over 1,000 kilometers tall, had a great sun behind her head, and in the great sun, a faint, huge one-eyed eye could be seen. She opened the communication token, her voice filled with anxiety. "Seventh true God, I have not found it yet. I tried to contact Lord Washan, but he did not respond to me." Lord Fengting was somewhat worried. What she worried about most was that Lord Washan had fallen. After experiencing 2 complete reincarnations, almost all of Lord Fengting's relatives had fallen. Only her spouse, Lord Washan, was still accompanying her. As for the 7th true god of the God-Eye race and others, they were just her clansmen. "Don't worry, Lord Washan has not fallen yet, but I guess he cannot be distracted at this moment. Perhaps he is trying to recognize the treasure as his master." After the 7th true god received the order from the 1st true god, he rushed to the outskirts of the endless water domain at the first moment. The entire endless water domain was simply too huge. The water domain they were in was merely 1/1000th of the endless water domain. For example, more than 1,000 years ago, Luo Feng also came to the endless water domain. At that time, he also successfully saved Master of Flint who was being pursued by an Yang Zhishui. "Lord Fengting, I have matters to attend to here, so I will leave first. If there are any new discoveries, remember to contact me at the first moment." After the 7th true god finished speaking, he turned and left. He had been sweeping here for over 3,000 years, yet still had no discoveries. He could not continue to stay here, he still had to go to other places to hunt for treasures. Following the 7th true god as he left were 21 universe lords. "Lord Washan, I must find you, even if I have to wait another era." After Lord Fengting finished speaking, she turned and left. She prepared to go to the surrounding areas to search. What terrifying willpower! Why have I still not reached the membrane wall of the 4th layer? Lord Washan knelt on the ground halfway, looking at the membrane wall of the fourth layer 1 light year away, feeling very crazy. The willpower impact here was too strong, so much so that he could not achieve continuous flight. Every time his willpower improved, he would try to move forward a little bit. However, this speed was simply too slow, too slow. Human race universe Lord, I think you are at most at the outermost edge of the fourth layer. In reality, at this moment, Fen Nao clone Gao Xiang was staying at the outermost edge of the fifth layer, slowly feeling the willpower impact without moving. Another 3,000 plus years passed. Thus, Gao Xiang's Fen Nao clone had already stayed in the universe C for over 6,000 years. For Gao Xiang, who possessed a long lifespan, this was merely a fleeting moment. Not bad, not bad. Gao Xiang stood up abruptly. Just a moment ago, he had successfully fused 7 laws. In just over 3,000 years, he had successfully fused 2 more laws. The fusion of laws is inherently very difficult, and there is no experience for fusing the 10 laws in the entire universe C. I have relied entirely on my own deduction to finally fuse 7 laws. Chapter 213, Dragon Whale King's Opportunity. Primordial Chaos City Lord. Just after emerging from seclusion, Gao Zheng's original body immediately contacted Primordial Chaos City Lord in the virtual universe. Oh, you have been in the universe C for over 6,000 years. Have you gained anything? Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Gao Xiang with satisfaction. Gao Xiang and Luo Feng were the super geniuses born within the entire human race over these past few epochs. Moreover, these two were actually master and disciple. This made Primordial Chaos City Lord very curious. However, the paths these two took were completely different. Luo Feng was a rising star. According to Primordial Chaos City Lord's understanding, there should be a great power helping Luo Feng from behind the scenes. Luo Feng's growth relied on repeated heaven-defying opportunities and endless luck, as well as strong comprehension ability and willpower. But Gao Xiang was different. His opportunity and luck were no different from ordinary geniuses, but his greatest trait was that his comprehension ability had no upper limit. He was a perpetual motion machine that would never stop. It is said that the further one goes, the slower the improvement in strength. However, this statement was a joke in front of Gao Xiang. Nowadays, what Primordial Chaos City Lord cared about most was to what extent Gao Xiang had progressed in law fusion. How is your law fusion progressing? Primordial Chaos City Lord said with a smile. I have already fully fused 7 types of laws. 7. Primordial Chaos City Lord's eyes widened. Had he heard that correctly? It wasn't that no powerful beings had tried law fusion. But because it was too difficult, they all eventually had to choose to give up. For example, many powerful beings from the first and second reincarnation eras had already succeeded in fusing 3 types of laws. However, after fusing 4 types of laws, as far as Primordial Chaos City Lord knew, the number of successful powerful beings in the entire universe C could be counted on one hand. As for fusing 5 types of laws, not a single one. Primordial Chaos City Lord had once specifically asked Luo Feng, wanting to know if the newly emerged super genius Luo Feng would attempt to fuse all laws. As a result, Luo Feng refused on the spot. Firstly, Luo Feng did not have such strong comprehension ability, he knew he couldn't do it. Secondly, throughout his growth, Luo Feng had always had his own direction and would not easily choose other paths. Finally, Luo Feng had a great power guiding him from behind, and that great power had already pointed out a route more suitable for him. Then how has your strength improved? Law comprehension and fusion were one aspect, but the most important thing was to look at the final strength. If, after law fusion, there was no improvement in strength, then whether this path was worth continuing was debatable. I should be able to kill the former Master Sushin with one strike. That's strong. Primordial Chaos City Lord was somewhat incredulous. Although Master Sushin was only a Tier 4 Universe Lord, she possessed several peak treasures, and once she erupted, she was second only to Primordial Chaos City Lord. In other words, was Luo Feng's current strength already above his own? Yes, I am absolutely certain. Other Universe Lords in the Universe C, except for the ancestors of the 2 Holy Lands and Zuo Shank, did not know that once the 10 great laws were fully fused, it would become the final chaos law. The chaos law was one of the many Taos, and it was also the necessary path for anyone wanting to continue comprehending the many Taos. Then are you confident you can continue to fuse the remaining laws? Naturally, there is a chance. If I have not miscalculated, I should be able to fully fuse all the remaining laws within 4,000 years. That fast. Primordial Chaos City Lord was dumbfounded. However, he soon felt relieved. Fortunately, this guy belonged to our human race. Otherwise, if he were from the monster race or insect race factions, the human race would be in trouble. After ending the call with Primordial Chaos City Lord, Gao Xiang's clone, still within the endless water domain, suddenly accelerated its flight. The willpower impact that had been significant to him over 3,000 years ago now felt like a mere tickle, easily withstood by him. The 6th level. It was still an endless willpower impact. Damn it. I thought I could rush to the core area of the treasure in one go, but I was still blocked by this damn willpower. It seems I must fully fuse all the laws in one go and become a universe lord. Gao Xiang knew that once he fully fused all the laws, he would definitely become a universe lord. Even if he didn't have a beast god heart, it no longer mattered. However, he had an even bolder idea. He wanted to condense a complete beast god heart that contained the 10 great laws. Back then, Luo Feng had comprehended the fire space beast god heart in the beast god world, and his strength had instantly soared several times over. And as for what his own 10-law beast god heart would be like, it was truly something to look forward to. At this moment, Gao Xiang's willpower had reached the level of a late-stage universe strongest, just one step away from the tier 10 true god level. Deep within the collapsing peak world, in an endless world of flames, Great Axe Founder, holding his great axe, flew along, followed by several universe strongest. God I Race's second true master, third true master, what are you trying to do? After Great Axe Founder entered this flame world, he was immediately pursued by the 2 true masters of the God I race. The 2 true masters were both super powerful beings from the first reincarnation era, and their strength was above Great Axe Founder's. Great Axe Founder was no match for them, so naturally he could only flee immediately. Third true master, that supreme treasure is in the deepest part of the flame world. We must not let Great Axe know. The second true master informed the third true master via telepathy. The third true master responded, good. Either drive him away or kill him. In the deepest part of the flame world, a supreme treasure appeared, which happened to be discovered by the second true master and third true master. The 2 of them couldn't take the supreme treasure for the time being, so they could only try to find a way to see if they could successfully bind it. As it happened, Great Axe Founder appeared at this moment. Great Axe Founder had obtained the partial 1,000 threads diagram fragments that Luo Feng had originally acquired from Lord of Yuanao. When Gao Xiang learned of this, he immediately reminded Great Axe and Primordial Chaos City Lord and others, saying that the map of the Qingfeng world within the 1,000 threads diagram fragments was very likely a trap. In reality, it was indeed a trap. But the map was indeed real. It was just that a group of terrifying creatures lived in the core of the most dangerous dim land. If you had the ability to sweep away the terrifying creatures of the entire dim land, then you would obtain hundreds or even thousands of supreme treasures. The terrifying creatures of the dim land, although they could not use the supreme treasures, liked to use them as sharp, hard weapons. Some terrifying creatures even used these supreme treasures to create ultimate techniques and secret methods suitable for themselves. However, even though Great Axe Founder knew that there was a conspiracy hidden within the 1,000 threads diagram, he still decided to head to the core area of the Qingfeng world. Because he carried the entire human race on his shoulders, and he needed a supreme treasure. Meanwhile, in the distant primordial universe, in a universe secret realm, Dragon Whale King opened his eyes abruptly. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden assessment. I will now bestow upon you a set of supreme treasures, and 8 beast god inheritance tokens of different attributes. After Dragon Whale King finished his comprehension, he finally obtained the treasure he wanted as he had wished. After the intelligent lifeform finished speaking, its figure quickly dissipated, and a masterless world ring appeared on the ground. Dragon Whale King looked around. All the comprehenders had already left. Only he, this fool, had stubbornly persisted. As a result, no one had expected that there was actually a hidden Easter egg. Dragon Whale King was surprised to discover that there was a set of supreme treasures inside the world ring. After he successfully bound it, he quickly learned the information about the set of supreme treasures. Resilient little fellow, although your talent is mediocre, you ultimately persisted. This is a set of top-tier supreme treasures I left behind specifically. It is composed of 10,081 ordinary and high-level treasures, and it can achieve the comprehensive effects of a domain-type treasure, attack-type treasure, defense-type treasure, soul-type treasure, and palace-type treasure. This tilde. Dragon Whale King instantly started stuttering. He was merely an invincible king level. No, wait, having few heavy treasures left, he could only be considered half an invincible king level. Seeing a whole set of top-tier supreme treasures was like a kitten suddenly getting a blue whale. He didn't know where to start. Before I become a universe exalt, I must not easily take out these supreme treasures. Dragon Whale King knew the importance of supreme treasures. For an ordinary universe exalt, even a single ordinary treasure was a treasure that could be sought but not found. He had already decided that once he became a universe lord, he would at most take out one or two components of the supreme treasure set, so as not to arouse suspicion. As for how to become a universe exalt, with the beast god inheritance tokens, he would definitely succeed. The extra beast god inheritance tokens could also be offered to the race to obtain quite a few heavy treasure points. This time, Dragon Whale King had completely turned his life around. 100 years later, Dragon Whale King finally emerged from the universe secret realm. He immediately connected to the virtual universe network. Soon, he learned the latest news regarding the human race. However, with his invincible king-level authority, what he knew was limited. But it still shocked him greatly. Over 6,000 years ago, Gao Xiang, with the strength of a universe exalt, drove away the world lords of the Northern Border Alliance. Following that, he became a universe lord. And Gao Xiang's disciple, Luo Feng, also became a universe lord. Both master and disciple became universe lords, which became a celebrated story throughout the entire universe sea. If I had known, I would have taken Gao Xiang as my master too. Unfortunately, I am his senior brother tilde. The excitement Dragon Whale King felt from just obtaining the supreme treasure set was quickly extinguished. It wasn't that he was jealous, but rather that he was truly envious. Greetings, Venerable Gui Yi. When Dragon Whale King saw Venerable Gui Yi in Primordial Chaos City, he was very respectful and reined in the shocked expression he had just had. What is it? When Venerable Gui Yi saw that the visitor was Dragon Whale King, he was very indifferent. Dragon Whale King was not annoyed. After all, he was merely an invincible king level. In the eyes of a universe venerable, an invincible king level was nothing but an ant. They could easily annihilate tens of thousands of invincible king levels. I am offering 7 beast god inheritance tokens to the race. So many. Venerable Gui Yi stared at the 7 beast god inheritance tokens in Dragon Whale King's hand, finding it hard to believe. It is a total of 17,500 heavy treasure points. You can choose to exchange for an ordinary treasure, or exchange for a powerful set of heavy treasures. I will not exchange them for the time being. Dragon Whale King had the supreme treasure set, so he no longer looked down upon heavy treasure sets. As for ordinary treasures, he possessed over 10,000 of them. Venerable Gui Yi muttered to himself, it seems this Dragon Whale King had quite a good encounter in this universe secret realm. The secret realm that Dragon Whale King and the others had discovered back then had long been occupied by the human race, and it had now been developed into a universe secret realm used for human race geniuses to adventure in. However, the area where Dragon Whale King and Gao Xiang had accepted the legacy of Lord Po Yun had always been in a hidden state. Even if several universe lords of the human race had personally gone to investigate, they had gained nothing. Teacher. Dragon Whale King saw his cheap teacher, Lord of Ganwu, in the virtual universe network. Lord of Ganwu was wearing a gold robe, his brows showing high spirits, and his whole person looked tall and upright, like a god. Looking at his current appearance, one could tell at a glance that he was a person of great wealth and status. The actual situation was indeed so. Ever since his other disciple, Gao Xiang, became a universe exalt, the wealth the other party possessed, if just a little were taken out, would be enough to repay Lord of Ganwu's debts. Most importantly, with Gao Xiang as such a capable disciple, Lord of Ganwu's status and position within the human race were no longer what they used to be. Dragon Whale King, you were finally willing to come back. Lord of Ganwu looked at the disappointing disciple before him. He did not know that just a short while ago, Dragon Whale King had just offered 7 beast god inheritance tokens to the race, obtaining tens of thousands of heavy treasure points. He didn't even know that Dragon Whale King had obtained a set of supreme treasures. The value of this supreme treasure set was thousands or tens of thousands of times that of the beast god inheritance tokens. Dragon Whale King decided that no matter what, he would not easily take it out unless his strength allowed it. However, he still told Lord of Ganwu the news about obtaining the beast god inheritance tokens. Teacher, this disciple is willing to gift my heavy treasure points to you to help you repay the treasure points you owe the race. Ha ha. Lord of Ganwu smiled and shook his head. Although he was very moved, he could not accept it because he had already repaid the debts he owed the race, as well as his private debts. Teacher is now debt-free and light-hearted. With Gao Xiang's rise, the debt of treasure points Lord of Ganwu owed to the race had already been cancelled by the race. The debts he owed privately were also actively repaid by some universe lords for the sake of winning over Gao Xiang. Having become wealthy, Lord of Ganwu had become thick-skinned. Unlike in the past when he didn't dare to easily go to Thunder Mountain, he gladly accepted the well-intentioned help of these universe lords. Lord of Ganwu told Dragon Whale King about everything that had happened over these years. Dragon Whale King was instantly dumbfounded. I didn't expect junior brother to have become a universe lord, and now he is one of the highest echelons of the entire human race. Even his disciple has become a universe lord. This was undoubtedly the most shocking news Dragon Whale King had ever heard in his life. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After accepting the legacy of Lord Po Yun, his entire person, both in temperament and vision, had undergone a earth-shaking change. Now, even without the beast god inheritance tokens, he was absolutely confident in breaking through to become a universe exalt. Chapter 214, God of War, God I Race, Lord Washan. Since that is the case, I will head to the Elder God cult to accept the legacy first. Dragon Whale King did not want to waste any time. He also possessed a heart that yearned to become a universe strongest. However, this heart had been sealed away for a long time because he had remained at the invincible king level for many years. Now, his heart had been unsealed. In the distant universe sea, deep within the outer reaches of the endless water domain, a smile appeared on Gao Xiang's face. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly completed the fusion of the 8th law. At that very same moment, Gao Xiang's divine kingdom in the primordial universe began to undergo a transformation. An endless ocean of 7 colored laws condensed from the void realm and flowed in a unified direction. At the end of this path was a massive divine kingdom. The divine kingdom was frantically absorbing these 7 colored law oceans, and its size was rapidly expanding at the same moment. A normal universe strongest has a miniature universe with a diameter of 100 million light-years. I wonder how large my miniature universe will be once I become a universe strongest. Gao Xiang knew that there were 2 paths to becoming a universe strongest. One path was to follow the law route. The other was to follow the divine body route. Gao Xiang was walking the law route. I only became a universe lord after fusing 8 laws. It seems that even if I fuse 10 laws, I estimate I still won't be able to become a universe strongest. Gao Xiang quickly realized something. Break. Suddenly, Gao Xiang swung his blade, and tens of thousands of blood-colored lights appeared in front of him. Rumble tilde. The entire space of the supreme treasure began to shake. As my realm has improved, the power of this blade has also increased significantly. I should now have the strength to easily kill Master Sushin. The blade, which had fused more laws, combined with the increase in divine power, naturally saw its power double. Once I obtain this supreme treasure, I will follow Teacher Great Axe to venture into the dim land. Gao Xiang had his own plans. Now that the fragments of the Thousand Silk map had just appeared, the terrifying lifeforms born in the dim land were not yet very strong. Gao Xiang had the perfect opportunity to go there and hunt or enslave one or two of these terrifying lifeforms. However, my strength is still not enough. Although Gao Xiang had already stepped into the Universe Lord realm, he clearly knew that he was still a long way from becoming the strongest in the Universe Sea. Gao Xiang stood up, transformed into a stream of light, and flew toward the depths. Finally, I have waited for an adventurer whose willpower meets the requirements. Just then, a woman's voice reached Gao Xiang's ears. Who are you? Gao Xiang guessed that this voice was most likely emitted by the Supreme Treasure. If that were indeed the case, then he would have struck it big. The woman's voice spoke leisurely. I am the spirit of the treasure, or what you adventurers in the Universe Sea call the spirit of the Supreme Treasure. Greetings, spirit of the Supreme Treasure. I do not know how I can earn your recognition. There are only two conditions for my recognition. First, you must be a Universe Lord and possess willpower exceeding that of the Universe Strongest. Second, the speed of your willpower improvement must be very fast. The requirement that the speed of willpower improvement must be very fast was quite ambiguous. However, Gao Xiang was very confident in himself. Over this epoch, his willpower had improved significantly. You meet both of these conditions. Especially in terms of the speed of willpower improvement, you are the strongest I have ever seen. The Supreme Treasure inside released powerful willpower shocks. To get close, one had to improve their willpower. As a result, Gao Xiang had only spent less than an epoch to reach the willpower requirement of the spirit of the Supreme Treasure. However, I am an incomplete Supreme Treasure. After you successfully bind me, I hope you can help me find the other parts. Clearly, this spirit of the Supreme Treasure had been born quite early and knew that it was an incomplete part. That is a certainty. Then, let us begin the binding process. Good. Gao Xiang separated a wisp of his divine power imprint and let it fall onto a transparent heart that had condensed in front of him. As the divine power imprint was planted, this transparent heart began to fly forward and soon merged into the golden light. Rumble tilde. A golden seal appeared in Gao Xiang's palm. Soon, the corresponding information was transmitted into Gao Xiang's mind. The mountain and river seal, one of the three major parts of a supreme true treasure, a peak domain type supreme treasure. Once the three parts are fused, it will become a supreme true treasure. I never expected it to be one of the parts of a supreme true treasure. Gao Xiang felt very fortunate that he was actually able to obtain a supreme true treasure. Retrieve. Under Gao Xiang's divine power control, everything within the coverage of the mountain and river seal domain instantly shrank, quickly becoming a palm-sized seal that looked like golden jade. What is happening? Lord Washan was surprised to discover that the continuous willpower shocks had instantly disappeared, and at the same time, the environment around him had turned back into an ordinary endless water domain. Lord Washan. Gao Xiang saw Lord Washan in the distance for the first time. Lord Washan stared at the distant Gao Xiang. Hand over the treasure quickly, or I will kill you. Since you already know, why haven't you run away yet? Gao Xiang didn't think much of a mere Lord Washan. Lord Washan was so angry that he was speechless. It was the first time he had seen such an arrogant newcomer. Every newcomer from the primordial universe who had just entered the Universe Sea should maintain a sense of awe toward the powerhouses of the first and second reincarnation eras. This was an unspoken rule of the entire Universe Sea. However, this human race Universe Lord actually failed to distinguish between superior and inferior. A long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear was a peak supreme treasure long spear that he had spent over 100 epochs to finally obtain among hundreds of Universe Lords. He liked this long spear very much, and for this reason, he had specially created his strongest secret technique unique to him based on this long spear. With the peak supreme treasure long spear combined with his strongest spear technique, Lord Washan could fully unleash the strength of a Tier 5 Universe Lord. Even when facing the primordial Chaos City Lord, as long as the latter did not burn divine power, he could completely go toe-to-toe with the opponent, trading blows back and forth, making it difficult to determine a winner. Heaven-shocking spear strike. Lord Washan's long spear fell heavily, like a mountain-splitting axe, splitting the entire world in two. At the same time, the surrounding endless water domain was instantly separated, forming two monstrous whirlpools. The speed of this falling long spear seemed slow, but in reality, it had already exceeded the speed of light by more than 100 times. Gao Xiang naturally saw the opponent's long spear falling at the first moment. The length of the opponent's long spear had already exceeded 100 million kilometers, covering an area of 10 billion kilometers around him. Coupled with the excessive speed, Gao Xiang had nowhere to hide, so he could only take out his battle blade to respond. Although my battle blade is only a high-tier supreme treasure, combined with my strongest blade technique, it is not yet certain who is stronger or weaker. As expected, Gao Xiang slashed down, and heaven-shocking waves swallowed Lord Washan. Lord Washan's long spear was knocked backward, and Lord Washan himself was also sent flying. Lord Washan looked incredulous. How is this possible? Just in the instant of the clash, he had confirmed that the opponent's weapon was merely a high-tier supreme treasure. As a result, the opponent was actually able to unleash such powerful might. Absolutely impossible. Lord Washan switched to holding the spear with one hand, turned his body sideways to aim at Gao Xiang, who was a million kilometers away. Heaven-shocking pierce. This was a move even more powerful than the heaven-shocking spear strike just now, and it was also one of the moves from his self-created strongest secret technique. The moment the long spear was thrust out, it was like a cannonball, instantly piercing through the endless water domain, forming a massive energy explosion in the direction of the spear tip, causing the water within a radius of 10 million kilometers to turn into nothingness. One could imagine how powerful the density and cohesion of the substances that could form liquids in the chaos flow were. However, under the heaven-shocking pierce, they all turned into nothingness. With my heaven-shocking pierce, an ordinary Tier 4 Universe Lord would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. This was the strongest move of Lord Washan's life, and also the move that made him famous. If he could obtain a supreme true treasure, his strength would definitely become that of a Tier 6 Universe Lord, and even if he encountered a universe strongest, he would not panic and would even dare to trade a few blows with them. However, just when Lord Washan thought that Gao Xiang would turn into dust, Gao Xiang's divine body began to expand rapidly. His divine body height soon exceeded 1 million kilometers. The divine body of a human race universe lord was only about 100,000 kilometers. The same was true for Tier 5 universe lords like Lord Peng Gong. Gao Xiang's divine body could exceed 1 million kilometers mainly because his divine body density had reached over 2,000 times, and at the same time, it had been nourished by an innate beast god's thigh bone and a beast god heart, so his divine body had expanded accordingly. However, the most fundamental reason was that this clone of his was originally a special life form. Back when he was in the World Lord stage, his height was already very exaggerated, and compared to the golden horned beast, it was not much different. Just at this moment, Gao Xiang swung his blade again. The heaven-shocking blade light quickly covered all the areas around Lord Washan, causing the opponent's eyes to see nothing but a sea of blood. What is this? Lord Washan was instantly dumbfounded. He had already witnessed the opponent's blade technique just now. It was of a very powerful type, at least comparable to one of his strongest secret technique moves, the heaven-shocking spear strike. Now this blade strike was even more bizarre. Whoosh tilde. At this moment, a heaven-shocking blade strike suddenly appeared from Lord Washan's side and behind him. Lord Washan woke up abruptly, but he was already too late to dodge, and even less time to use his long spear to block. Tilde. The blood-red heaven-shocking blade strike instantly slashed onto Lord Washan's divine body. Golden secret engravings appeared on the surface of Lord Washan's massive body. He was wearing a set of peak supreme treasure armor, which could absorb a massive amount of physical damage and a small amount of soul damage. How is it possible? After Lord Washan's peak supreme treasure armor weakened the physical damage, only 100,000th remained. However, it was this 100,000th of the damage that actually caused 30% of Lord Washan's divine body to instantly annihilate. Why couldn't I dodge it just now? Lord Washan turned around and hurriedly flew toward the back. Want to escape? Gao Xiang sneered and immediately released the domain of the mountain and river seal. Huge mountains and wide rivers formed an endless landscape of mountains and rivers. How is this possible? Lord Washan was dumbfounded. This guy had just bound a peak domain type supreme treasure, and he could already unleash that domain. I have been tempering my willpower here for many years, and the domain outside is the external manifestation of the corresponding law secret engraving. It is naturally not strange that I can release the domain of the mountain and river seal. Lord Washan was both scared and angry. He also released his own domain-type supreme treasure. However, the domain of his domain-type supreme treasure was quickly suppressed by the mountain and river seal, forced down to a range of only 100,000 kilometers. Under the influence of the mountain and river seal, Lord Washan's flight speed instantly slowed down by 50%. This also led to Gao Xiang quickly catching up to Lord Washan. Lord Washan knew that he was likely doomed today. However, he had been harboring a doubt just now. Why did I freeze for a moment after seeing your blade strike just now? It was because of that brief moment of distraction that 30% of his divine body was instantly annihilated. It doesn't matter if I tell you, since you are going to fall anyway. This is a blade strike where I have fused a soul attack. How is it possible? Lord Washan was completely dumbfounded. The ultimate techniques among secret techniques were either purely physical attacks, such as blade techniques, spear techniques, etc., or purely soul attacks, such as the powerful God Eye art or Lai Yuan art. However, this was the first time Lord Washan had heard of a secret technique that combined physical attacks with soul attacks. Absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. You must have simultaneously unleashed two sets of strongest secret techniques. Using two strongest secret techniques at the same time, Lord Washan could still understand. Another blade strike. Gao Xiang couldn't be bothered to explain to the opponent, and he swung his blade again. Affected by the domain of the mountain and river seal, he couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, so he had to take the opponent's blade strike head-on. Again, after Gao Xiang discovered that his blade strike was blocked by the opponent's long spear, he continued to swing his blade. Unfortunately, my willpower is not yet enough for that blade strike containing the strongest soul attack, and I can only use it once for now. That blade strike just now was something Gao Xiang was only able to unleash after fusing 8 laws and stepping into the Universe Lord realm, when his willpower finally broke through to the Universe strongest level. If his willpower could improve a little more, perhaps he would be able to unleash it again. Gao Xiang instantly swung his blade tens of thousands of times. Because Lord Washan had lost 30% of his divine body, his strength had declined, and facing the attack of tens of thousands of blade strikes, he actually missed blocking 10 times. Don't think that 10 times was not much. In reality, every blade strike was fatal. Any blade strike that landed on Lord Washan's peak supreme treasure armor caused him significant damage. A moment later, only 30% of his divine body remained. Damn it, if I still can't escape, I'm afraid I will fall today. The moment Lord Washan started to flee, he contacted Lord Fengting. Now, he could only hope that Lord Fengting would arrive in time. The 7th true master of our God Eye race is about to arrive. If you don't run, you are destined to fall, haha. At this moment, Lord Washan could only hope that the opponent would be scared away. Lord Washan knew that the person closest to this place right now was Lord Fengting. As for super powerhouses like the 7th true master, they were all very far away from here, and I fear that by the time they arrived, he would have already fallen. Chapter 215 Great Axe's Expectations. The 7th true god of the God Eye race was a genuine universe strongest, with strength far exceeding that of the Great Axe founder, and he possessed more than 2 pieces of supreme treasure. No matter how arrogant Gao Xiang was, he dared not easily engage in battle with the 7th true god. Therefore, he decided to eliminate Lord Washan as soon as possible and immediately return to the primordial universe. Lord Washan, hold on, I am coming right away. The anxious Lord Fengting immediately sent a message to Lord Washan. She had immediately contacted the formidable God Eye race members nearby, as well as the owner of the small universe they resided in, the 7th true god. Good. Lord Washan knew that once Lord Fengting arrived, she would very likely perish as well. Lord Fengting's strength was significantly inferior to Lord Washan's. But to save her own life, she still decided to have Lord Fengting come over. As long as Lord Fengting arrived, Gao Xiang's attention would inevitably be diverted. If they could stall for time, other strong members of the God Eye race would be able to arrive in time. I must eliminate the opponent quickly to prevent their true god from arriving. At this moment, Gao Xiang no longer hesitated and instantly burned his divine power. Once again, thousands of blade beams appeared. Damn, this domain is surprisingly troublesome. When Lord Fengting approached the domain of the mountain and river seal, she began to use her own domain-type treasure to resist. However, if Lord Washen's domain-type treasure couldn't handle it, how could she, who was even slightly weaker, possibly cope? From afar, she saw Lord Washen being hunted by Gao Xiang. At this moment, Lord Washen's aura was weak, and he had completely fallen into madness. He looked at Lord Fengting, who could not get close, in the distance. Save me. Human race universe lord. Our god I race's seventh true god is arriving soon. If you are sensible, leave immediately. Just a bluff. Gao Xiang sneered. His blade technique did not have eyes. In just an instant, only 15% of Lord Washen's divine power body remained. Explode for me. At this moment, Lord Washen was completely insane. He had to self-destruct. However, at this moment, Gao Xiang actually brought out his peak palace-type treasure, 100 shatters. How detestable. At the moment of death, Lord Washen, who had attempted to drag Gao Xiang down with him, had completely given up. The opponent actually possessed a peak palace-type treasure. His self-destruction had become a joke. Rumble tilde. The endless water domain, spanning over 100 billion kilometers, was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Collect. The treasures left behind by Lord Washen were all collected into the Peak Palace treasure, 100 shatters. Lord Fengting in the distance, because she was far away and had timely brought out a top-tier palace-type treasure, managed to save her life. I'll spare your life for now. After obtaining Lord Washen's remains, Gao Xiang immediately controlled 100 shatters to leave. Lord Fengting's palace-type treasure was affected by the domain-type treasure, unable to catch up, and she had to stop. Just then, 5 powerful figures appeared behind Lord Fengting. One of the oldest powerhouses looked at Lord Fengting. Tell me, what happened? The ferocious divine eye within the huge golden halo behind Lord Fengting actually shed blood-red tears at this moment, her voice trembling miserably. Just a moment ago, Lord Washen perished. The one who killed him was a strange human race universe lord. That universe lord possesses a formidable peak domain-type treasure and a peak palace-type treasure. I could not catch up. The seventh true god was not sad, he was merely angry. It is fortunate that you did not catch up, otherwise you might have already perished. Regardless, daring to kill our god I race people means opposing our god I race. He looked at another god I race powerhouse beside him. Lamo, you are responsible for investigating that human race universe lord. The tall god I race man replied, good. Lord Fengting, send me the appearance of that human. If I am not mistaken, the opponent should be a human from the third reincarnation era. Lamo quickly deduced a thing or two. After all, the humans of the first and second reincarnation eras belonged to races that were struggling, and it was almost impossible for new universe lords to be born. The harvest this time is not bad. Sitting in the cabin of the Peak Palace treasure, 100 shatters, Gao Xiang looked at the several treasures before him, very satisfied. A peak treasure long spear, a peak treasure armor, and several top-tier and high-level treasures. With Gao Xiang's current vision, top-tier and high-level treasures could no longer enter his Dharma eye. Their only use was to be contributed to the race in exchange for treasure points. This peak treasure armor can be used by me, the peak treasure long spear can be exchanged with the race for a matching war blade, and as for the other treasures, they can be given to the race first. At this moment, Gao Xiang possessed a full set of peak treasures on his body, and his human original body also possessed a full set of top-tier treasures. The next step is to find a way to obtain a supreme treasure. Gao Xiang's goal was very clear. Primordial universe. Gao Xiang was a life form born in the primordial universe, so he could enter the primordial universe without any obstacles. And those powerhouses from the first and second reincarnation eras could only stare blankly. Therefore, many powerhouses in the primordial universe, once hunted by powerhouses from the first and second reincarnation eras, would often choose to flee towards the direction of the primordial universe. The sky of the primitive mystical region, covering several light years, was suddenly torn open. A massive spaceship-like treasure flew out from the torn opening. This scene terrified the geniuses cultivating in the primitive mystical region. This was the primitive mystical region covered by the Thousand Treasure River, yet it was forcibly entered like this. Ha ha. Just then, a thunderous voice came. Primordial Chaos City Lord's Thousand Treasure River clone was not angry, instead, he came barefoot, stepping through the void realm, holding a decayed wood staff, looking at the huge spaceship-like palace. The spaceship-like palace was the original appearance of the Hundred Shatters Palace. Gao Xiang flew out from the spaceship, floating in front of Primordial Chaos City Lord. A layer of divine power isolated the surroundings, and he transmitted his voice. I just returned from the Universe Sea, with a full harvest, and have many treasures prepared to contribute to the race. Let's go into your palace treasure to talk first. Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at the opponent's Peak Palace treasure, feeling very envious. Inside the Peak Palace treasure, Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Gao Xiang. Speak. Look. At this time, several treasures floated between the two. Primordial Chaos City Lord widened his eyes, attracted by a long spear. It's actually a Peak treasure long spear. As for the other top-tier and high-level treasures, Primordial Chaos City Lord was not too surprised. The Peak treasure armor had already been used by Gao Xiang, and he did not intend to contribute it to the race. This long spear, I plan to exchange it for a war blade of equal value. Good, that works. However, how did you obtain so many treasures? How long has the other party been to the Universe Sea? To have such a huge harvest already. Normal treasure hunting cannot be this fast. Unless, it's killing for loot. I killed Lord Washan of the God Eye race. At that time, Lord Fengting also arrived, but I was worried that their seventh true god would arrive, so I spared Lord Fengting's life. Lord Washan. Primordial Chaos City Lord widened his eyes, looking at Gao Xiang. This is a Tier 4 Universe Lord. If he erupts, he can fully unleash Tier 5 strength in a short time. Such a top-tier Tier 4 Universe Lord was actually killed by a Universe Lord who had just stepped into the Universe Sea. Tell me, how many laws have you fused now? 8. When I fused 8 laws, I instantly stepped into the Universe Lord level. But fusing 8 laws shouldn't be enough to kill Lord Washan. For a formidable Universe Lord like Lord Washan, even if the Great Axe founder personally made a move, it would be difficult to kill him in a short time. Once the delay was too long, the true gods of the God Eye race would arrive, and killing Lord Washan would be even more impossible. I integrated soul attacks into my blade technique. This Primordial Chaos City Lord felt that his worldview had shattered. Soul attacks fused with blade techniques, what kind of operation is this? I relied on this move to instantly destroy 30% of Lord Washan's divine power body. Lord Washan's strength dropped significantly, and combined with my peak domain type treasure, he had to die. You actually obtained a peak domain type treasure. Primordial Chaos City Lord's ears buzzed. Look, a golden seal appeared in Gao Xiang's palm. This is the Mountain and River Seal, a formidable peak domain type treasure. Gao Xiang did not reveal the secret that this treasure was actually a part of a supreme treasure. Your opportunity is truly extraordinary. Primordial Chaos City Lord exclaimed. Gao Xiang smiled and said nothing. When it comes to opportunity, in the entire Swallowed Star, only Luo Feng can claim to be first, no one dares to claim second. Gao Xiang's ability to soar high did not rely on opportunity, but on comprehension ability. Your strength is enough to fight alongside Great Axe. Finally, Primordial Chaos City Lord revealed his plan. Back then, the Great Axe founder shamelessly approached Primordial Chaos City Lord, wanting to take Gao Xiang as his disciple, all for this very day. It was just that this day came too fast. In the eyes of the Great Axe founder, no Universe Lord in the entire human race was qualified and capable of adventuring with him. For example, Primordial Chaos City Lord and Lord Peng Gong, although very strong in strength, still did not enter the Great Axe founder's Dharma Eye. The Great Axe founder frequented the super core areas of the 3 Great Forbidden Lands all year round, where the opponents were all universe strongest. Even if Chaos or Peng Gong entered, they would likely perish. Good. Gao Xiang possessed the clone ability. Even if a clone perished, it would at most consume some divine power and could be condensed again. You should rest in the primordial universe for a few years. Once Great Axe returns to the primordial universe, he will contact you immediately. Primordial Chaos City Lord had already contacted the Great Axe founder's incarnation left in the primordial universe through the virtual universe but did not receive a response. Obviously, the Great Axe founder could not afford to be distracted at this moment. Just 1 year later, the Great Axe founder contacted Gao Xiang through the virtual universe. Gao Xiang, I have heard about your affairs. As Great Axe spoke, a giant axe appeared in his hand. This is the supreme treasure I just obtained. The Great Axe founder was very proud. He finally got his wish and obtained a supreme treasure axe. Whenever he obtained a supreme treasure weapon that was not an axe, the Great Axe founder could only stare blankly. In the entire primordial universe, no force could exchange a supreme treasure weapon with him. Therefore, in the eyes of the Great Axe founder, this supreme treasure axe seemed tailor-made for him. However, in Gao Xiang's eyes, all of this was nothing but a conspiracy. The purpose of those terrifying creatures was to lure the Great Axe founder into the trap. Back then, I was hunted by a group of universe strongest in the flame world. I fled all the way and ended up rushing into a place of certain death. Who knew, not only did I not die, but I obtained this treasure, haha. Whenever he talked about the supreme treasure axe in his hand, the Great Axe founder was very proud. He was a life form born when the human race first rose, fighting in all directions together with primal ancestor. He loved adventuring his whole life and loved challenging luck. Especially when facing forbidden lands, he relied on tenacious willpower, countless attempts, and a small amount of luck to successfully break through countless forbidden lands. Perhaps many universe exalts and young universe lords in the human race did not know that when the Great Axe founder first stepped into the undying level, he was a small human genius with very ordinary talent. His future destination was marquee level, and if he was lucky, he might step into champion. As for exalt, that was absolutely impossible. But, to become a powerhouse, he chose the most insane path. In this point, he was very similar to Luo Feng. After the Great Axe founder stepped into the undying level, he learned that it was too difficult for him to become a marquee level, so he took the initiative to go to dangerous universe secret realms to adventure. In dangerous universe secret realms, some areas could instantly kill undying, or even king level immortal. Even, in some areas, if a universe exalt stepped in, they would instantly die. In his life, the number of dangerous universe secret realms he had adventured through reached as many as 1,000. It was precisely by relying on the harvests and opportunities in the universe secret realms that he finally stepped into the universe exalt level. After becoming a universe exalt, he was valued by the human race leader at the time, Primal Ancestor. Although he was not taken as a disciple because his talent was ordinary, and becoming a universe exalt relied on luck and opportunities obtained from adventuring, the other party taught him many times and had the grace of teaching him, so he was considered half a master. After becoming a universe exalt, the Great Axe founder rejected Primal Ancestor's proposal for him to serve as the lord of a newly founded universe kingdom. He chose to go to the Primal Star to adventure. Others went to the Primal Star to obtain heavy treasures, or even treasures. And he, going to the Primal Star was mainly for life and death battles. The Primal Star was a closed environment, unable to teleport, unable to use Divine Kingdom teleportation, and wanting to leave could only be done through vortex passages. And vortex passages might be controlled by some forces. Precisely because of this, after experiencing more than 10 openings and closings of the Primal Star, the Great Axe founder finally got his wish and stepped into the ranks of universe lords. At that time, Primal Ancestor's disciple, Primordial Chaos City Lord, had already become a universe lord. After becoming a universe lord, the Great Axe founder founded the Great Axe Battleground, and in order to continue improving his strength, he chose to enter the Universe Sea. Chapter 216, The Remaining Parts of the Mountain and River Seal. After experiencing countless life and death battles in the Universe Sea, he finally stepped into the ranks of the universe strongest. However, after he became a universe strongest, he suddenly heard the instructions from Primal Ancestor to him. Primal Ancestor said that he was going to do something very dangerous. This matter might lead to his fall. Primal Ancestor instructed Great Axe Founder that once he fell, Great Axe Founder must shoulder the heavy burden of being the human race's #1 expert and protect the entire human race. At that time, Great Axe was still adventuring in the universe boat of the Universe Sea, and he did not take it to heart. In his eyes, Teacher Primal Ancestor was an invincible existence, dominating the entire Universe Sea, and was the recognized #1 expert of the Universe Sea. However, when he heard Primordial Chaos City Lord say that Teacher Primal Ancestor had actually been permanently suppressed by the primordial universe, which was effectively no different from falling, he was completely stunned. For the first time, Great Axe Founder felt that his shoulders were so heavy. Previously, for the sake of adventure, even knowing that he might fall, he still resolutely rushed forward. At worst, he would just fall. As long as he could become stronger, he would charge. But after experiencing Teacher Primal Ancestor being permanently suppressed and becoming the highest pillar of the human race, his mindset changed. He began to worry about what would happen if he fell and the human race had no universe strongest to protect them. However, as time passed, the human race gradually gave birth to many universe lords, especially Primordial Chaos City Lord's 3 clones, all of whom were very powerful and only one step away from breaking through to become a universe strongest, and his mindset slowly changed again. He still loved adventure and exploration. He handed over the management of human race affairs to Primordial Chaos City Lord and handed over the management of Great Axe Battleground affairs to his disciple, Master of Void Gold. He even threw the heavy burden of teaching disciples to Master of Void Gold. He, Great Axe Founder, had a heart that always wanted to grow. Teacher, I feel that the dim land is too dangerous, you must not enter it no matter what. Gao Xiang had seen the fragments of the thousand-thread map, and combined with the human race's known map of the Universe Sea, he found the dim land located in the deepest part of the collapsing peak world. The perfected Universe Sea map had many areas that the human race had never explored. Among them were over 10 core areas, including the flame world and the dim land. And that dim land was the core of the collapsing peak world. When the time comes to break through the reincarnation, I will also have to go to the dim land, so the terrifying creatures there must be dealt with as soon as possible. Gao Xiang thought silently. As your teacher, I naturally know this, but I am still adventuring in the flame world for the time being, and the dim land is the last core area I will go to. Great Axe Founder always had his own plans. For those dozen or so unexplored core areas, he would personally investigate them one by one, thereby helping the entire human race perfect the Universe Sea map. When Teacher goes to the dim land, you must call me. Great Axe Founder frowned. He recognized Gao Xiang's talent, but he did not recognize the other party's current strength. That won't do. It is super dangerous there, and you are still too weak right now. Gao Xiang was very certain, by the time you go to the dim land, I will at least be a universe strongest. Haha, that's good. Great Axe Founder liked this wild energy of Gao Xiang. If you can really become a universe strongest, I will definitely call you then. Every time Great Axe Founder adventured in a dangerous core area, it was like walking on a tightrope. It was very dangerous. For instance, this time when he was adventuring in the flame world, he happened to encounter a supreme treasure appearing. And at that time, there were exactly 3 universe strongest present. Moreover, these 3 universe strongest belonged to the same faction, and each possessed strength comparable to his. The other side even had 2 supreme treasures. Yet in the end, he still managed to obtain the supreme treasure. You still need to continue improving your strength. When your strength is sufficient, I will personally take you to explore dangerous core areas for treasures. Okay. Great Axe Founder had always wanted a powerful companion. This would not only increase the chances of obtaining treasures when snatching them but also enhance their self-preservation capabilities. Nowadays, his most favored candidate was Gao Xiang. After ending the call with Great Axe Founder, Gao Xiang looked up at the endless thousand treasure river in the sky. Gao Xiang suddenly laughed. Fine, I might as well have this clone of mine enter the Universe Sea again. My original body's combat power is much worse, but its comprehension ability is the most heaven-defying, making it suitable to stay behind to comprehend the law and create secret techniques. After speaking, his clone disappeared instantly. When his clone appeared in another place, it was already 10 light-years away from the primitive mystical region. The primordial Chaos City Lord Thousand Treasure River clone, who was sitting cross-legged in a palace treasure above the primitive mystical region, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked far into the direction of the void realm, his voice low. This Gao Xiang is preparing to go to the Universe Sea again. Little does he know that the Universe Sea is currently crazily searching for the human race's newly promoted Universe Lord. However, primordial Chaos City Lord did not stop him, but rather supported him. Without danger, how can one grow? Surrounding the huge, endless black vortex were the twisted, visible 10 basic laws. The materialized 10 basic laws were like 10 different pigments, twisted into a vortex rainbow, beautiful yet terrifying. Gao Xiang quietly watched the Tuya black hole, muttering in his heart, since the 10 basic laws confused to become the chaos law, why are there no chaos flows inside the primordial universe? This question had been asked by many super experts. For example, the Universe Sea was filled with chaos flows. The primordial universe could absorb chaos flows for its own use. It decomposed the chaos flows into the 10 basic laws, which were the 10 basic substances, thereby constructing all the matter within the entire primordial universe. Since that was the case, why couldn't experts directly absorb the chaos flows to improve their own strength? It is actually Lord Gao Xiang. Just then, a delicate and cute woman appeared not far away. She was Master Minglian, a top universe lord in the insect race faction, possessing the strength of a tier 4 universe lord, possessing a peak domain type treasure, endless ripple domain, and also possessing over 1,000 insect race warriors with universe venerable combat power. Gao Xiang naturally noticed the newly appeared Master Minglian. Not long ago, Luo Feng had cooperated with Master Minglian to kill Lord Yuanao together. Master Minglian, are you also preparing to go to the Universe Sea? Master Minglian had heard of Lord Gao Zhang's latest battle record. Lord Washan, who possessed 2 peak treasures and had created the strongest secret technique, had actually been killed by Lord Gao Xiang. And she, Master Minglian, had strength that was even worse than Lord Washan's. Therefore, Master Minglian was very wary of the other party. If she rashly entered the Tuya black hole at this time, and both of them appeared at the same location in the Universe Sea, then she, Master Minglian, would be in great danger. She could still escape in the primordial universe. But in the Universe Sea, without the suppression of the primordial universe, coupled with the fact that teleportation was a very dangerous thing, if Master Minglian were ambushed by the other party, the probability of falling would be very high. The usually domineering Master Minglian had a soft and glutinous voice at this moment, like a cute middle school girl. Yes. I am preparing to go to the universe boat to adventure. In fact, she was preparing to go to Liuchang Mountain to adventure. I also happen to be going to the universe boat to adventure, why don't we team up? Gao Xiang was not afraid of Master Minglian. He knew the other party's trump cards clearly. Moreover, the other party's strength was not as good as Lord Washan's. Master Minglian naturally could not agree. Besides, their insect race and the human race were already at daggers drawn. However, once they entered the Universe Sea, if they encountered a situation where they had to cooperate, they would often cooperate temporarily. After all, cooperating with experts from the first and second reincarnation eras was even less reliable. That won't be necessary. Our insect race's Lord Yunjia will be waiting for me at the universe boat. Lord Yunjia was one of the insect race's own universe lords in the insect race faction, possessing the strength of a tier 5 universe lord, and was a genuine peak universe lord. The reason Master Minglian mentioned the other party's name was to make Lord Gao Xiang retreat in the face of difficulties. In fact, Lord Yunjia was not in the universe. This time, Master Minglian intended to go to Liuchang Mountain to adventure alone. After all, separating to search for treasures increased the chances of obtaining them. Fine. Ladies first. Gao Xiang pointed to the distant Tuya black hole and made a gesture of invitation. Master Minglian thought to herself, could this Lord Gao Xiang be planning to make a move on me? She would definitely not easily be the first to enter the Tuya black hole. Once the other party saw which Universe Sea wormhole she chose to enter, the other party would very likely choose to follow. She did not want to become the next Lord Washan. I am not in a hurry, let Lord Gao Xiang enter first. Master Minglian wore a cute smile on her face, but internally she had already started to go crazy. Fine. Originally, Gao Xiang wanted to enter the Universe C to attempt to capture and then enslave the other party. A Tier 4 Universe Lord Servant would be very useful. However, he knew that while it was easy to capture the other party, it was almost impossible to enslave them. His strength was clearly not enough yet. For now, I will let you go. Gao Xiang flew towards the Tuya black hole, and soon his voice disappeared into the black hole. How terrifying. Confirming that the other party had disappeared, Master Minglian let out a long sigh of relief, and her cute, pale face gradually regained its color. If the other party really made a move in the Universe C, she might actually fall. Master Minglian did not dare to gamble. Our insect race has already informed the God Eye race of the killer who killed Lord Washan that day. I hope the God Eye race's true master will kill Lord Gao Xiang soon. Master Minglian secretly prayed for Gao Xiang to fall soon. However, she also knew that it was impossible. After all, the other party possessed the clone ability, making him harder to kill than a universe strongest. Master Minglian entered the Tuya black hole. Fortunately, that guy is not here. After entering the Universe C, Master Minglian did not find Gao Xiang. She let out a long sigh of relief and flew towards a wormhole closest to Liuchang Mountain. After Master Minglian's figure disappeared from the wormhole, Gao Xiang, who had hidden his aura in a void 1 light-year away, saw everything. It seems that Master Minglian is preparing to go to Liuchang Mountain. What a deceitful little girl. Liuchang Mountain, one of the 3 major forbidden lands, had almost no records in the original work, so Gao Xiang could not use the God's Eye view to find opportunities. He only had some experience and records from the human race's predecessors regarding Liuchang Mountain. Compared to the collapsing peak world and the universe boat, Liuchang Mountain was a very strange and unknown forbidden land to Gao Xiang. He immediately turned around and flew towards the wormhole leading to Liuchang Mountain. Master Minglian, who thought she had escaped the clutches of Lord Gao Xiang, did not know that Lord Gao Xiang was also flying towards Liuchang Mountain at this moment. When Gao Xiang came out from the other end of the wormhole, he looked at a small dot in the distance. That grain-sized dot was Liuchang Mountain. However, in reality, there was an endlessly remote distance from here to Liuchang Mountain. According to the experience left by predecessors, to safely arrive at the outermost periphery of Liuchang Mountain, there was only one fastest and safest route. This route was the best route summarized by countless experts in the primordial universe using their lives and experience. Therefore, if Master Minglian wanted to safely arrive at the outer territory of Liuchang Mountain, she also had to take this path. However, after arriving at the outer territory of Liuchang Mountain, one could move in all directions and arbitrarily choose to adventure around Liuchang Mountain. Of course, if your strength was sufficient, you could also adventure towards the peak of Liuchang Mountain. Liuchang Mountain, unlike the collapsing peak world, was also mainly composed of a mountain body, but the collapsing peak world was mainly divided into the outer periphery and the core area. The outer periphery of the collapsing peak world was around the mountain body, while the core area was inside the mountain body. Liuchang Mountain, on the other hand, was a wide and continuous mountain peak. Its peak height was only over 30 million light-years, while the diameter of its foot was over 100 million light-years. Yunjia, Master Minglian, through teleportation and flight, arrived directly at a huge rock concealment area at the foot of Liuchang Mountain without any rest in between. There was an insect race divine temple. This temple was specially built by the insect race faction to facilitate adventures in Liuchang Mountain. At this moment, inside the temple, sat a mature, beautiful, and enchanting woman. Minglian. Lord Yunjia smiled at Master Minglian. Did you have any gains? Master Minglian had an excellent relationship with Lord Yunjia, and this time she was invited by Lord Yunjia to come to Liuchang Mountain. Naturally, there are not small gains, but the treasure has not yet appeared. I estimate that I cannot obtain it alone. Oh, what kind of treasure is that? It is a soul impact test. Lord Yunjia said quietly. After Lord Yunjia's explanation, Master Minglian finally knew why Lord Yunjia had invited her to come and adventure. It turned out that an era ago, Lord Yunjia had come to the foot of Liuchang Mountain, and by chance, she had entered a hidden entrance. Once entering that entrance, one would face a soul impact. That was a wide staircase, with a width of over 1 million kilometers, and the height of each step was 100,000 kilometers. Looking up, the endless staircase could not be seen to the end. Every time one climbed a step, one would face a soul impact, and as one went up, the intensity of the soul impact became greater and greater. I have already tried for a whole era, but I could only climb to the 888th step, and in the end, I could not persist and was kicked out. Lord Yunjia was very regretful. Chapter 217, Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance. You were the kinsman closest to me. I no longer have the chance to obtain this opportunity, so I want to give it to you. If you are also unable to obtain this opportunity, then I will report it to the Zerg Queen. Very well, then I will go and try. Master Minglian was very moved. Upon knowing that she could not obtain this opportunity, Master Yujia decided to prioritize giving it to her, which made Master Minglian very grateful. However, she also placed great importance on this opportunity. Minglian, your soul strength and willpower have already reached the level of approaching a universe strongest. I hope you can succeed. All right. When Master Minglian decided to enter that hidden place, Gao Xiang had already appeared on the outskirts of Liuchang Mountain. Boom tilde. The divine power domain of the mountain and river seal instantly enveloped a range of 1 light-year in radius. To think that Master Minglian's figure is not here. Gao Xiang did not discover Master Minglian. He reigned in the divine power domain of the mountain and river seal, maintaining it within a radius of 10 million kilometers. At the foot of a mountain 10 light-years away from Gao Xiang, Master Yujia led Master Minglian into a hidden passageway. Minglian, this passageway leads directly to the foot of mountain number 80,321 of Liuchang Mountain. Liuchang Mountain as a whole is simply too large. To distinguish the regions at the foot of the mountain, the powerhouses of the universe see specially created many identification numbers. Just the foot of Liuchang Mountain alone has been artificially divided into over 100,000 mountain foot regions. According to our human race's universe C chart, on this mountain foot number 80,320, there is a stone forest spanning several thousand light years, and within the stone forest, there are hundreds of millions of hidden caves. And in those caves, treasures have appeared several times. Mountain foot number 80,320 is a region that has already been explored by human race powerhouses. The probability of treasures appearing there is high, and relatively speaking, it is not that dangerous. But, it also gathers quite a few universe lords who want to hunt for treasures. Do not look at the stone forest as only being several thousand light years in range. A peak domain type treasure can easily cover a range of 1 light year, and theoretically, it would only take a year or two to sweep the entire stone forest. The actual situation is not like that. The region swept by a domain treasure only scans the very surface, the hidden caves inside and some details are easily ignored. Therefore, these universe lords hunting for treasures in the stone forest all choose to use their own divine power to slowly probe inch by inch. If one were to carefully probe the entire stone forest, one epoch would likely only be able to probe 1% of the region. Furthermore, every stone peak in the entire stone forest randomly changes its position every 10,000 years, causing the layout of the entire stone forest to undergo a complete change. Minglian, this is the place. Master Yujia brought Master Minglian to the destination, and she pointed to a hidden wormhole in front. Back then, I was hunted by a powerhouse of the skeleton race from the first reincarnation era, and I had to choose to enter this wormhole. As a result, I was teleported to that soul impact staircase. That skeleton race powerhouse did not dare to rashly enter the wormhole and eventually had to leave. Then, I will try. Master Minglian trusted that Master Yujia would not sabotage her. Taking advantage of the fact that no other universe lord knew about this wormhole, Master Minglian had to seize the opportunity. She flew into the wormhole. Where is this? Master Minglian discovered that she was in a boundless golden hall. It is strange to say, she could clearly see the walls of the hall around her, but she could not tell exactly how big this hall was. In front of her was a huge staircase that extended endlessly. Its size and appearance were exactly the same as described by the Lord of Canaan. Master Minglian stepped onto the first step. Rumble tilde. Just at this moment, a soul attack struck deep within Master Minglian's soul. Unlike a willpower attack, the latter acts like a big club on the soul, which would cause the soul to be injured. While a soul impact acts like a sharp blade on the soul, cutting the soul apart. Therefore, a soul impact is even more fatal. Master Minglian's complexion instantly turned pale. Fortunately, she was a soul-type great master to begin with, and she possessed a top-tier soul-type treasure, which could safely protect her soul. She took a step, continuing to walk towards the second step. In the stone forest, Gao Xiang activated the mountain and river seal at the first instance, simultaneously circulating his divine power to begin sweeping, not letting go of any detail. Lord of Golden Horn. Just at this moment, Gao Xiang saw a huge golden beast in the distance. The Lord of Golden Horn emitted a low voice from his mouth. Lord of Fen now, I have already swept this place for a whole epoch, I suggest you go to other places to sweep. At the same time, the Lord of Golden Horn transmitted the reference points of the regions he and his kinsmen had swept to Gao Xiang. After entering the Universe Sea, even if the Universe Lords from the primordial universe have some grudges, they generally will not take action. Unless they encounter a treasure that moves them. But the madmen of the first and second reincarnation eras do not care about these, even if no treasure appears, they often will fight fiercely. Alright. Through these regional reference points, Gao Xiang quickly discovered that 3/4 of the region in the Stone Forest had already been swept by the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance. However, these stone forests change their positions every period of time. So the swept regions of the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance serve only as a reference. Otherwise, why would the other party kindly share these with him? Gao Xiang immediately flew towards another place. This time, he followed the advice of the Lord of Golden Horn, choosing a region that the other party had not explored. Haha, this guy actually believed it. Those regions had long been explored by our Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance, and even if parts of the stone peaks changed positions, it only changed a small portion of the region, haha. Although the positions of some stone peaks in the stone forest will change, each change requires an interval of many years, and not all stone peaks will change. Therefore, in this long-lasting sweeping process, the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance has already reached a conclusion. That is, there is no need to continue sweeping regions that have already been swept. This maximizes the probability of obtaining treasures. Because they, the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance, have already obtained 2 treasures here, and one of the treasures is even a top-tier treasure among the best, already very close to a peak treasure. To obtain treasures, one relies on luck and strength. Gao Xiang quickly flew towards the distance. While checking the Universe Sea chart of the human race, he was also checking the exploration experience of the human race regarding the stone forest. However, very few Universe Lords of the human race have entered the stone forest, so the accumulated experience is not much. Lord of Zan Mie. Just at this moment, a pitch-black beast appeared in front of the Lord of Golden Horn. The Lord of Zan Mie had just flown over from another part of the stone forest. He had already been sweeping this stone forest for more than 2 epochs. He had good luck and obtained a high-grade treasure. Lord of Golden Horn, who was that Universe Lord just now? The Lord of Zan Mie discovered that the Lord of Golden Horn was actually conversing with a Universe Lord just now, but the other party had concealed their aura, making it impossible for him to determine which Universe Lord it was. Haha, the Lord of Fen now of the human race just left. I let him go to other places in the stone forest to hunt for treasures. The Lord of Zan Mie was immediately puzzled. For these few epochs, this stone forest has been occupied by the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance. Any Universe Lord who dares to approach the stone forest will be expelled by them. However, the Lord of Golden Horn actually did not expel the other party and even let the other party go to other places in the stone forest to hunt for treasures. The Lord of Golden Horn naturally knew the doubts of the Lord of Zan Mie. He continued to explain, although I am also a 5th-tier Universe Lord, I do not have much confidence when facing the Lord of Fen now. It is better to let him go to the regions we have already explored to continue exploring. If he is truly lucky and discovers a treasure, it will not be too late to call for reinforcements then. The entire stone forest currently has gathered 8 starry sky behemoths, 2 of which are 5th-tier universe lords. The Lord of Golden Horn is still smart. The Lord of Zan Mie secretly admired. As expected, ginger is still spicier when it is old. Gao Xiang began to carefully sweep according to the reference map sent to him by the Lord of Golden Horn. It was not that he had not considered that the reference map the other party gave him was fake, but the stone forest had stone peaks changing at all times, so being half believing and half doubting was just right. Minglian, you must do your best. When Master Minglian entered the staircase and began to try to climb the staircase, Master Yu jaw clenched her fists. This staircase is quite peculiar. Once someone enters it, others can only wait for the other party to come out, otherwise there is absolutely no possibility of entering. Master Minglian is the person closest to her, so she thought of leaving the opportunity to Master Minglian at the first instance. If Master Minglian also cannot do it, then she will inform the Zerg Queen. This soul impact is truly terrifying. Fortunately, my willpower has already reached the limit of a universe lord. Master Minglian's willpower, placed in the entire insect race, is second only to the Zerg Queen. Willpower reaching the universe strongest level is one of the basic conditions for becoming a universe strongest. Therefore, Master Minglian has been trying to improve her willpower. This piece of stone forest is too big. If I were to carefully probe it once, I fear it would take several hundred epochs. Gao Xiang, who was flying slowly in the stone forest, had just flown out from a stone peak. That stone peak's height had already exceeded 1 light year, while its width was only 1,000th of its height, and its surface was covered with pitted indentations. Any indentation, after Gao Xiang set foot in it, was a huge basin or a canyon. Relying solely on domain-type treasures to probe, it is difficult to probe some hidden details under one's feet. One must use divine power to carefully probe, or even rely on the naked eye to distinguish those hidden treasures. This also results in the speed being very slow if one wants to probe seriously. However, he has plenty of time. His human race original body is crazily comprehending in the Qiulong Holy Land. And his Fen Now clone is responsible for adventuring and hunting for treasures outside. This is the benefit of having a clone. In just 1,000 years, Gao Xiang's human race original body had fused the 9th law. The law fusion is also too smooth, but why have I not yet become a universe strongest? At this moment, Gao Xiang has doubts in his heart. According to the original work, if one successfully fuses the 10 laws, then one will become a chaos dominator, which is also a chaos great sage. The strength of a chaos dominator is above that of the eternal god, and one can become the city lord of a chaos city on the origin continent. However, Gao Xiang has already fused 9 laws, yet he still has not become a universe strongest. If he waits until he successfully fuses 10 laws to become a chaos dominator in one step, that is impossible. In other words, my path of law fusion is not complete, or I have taken a crooked path. At this moment, Gao Xiang suddenly woke up. Without the path of predecessors, no matter how heaven-defying one's comprehension ability is, once one walks the wrong path, one can either only walk into a dead end or return to look for another path. It seems that the ancient civilization is very important. Now, there are 2 options placed before Gao Xiang. First, it is to wait for his disciple Luo Feng to go to the universe boat, and in the universe boat obtain the legacy of Duan Donghe. He, Gao Xiang, would naturally also be able to obtain the legacy of Duan Donghe. However, that would require a very, very long time. Second, it is for him to personally go to the universe boat to adventure and see if he can accept the test of the Duan Donghe legacy in advance. However, without the blessing of the primordial universe's will, it is estimated that the legacy of Duan Donghe will not easily appear. However, the entire universe sea is boundless, and quite a few ancient civilization ruins will drift over from the origin continent. And the 3 great forbidden lands are natural huge obstacles, which are the easiest to intercept these ancient civilization ruins. Let's continue to hunt for treasures in Liuchang Mountain first. Perhaps Liuchang Mountain also has ancient civilization ruins. Gao Xiang decided that at least after exploring Liuchang Mountain once, he would then go to try an adventure in the universe boat. Suddenly, Gao Xiang's heart trembled, and he felt that a treasure inside his body had an abnormality. A large seal appeared in his palm. Above the large seal was an exquisite mountain and river scroll, vivid and lifelike. After enlarging it, one would discover that the scroll was actually a complete world. The mountain and river seal trembled slightly. It seems that this time the luck is not bad. Liuchang Mountain is extremely likely to have parts of the mountain and river seal. However, looking at the magnitude of the trembling, this place must be extremely far from that part. With the guidance of the mountain and river seal, Gao Xiang seemed to have activated a cheat. He only needed to navigate according to the changes in the trembling intensity of the mountain and river seal. To think it is towards the direction of the main peak. Very quickly, Gao Xiang found the approximate direction of the remaining parts of the mountain and river seal. When Gao Xiang had flown for a full month, he happened to appear beside the Lord of Golden Horn. Lord of Fen now, how is the harvest? The Lord of Golden Horn mistakenly thought that Gao Xiang had given up. There is no harvest, I am preparing to go to other places to try. Then I wish you good luck. After Gao Xiang left, the Lord of Golden Horn finally emitted a disdainful laugh. Ha ha, this Lord of Fen now has finally left. What the Lord of Golden Horn worried about most was that once a treasure appeared in the stone forest, if the Lord of Fen now participated, it would inevitably be very troublesome. It seems that the Lord of Golden Horn is worried that I will snatch the opportunity they have in the stone forest. Gao Xiang, who had already left the stone forest, said with disdain. With the information on the remaining parts of the mountain and river seal, he no longer looked down upon the treasures of the stone forest. Where is this? As he flew, Gao Xiang entered an unknown region. This region had not been explored by the human race and the Great Alliance. A region that has not been explored also represents unknown dangers. Chapter 218, The Insect Race Moves Out. Some universe lords prefer to hunt for treasures in areas that have already been explored, as the safety level is slightly higher. Other universe lords prefer to hunt for treasures in unexplored areas, as the probability of obtaining treasures is higher. How one chooses depends on oneself. Gao Xiang possesses the ability of a clone, so naturally, he chooses to explore unknown areas. In order to detect unknown dangers in time, Gao Xiang simultaneously activated the domain of the mountain and river seal in his own divine power domain. Under the dual domains, Gao Xiang can clearly cover a radius of 1 light year. Oh no! Master Yu Jia, who was waiting outside, suddenly realized that just a moment ago, she had sensed the probing of a domain-type treasure. I didn't expect there to be a universe lord of the insect race here. Under the coverage of the mountain and river seal's domain, Gao Xiang easily discovered Master Yu Jia. Master Yu Jia's strength is not even as good as Master Ming Lian's. If Gao Xiang wanted to kill her, it would be like slaughtering cattle or sheep. Although difficult, it is not impossible to achieve. Lord of Fen now, why did you come here? Although Master Yu Jia was afraid, she did not believe that the other party had the certainty to find the hidden passage leading to the soul impact stairs. The reason she thought this was because this place is filled with endless gravel, relying solely on divine power to probe. Even if one sweeps over the hidden passage, it would still be ignored if one were not careful. Unless the other party, just like Master Yu Jia, accidentally stumbled upon this hidden passage. This is Liuchang Mountain, not the territory of your insect race. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Gao Xiang stared coldly at Master Yu Jia. Through the mountain and river seal, he could clearly feel that this was the area where the tremors were most obvious. However, the magnitude of the tremors of the mountain and river seal was still not very large. In other words, it is very likely that the mountain and river seal is deep within this place. Consider yourself lucky, Master Yu Jia said, turning around and leaving. After flying for a good distance, she looked back and muttered to herself, I hope the Lord of Fen now didn't discover it. The other party possesses a powerful domain-type treasure and also has the combat power of a Tier 5 Universe Lord. If she were unwilling to leave, she would very likely be killed by him. Consider yourself lucky. At this moment, Gao Xiang continued to maintain the maximum coverage of the mountain and river seal's domain, having confirmed that Master Yu Jia had already left more than 1 light year away. In other words, the other party could not possibly know what he was about to do here. He did not have the ability to kill the other party. However, if he were to kill her, then before she fell, she would definitely send a message to the Zerg Queen Mother. In that case, the secret of him obtaining treasures here would be known by the insect race faction. As for the treasures on Master Yu Jia, he looked down on them a bit, they could not catch his Dharma eye. This is the place. Gao Xiang circled the area and finally determined that the tremor magnitude here was the strongest. He retracted his divine power, keeping the probe within a 10-kilometer range, while simultaneously observing with his naked eye. Under such a probe, even a virus on the ground would be seen clearly by him. This is the place. The area that caused the mountain and river seal to tremble the most was actually not much different from the surrounding rocks. Gao Xiang did not hesitate at all and immediately flew towards that area. However, when his body touched that area, he actually sank into it. It's actually a trick of the eye, I couldn't even probe it with my divine power. A trick of the eye that can deceive the divine power probe of a universe lord is definitely the work of an ancient civilization. After entering, Gao Xiang saw a huge staircase in front of him. Because the stairs were too wide and too high, Gao Xiang could only see within the first 100 stairs ahead. As for divine power probes and domain-type treasures, they were completely useless here. This is truly terrifying. After entering, Gao Xiang discovered that a part of his clone soul could not communicate with the part of his soul in his human true self. In other words, in this independent area, his soul was temporarily split into two. The communication token and the virtual universe network cannot be used either. Gao Xiang widened his eyes in disbelief. This place is very special. It is even more special than the world of Jin. Why say this? It is mainly because this place isolates the soul, making the clone staying here unable to communicate with the true self in the outside world. Even in the world of Jin, which can give birth to void true gods, one can still communicate with clones and incarnations via the soul. At the same time, in the distant Qiulong continent, Gao Zheng's human true self suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "I have actually lost soul communication with my clone. This matter must be told to the primordial Chaos City Lord immediately." This matter is of great importance. Gao Xiang would not act like Master Yu Jia did, who, for the sake of Master Minglian, did not immediately inform the Zerg Queen. Half an hour later, the primordial Chaos City Lord in the virtual universe network frowned. He pondered for a long time before speaking. "I have heard of such a dead zone in the universe sea for the first time. However, fortunately, you have the ability of a clone. Even if the clone falls, at most, you will only lose some treasures." In the eyes of the primordial Chaos City Lord, as long as Gao Xiang does not fall, losing some peak treasures is nothing. If I am not mistaken, the Zerg Queen Mother of the insect race faction should also know about it immediately. The primordial Chaos City Lord does not believe that Master Yu Jia appearing there was just a coincidence. He has already made the worst preparations. However, he paused, and the primordial Chaos City Lord continued, "The Zerg Queen Mother should not tell other forces the secret of this dead zone, so she will only send some of her clansmen to take risks. We, the human race, will also send some clansmen to enter it." Unexpectedly, Gao Xiang immediately refused. "I think I am enough. If we rashly send other clansmen over, I fear it will alert the enemy." The primordial Chaos City Lord nodded. "That works. Your strength is not below mine, you should be the most suitable universe lord to explore there." Master Yu Jia did not leave too far. After waiting on the spot for more than 10 days, she returned along the original path. On the way back, she did not discover the other party's treasure domain. In other words, the other party has already left at this moment. As for the other party entering it, she did not think so. Because, when she first entered it, the information inside was quickly transmitted to her mind. That is a place of trial, only one person can accept the assessment at a time. Once the assessment is successful, one will obtain the treasures inside. There is not much information, but it clearly tells her that there is indeed a treasure inside. However, she still miscalculated. Gao Zheng's clone, holding the mountain and river seal, was not restricted by these rules and regulations. Because the treasure inside is exactly one of the components of the mountain and river seal. This soul attack is very terrifying, but since I secondary cultivate the Tao of the soul, I can easily deal with it. Currently, Gao Xiang primarily cultivates as a martial artist and secondarily as an illusionist. When an illusionist reaches the extreme, they are called a great master of the soul. I must work hard. Unknowingly, Master Minglian had already climbed to the 1500th stair. When she stepped onto the 1000th stair, a piece of information was transmitted into her mind. The information told her that the 1000th stair corresponds to the medium soul strength of a universe lord. Willpower is one of the important indicators of soul strength. Soul-type treasures can also increase soul strength. Of course, there are also soul-type secret techniques, which will also increase soul strength. However, the assessment information told her that the soul strength bonus from soul-type treasures does not work in this independent space. In other words, to obtain the final treasure, both willpower and soul-type secret techniques must be incomparably powerful. From this, it can be seen that the difficulty of the assessment here is several times harder than when Gao Xiang accepted the assessment of the mountain and river seal in the endless water domain of the collapsing peak world. I am a great master of the soul, and my soul strength is comparable to that of a newly entered universe strongest. I will definitely obtain this treasure. Master Minglian gritted her teeth and chose to continue climbing upward. This is. Gao Xiang's soul strength is also very powerful. He has even created a blade technique that incorporates soul attacks. His climbing speed far exceeded Master Minglian's, so he soon saw an old acquaintance. The adorable Master Minglian was actually gritting her teeth, climbing upward with great difficulty. Why is it you? Master Minglian stopped and looked at Gao Xiang in the distance with surprise. Why can't it be me? You actually followed me. Master Minglian soon thought of something. Is Liuchang Mountain run by your family? Why can't I come here? HMPH. Master Minglian could only continue to climb. She was just very puzzled. She was clearly still climbing the stairs, so why could the information of Gao Xiang still enter? Soon, Gao Xiang had already surpassed Master Minglian. The 2000th stair. When Gao Xiang arrived at the 2000th stair, he quickly learned the latest information about this space. The 2000th stair corresponds to the medium soul strength among universe lords. Half a month later, Master Minglian finally arrived at the 2000th stair. She looked up, but she could no longer see Gao Xiang's figure. Little one, your speed is too slow. When Gao Xiang successfully stepped onto the 3000th stair, he looked back and found that Master Minglian had already disappeared. The 4000th stair. Master Minglian looked up at the sky, but still did not see Gao Xiang's figure. This was already her limit. Little did she know, Gao Xiang had already climbed to the 6000th stair at this time, which corresponds to the soul strength of a late-stage true god. Damn it, I can't go up anymore. Master Minglian was very unwilling. She sat on the 4250th stair, feeling very distressed. Without relying on treasures, there are only two ways to improve soul strength. One is to improve the strength of soul secret techniques. One is to improve willpower. Trying to climb the stairs here can naturally hone one's willpower. But every time one climbs a stair, the soul impact quickly disappears, making it impossible to continue honing willpower, unless one tries to climb to a higher stair. However, every stair here is very high. If one fails to climb up, one will quickly fall down, failing to achieve the effect of continuously honing willpower. Master Minglian soon thought of another method. That is to continue creating and improving the strength of soul secret techniques. After climbing to a higher level, Gao Xiang also thought of this method. Time flew by, and a full epoch had passed. Master Yu Jia, who was waiting outside, frowned. She had waited for a full epoch, but still did not see Master Minglian come out. Back then, when she entered to accept the assessment, only 1,000 years had passed. She decided to report this matter to the Zerg Queen. Mother. In the distant primordial universe, in the core area of the insect race territory, a beautiful palace floated in the air. Around it were thousands of insect race warriors at the universe lord level, flying in circles with it as the center. Any insect race warrior flying out would be enough to destroy any universe kingdom of the human race. These insect race warriors are all at the strength of a tier 1 or 2 universe lord, Because they have no independent consciousness, their individual combat power is actually not as good as a Tier 2 Universe Lord. But when thousands of such insect race warriors fight together, even a Tier 5 Universe Lord in the primordial universe would have to detour upon seeing them. I will send 5 of our insect race's Tier 4 or 5 Universe Lords to go there. You must remain vigilant at all times and do not let any faction discover the secret there, especially the human race. The Zerg Queen and Master Yu Jia both unanimously believed that when Gao Xiang passed by back then, he did not discover the secret inside. But in order to avoid the human race appearing again, the insect race decided to occupy that area first, prohibiting any faction from approaching. This practice is consistent with the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance occupying the Stone Forest. This practice is very common in the Universe Sea. As long as no peak treasures or supreme treasures appear, no one will meddle in other people's business. After an epoch of refinement, my blade technique has improved one step further. Gao Xiang incorporated more soul attacks into his blade technique, causing his current blade technique to have reached the Tier 8 level. Back when he first created his strongest blade technique, it belonged to the Tier 6 level. After the first fusion of soul attacks, it improved to the Tier 7 level. After another fusion, his blade technique improved to the Tier 8 level. To reach the 7000th level, I must at least create a Tier 10, or even avoid True God level. Blade technique. The 6420th level. This is Gao Xiang's current maximum limit. For this reason, he chose to continue creating. Too hard, it's too hard. Master Minglian, who was creating a soul secret technique, frowned. Having spent an epoch of time, she had no clue at all. Back then, in the Queen's miniature universe, relying on 10,000 times time acceleration, she spent a full 100 million epochs to finally comprehend the ultimate soul secret technique. Her comprehension speed like this is not slow, in fact, it is extremely heaven-defying. However, time waits for no one here. Above her, there was already a Universe Lord advancing towards the 7000th level. Gao Xiang was not taking the path of directly creating soul secret techniques, but rather by incorporating soul attacks into his blade technique. This approach is actually more difficult than simply creating soul secret techniques, and the requirement for soul strength is even higher. But the advantage is that once successful, the improvement to soul strength is greater. Another epoch of time passed. What is going on? Outside, Master Meow Meow frowned. She had already waited here for a full epoch, but still did not see Master Minglian come out. Chapter 219, Liuchong Mountain has disappeared. Wonderful, truly wonderful. A tree that fills the span of one's arms grows from a tiny sapling, a 9-story terrace rises from a pile of earth, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. When Gao Xiang saw this passage, he felt his entire being sublimated. Virtuous people and men of benevolence do not seek to live at the expense of benevolence, they would rather sacrifice their lives to achieve it. Seeing this sentence, Gao Xiang recalled when he first started the Luzhong secret canon, how he didn't hesitate to burn his soul and activate a mirage with time accelerated 100 million times, only to finally succeed in getting started. Countless insights into mental cultivation allowed Gao Xiang to reach a state of sublimation at this moment. Gao Xiang immersed himself in the process of comprehending mental cultivation, and 1,000 years passed without him realizing it. When he awoke from his mental cultivation, he discovered that only 1,000 years remained before the time for comprehending the Luzhong secret canon was up. If it were in the past, Gao Xiang would certainly have been extremely nervous, perhaps even completely frantic. However, at this moment, facing the remaining 35% of the Luzhong secret canon, his heart was as still as water, without a single ripple. It was not that he wanted to give up, but rather that he was in a supreme state of mind. A drop in the ocean, 1,000 years in an instant. Gao Xiang said softly, Luzhong secret canon completion, 66%, 67%, 68%, 100%. 120 years. My speed of comprehension is still too slow. Gao Xiang suddenly laughed. He had actually spent 120 years on the final 35% of progress. This comprehension ability was far worse than the 100 schools of thought, it was completely not up to par. Congratulations, you have completed the Luzhong secret canon trial. At this moment, the woman's voice appeared in Gao Xiang's mind again. What was different was that this time, the other party's voice carried a clear sense of closeness. The woman's voice trembled. It has been countless years, and my master, God Emperor Luzhong, has finally welcomed his successor. May I ask what level of existence God Emperor Luzhong is? Gao Xiang's heart shook violently, and he forced down his surging emotions to try to ask. The woman's voice carried pride. God Emperor Luzhong is naturally a God Emperor powerhouse who has jumped out of the cage. Jumped out of the cage. Just these 4 words were enough to make the entire origin continent go crazy. Fortunately, this area was isolated from contact with the universe sea, which allowed for discussions about the origin continent and even things that transcended the origin continent. Then, after I have received the legacy of God Emperor Luzhong, what specific gains will I have? Nowadays, what Gao Xiang wanted most were powerful cultivate secret techniques and powerful treasures to help him deal with the upcoming world beast crisis. Luo Feng was still very weak right now, and there was still a very, very long distance before he could take action against the world beasts. At this time, in the dim land of the collapsing peak world, the world beasts were likely just born, with average strength, making it the best time to sweep them away. My master left 2 treasures for his successor. First is Liuchong Mountain, which was one of the super treasures my master used back then. Second is the complete cultivation legacy to cultivate until one jumps out of the cage. That's amazing. Gao Xiang widened his eyes. He hadn't expected that Liuchong Mountain was actually an entire treasure, and one of the treasures used by God Emperor Luzhong back then. Just then, the entire hall instantly surged with over 10 billion legacy crystal balls. Can I give these legacies to others? Naturally, you can. You have become the successor of God Emperor Luzhong and can give away these legacies at will. Moreover, God Emperor Luzhong was a God Emperor who had jumped out of the cage back then, and the legacy he left behind can at most only lead to jumping out of the cage, so he did not value these legacies. God Emperor Luzhong is truly magnanimous. He has much more vision than that Duandong he who only passed his legacy to one person at a time. When Gao Xiang was accepting the life and death legacy in the depths of Liuchong Mountain, a group of universe lords of the insect race at the foot of the mountain were already anxious and uneasy. They had tried countless methods, but were still unable to enter. This meant that Gao Xiang had not come out this whole time. Gao Xiang must still be inside. Master Minglian clenched her hands, biting her silver teeth, her face filled with unwillingness. The longer the other party stayed, the greater the possibility that he had passed the assessment. Little did she know, at this moment, Gao Xiang had not only passed the assessment of the Golden Stairs but also the life and death legacy of Liuchong Mountain. The difficulty of the Liuchong Mountain legacy was billions of times greater than the difficulty of the Star Tower life and death legacy back then. First, to obtain the legacy, a universe lord must possess willpower comparable to a great sage. Second, the comprehension ability must be heaven-defying. One must fully comprehend 10,081 Luzhong cubes within one epoch. These 2 heaven-defying requirements were each billions of times harder than the Star Tower's life and death legacy. However, Gao Xiang had actually passed the Liuchong Mountain legacy. Master, this is the last mountain and river seal. Once the mountain and river seal becomes a whole, you will possess the right to use the entire Liuchong Mountain, as well as all the resources of the entire God Emperor Luzhong legacy. Good. At this moment, a large seal appeared in front of Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang placed the mountain and river seal that he had already claimed as his own into his palm. The 2 large seals quickly began to fusion, and finally, they became a new large seal. At the same time, Gao Xiang could clearly feel that this mountain and river seal was the core of the entire Liuchong Mountain, with an effect similar to the Star Tower's tower bead. What is your name? Gao Xiang said to the void realm in front of him. Name? The cold woman said suddenly. Yes. The cold woman's voice trembled. My name is Bingyu. It had followed God Emperor Luzhong for countless epochs and was originally the treasure spirit born from Liuchong Mountain. As time passed, its thinking was no different from a normal woman. When its new master, Gao Xiang, asked for its name, its voice trembled. Because its old master had never asked for its name, and had never even taken the initiative to speak a word to it. You will accompany me for a long journey. You can condense a body beside me so that we can communicate easily. Oh, Bingyu responded, her voice much gentler than before. Just then, a beautiful, sea-blue transparent woman suddenly appeared in front of Gao Xiang. She wore a tattered gauze robe, barefoot, floating in the air, with her hands on her chest, slightly lowering her head, very respectful. Bingyu, help me check how many Universe Sea adventurers are currently in Liuqiang Mountain. Okay, master. Bingyu looked up, stole a glance at her new master, and then closed her eyes. A moment later, she spoke. There are currently 325 Universe Sea adventurers in the entire Liuqiang Mountain, including 21 true god powerhouses, and the rest are all law masters. Give me the appearance information of these people. Soon, the identity information of these 325 Universe Sea adventurers was sent to Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang frowned, staring at the several universe lords of the insect race on the screen. I didn't expect the insect race to have 9 universe lords here, and they are all waiting at the golden stairs. Minglian, you are here too. Soon, Gao Xiang thought of something. Why not kill all these Universe Sea adventurers? But soon, Gao Xiang dismissed this idea. He decided to contact the primordial Chaos City Lord first. After he obtained the legacy of God Emperor Liu Zhang, the soul isolation effect here was no longer effective against Gao Xiang. Therefore, he immediately established soul contact with his human race main body. Gao Xiang, you should still be in Liuqiang Mountain now, is there anything? Back when Gao Xiang's human race main body learned that his clone had entered the golden stairs of Liuqiang Mountain, the clone lost contact with the main body. The main body thus guessed that Liuqiang Mountain was extraordinary, so he immediately contacted the primordial Chaos City Lord. The primordial Chaos City Lord only said that this secret should not be told to anyone for the time being. As for the insect race already knowing this secret, the primordial Chaos City Lord estimated that before they obtained the treasure, or before they could determine whether the human race had obtained the treasure, they would not easily leak the secret of Liuqiang Mountain. Just now, I obtained the legacy of Liuqiang Mountain. What? The primordial Chaos City Lord stood up abruptly from his throne, his eyes widened, his voice trembling. What kind of legacy is it? Tell me in detail. The legacy of Liuqiang Mountain can be cultivated to the supreme realm, and the entire Liuqiang Mountain is a supreme treasure, which has now become my treasure. My God! The primordial Chaos City Lord was completely dumbfounded. Liuqiang Mountain was a dangerous place just like the collapsing peak world and the universe boat. He didn't expect it to be a supreme treasure, and it had actually been obtained by their human race. Can that legacy be cultivated to a realm above true God? Although the primordial Chaos City Lord had not come into contact with such a cultivation realm, he had long guessed that there should be a realm above true God. Otherwise, why would true gods surely die when passing the reincarnation? Yet there were still the 2 holy lands of the Purple Moon Holy Land and the Eastern Emperor Holy Land. The primordial Chaos City Lord and many other powerhouses had vaguely guessed that there was a higher level realm above true God. Yes. However, due to the restrictions of the universe will, I can at most take out cultivation experience that allows everyone to cultivate until they transcend the true God. Enough, enough. The primordial Chaos City Lord was overjoyed. If I am not mistaken, once one cultivates to transcend the true God, then one will surely succeed in passing the reincarnation. The content of the legacy is too complex. When my clone returns from the Universe Sea, I will hand them over to you. As for how to distribute them, it is up to you to decide. Good. However, I have one thing to ask the primordial Chaos City Lord. Tell me. So, Gao Xiang spoke about the more than 300 Universe Sea adventurers in Liuqiang Mountain. The primordial Chaos City Lord fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, trap all the powerhouses of the insect race, isolate all their contact with the outside world. If they can be soul enslaved, then directly soul enslave them. If they cannot, then directly kill them. By the way, do the same for the powerhouses of the automaton race and the monster race. As for the other powerhouses, let them go. Good. The primordial Chaos City Lord's move was truly ruthless. However, Gao Xiang agreed with this approach very much. In the original work, after Luo Feng obtained the Duan Donghe legacy, the automaton race, the monster race, and the insect race, in order to obtain the legacy, did not hesitate to form an allied army, attempting to destroy the human race and obtain the Duan Donghe legacy. If the insect race, the automaton race, and the monster race side obtained the Liuchang Mountain legacy, they would also make the same moves as the primordial Chaos City Lord. They might even kill all the powerhouses except their own race to stabilize the basic board of the primordial universe. What's going on? Lord Qiulong, who was treasure hunting in the waters of Liuchang Mountain, discovered in horror that a huge cage had formed around him. He slapped out, simultaneously emitting a blood-red light. This was his self-created ultimate secret technique. However, this cage, which seemed very easy to break, did not move at all. In just an instant, the entire cage disappeared. A moment later, Lord Qiulong appeared in a huge hall that was over 1 light-year long and wide. 18 cages were scattered in this huge hall. The powerhouses inside the cages were attacking the cages frantically. The result was that these cages remained motionless and didn't even make a sound. Minglian, the material of this cage is absolutely a supreme treasure. After Master Yu Jia tried to attack the cage several times to no avail, she immediately sent a voice transmission to Master Minglian beside her. Yes, what exactly is going on? Which force did this? How dare they make a move against our insect race? Master Minglian was furious, but still had no way to deal with it. Master Yu Jia found that there were many cages in the distance. The universe lords of the automaton race and the monster race are all here. Master Minglian soon thought of something. Could it be the human race? Only the human race would have a deep blood feud with the insect race, the monster race, and the automaton race at the same time. The possibility is not high. Master Yu Jia shook her head. She was unwilling to believe this. However, a huge figure suddenly appeared outside the cage. Minglian, long time no see. Gao Xiang smiled and looked at Master Minglian inside the cage. At the same time, the entire Liuchang Mountain, under the control of Gao Xiang, began to shrink gradually, and Gao Xiang kicked out all the other adventurers who had not been caught from Liuchang Mountain. This. Lord Xing of the Northern Border Alliance was stunned. He had been adventuring in Liuchang Mountain for a whole epoch. Just now, he had obtained a peak treasure, but before he had time to claim it as his own, he was moved out of Liuchang Mountain. As for that peak treasure, it was naturally lost. My peak treasure. Lord Xing wanted to cry but had no tears. Lord Xing, what is going on? The super powerhouse of the first reincarnation era, Lord of Nine-Headed Demons, looked at Lord Xing beside him. Just now, he was also moved out of Liuchang Mountain. At that time, he was adventuring in the core of Liuchang Mountain, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared outside Liuchang Mountain. Look! A universe lord in the distance pointed to Liuchang Mountain. At this moment, Liuchang Mountain was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? The Lord of Nine-Headed Demons could not believe it. The huge Liuchang Mountain was shrinking at a fast speed, and at the same time, it was flying rapidly towards the primordial universe, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Follow it! Lord Xing shouted. Soon, more than 100 universe lords and supreme powerhouses followed. Lord Xing, the flying speed of this Liuchang Mountain has reached 1,000 times the speed of light. If it continues to accelerate, I am afraid we won't be able to catch up. The Lord of Nine-Headed Demons began to worry. Then let's stop it. Good. At this time, more than 100 universe lords and supreme powerhouses began to try to stop the still accelerating Liuchang Mountain. At this moment, Liuchang Mountain only had a diameter of 1 light-year, so in the eyes of Lord Xing and others, there was a possibility of stopping it. However, when a universe lord tried to stop Liuchang Mountain, his divine body was instantly shattered. Can't catch up anymore. When the flying speed of Liuchang Mountain exceeded 2,000 times the speed of light, the Lord of Nine-Headed Demons had to stop. They could only watch helplessly as Liuchang Mountain continued to shrink and then disappeared from their field of vision. Chapter 220, Universe Lord Meeting. A day later, the flight speed of Liuchang Mountain had already reached an astonishing 10,000 times the speed of light. and it had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust, flying crazily towards the primordial universe. At this moment, Liuchang Mountain had already activated its stealth mode, so any divine power detection and treasure domain detection had become ineffective against it. In just 7 days, Liuchang Mountain appeared outside the membrane wall of the primordial universe. Gao Xiang appeared outside the membrane wall of the primordial universe. At this time, Liuchang Mountain remained the size of a speck of dust, motionless. He did not plan to bring Liuchang Mountain into the primordial universe for the time being. Because this treasure was too heaven-defying, if it were deemed a strange object by the will of the primordial universe, that would be a huge problem. As for those legacy crystal balls, he brought them all with him. There were also 6 supreme true treasures and 100 peak true treasures. The number of legacy crystal balls exceeded 100,000, all collected by God Emperor Liuchang. Any single crystal ball placed in the primordial universe would be a heaven-defying opportunity. Primordial Chaos City Lord. In the primal universe, Gao Xiang sat in the main hall of Primordial Chaos City, with the Primordial Chaos City Lord and an incarnation of the Great Axe Founder in front of him. The Great Axe Founder spoke first. Gao Xiang, my true body is on its way back to the primordial universe. When the Great Axe Founder learned that Gao Xiang had obtained the Liuchang Mountain legacy, he immediately decided to return to the primordial universe. Please, Primordial Chaos City Lord, keep these safe. Gao Xiang handed the ring to the Primordial Chaos City Lord. Upon inspecting it, the Primordial Chaos City Lord was stunned, his voice stuttering, so many legacy crystal balls. And what is the meaning of these 6 supreme true treasures? 6 whole supreme true treasures. These are all the supreme true treasures from Liuchang Mountain. I have brought them all out. In reality, these 6 supreme true treasures were merely the worst of the supreme true treasures left behind by God Emperor Liuchang. Supreme true treasures also have good and bad qualities. The treasures used by true gods, void true gods, eternal true gods, and even great sages are all supreme true treasures in the universe C, but the actual difference in their power is vast. For the Primordial Chaos City Lord and the others, it was enough for them to use the most ordinary supreme true treasures for now. When their strength becomes greater, they can take out even more powerful supreme true treasures. Primordial Chaos, how to distribute these treasures and the legacy is all up to you. The Great Axe Founder looked at the Primordial Chaos City Lord with hope. Good. Gao Xiang, what are your plans for the future? The Great Axe Founder looked at Gao Xiang, hoping very much that Gao Xiang could go adventuring with him. I plan to try to break through to True God. After I achieve True God, I will go to the collapsing peak world to adventure. Very well, we will go together then. As for now, I plan to slowly adventure in the universe boat. Although the Great Axe Founder had obtained a Supreme True Treasure Axe and would soon obtain a Supreme True Treasure Palace, he still loved adventure. Very well, teacher. Gao Xiang did not reveal the secret that there were world beasts in the collapsing peak world. He just needed to ensure the Great Axe Founder would not easily enter the dim land. As of now, Gao Xiang's strength was still insufficient. Although he possessed the willpower of an eternal true god, he had not yet fully fused the 10 laws. Therefore, he still had a long way to go before breaking through to True God. From the Liuchang Mountain legacy, he learned that there were 2 paths to take to achieve True God. The first path was the most conventional law path, completely fuse the 10 origin laws and cultivate the chaos law. Achieve Great Sage through the chaos law, which is a chaos dominator. The second path was to walk the divine power path. The divine power path breaks the law with power and can also achieve Chaos Dominator. Gao Xiang chose the law path. The Liuchang Mountain legacy clearly states that the law path has 3 levels in total. The first level, which is the most ordinary level, is to completely fuse the 10 origin laws and successfully comprehend the chaos law. This is the path chosen by almost all law true gods of the origin continent. The second level, the level of a genius, is to enter the door of a Dao on the basis of completely fusing the 10 laws. The Dao is something that powerhouses who want to continue on the path of comprehension must perceive after entering the origin continent. It is not one of the 10 laws, but a higher order existence than the 10 laws. It is a Dao subject to the highest rules. For example, after Luo Feng went to the origin continent and became an eternal god, he began to perceive the Tao of life and the Tao of destruction. Later, he began to fuse the Tao of life and the Tao of destruction, creating the Tao of life and destruction. At the same time, he also created the Hunyuan Saber Tao. In the end, he reached the level of a Hunyuan lord relying on the Hunyuan Saber Tao and the Tao of life. From this, it can be seen that even Luo Feng, that heaven-defying cheater who achieved a true god with an infinite divine body through the divine power path, still had to walk the path of perceiving the Tao in the end. The Liuqiang Mountain Legacy records that the third path to becoming a law true god is to successfully enter the door of two Taos on the basis of having successfully fused the 10 origin laws, and successfully fuse these two Taos preliminarily. Geniuses who can achieve the third path are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the entire origin continent. My goal is naturally the third one. Although he knew that the third path for a law true god was extremely difficult and rare in the entire origin continent, Gao Xiang was very confident. He believed he could definitely achieve it. At this moment, he was immersed in studying the breakthrough experience of law true gods left behind by God Emperor Liuqiang. The most urgent task was to first figure out how to completely fuse the 10 laws and fuse them into the chaos law. A day passed. Gao Xiang suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up at the sky, watching the azure sky, and sighed. This method of breaking through to true God is truly marvelous. Before he had obtained the Liuqiang Mountain Legacy, he simply thought that as long as his comprehension ability was sufficient, he could fuse the 10 origin laws. However, the actual situation was that the laws he had fused were not completely fused. For example, he had already fused 9 of the laws, with only the law of water remaining. But after obtaining the Liuqiang Mountain Legacy, he finally realized that his so-called fusion was only the most superficial fusion. One can use an analogy here. The 10 laws are like 10 different colors of plasticine. Gao Zheng's original fusion method was to mix 10 different colors of plasticine together and knead them repeatedly, eventually turning them into plasticine of only one color. But the fusion of the 10 laws in the Liuqiang Mountain Legacy is to fuse 10 different colors of plasticine together to form a brand new substance. This substance is not the former plasticine, but something completely different from plasticine. So that's it. It seems that the fusion of the path of the beast god is not a complete fusion, but a simple blending together. Gao Xiang suddenly saw the light. With the guidance of the Liuqiang Mountain Legacy, if Gao Xiang had been able to completely fuse 2 low-level laws when he was still a world lord, his comprehension of the heavenly bridge laws could definitely have reached the level of the 20th floor. This is the benefit of having a legacy. However, it is very difficult to completely fuse these laws. For example, children born in the origin continent are undying after they reach adulthood. However, the vast majority of them have no way to become law masters, and only a small portion can become law masters. The reason why law masters and true gods in the origin continent are all cannon fodder, killed in large numbers, is because the life forms here have endless lifespans and only leave their tribes to adventure after becoming true gods. However, completely fusing the 10 laws is no problem for me. It mainly depends on the length of time. My current most difficult point lies in how to perceive 2 Taos and simultaneously fuse the 2 Taos preliminarily. Gao Xiang soon thought of Luo Feng from the original work. Luo Feng was able to perceive 2 Taos in the primordial universe by relying on the fact that after enslaving a world beast, he could intuitively perceive the Tao of destruction. A world beast is the incarnation of the Tao of destruction, and its every move represents destruction. At the same time, Luo Feng also watched the great destruction of the primordial universe at close range. The great destruction of the primordial universe also represents the Tao of destruction. Finally, when Luo Feng broke through to true God, he adopted the divine power path, and it was the perfect body path from the legendary most difficult 3rd level. He tried to use his 9 Nether Sea clone to start creating life and tribes. In the end, Luo Feng created quite a few powerful tribes. These tribes could not only reproduce life but could even cultivate to become true gods. From this, it can be seen how talented Luo Feng is in creating life. It was precisely because of this that he eventually perceived the Tao of life. When Luo Feng successfully perceived the Tao of life and the Tao of destruction, it also laid a solid foundation for him to step into the origin continent for adventures. Let's start by enslaving a world beast. If Gao Xiang wants to perceive the Tao, he must have reference objects, otherwise, that is creating something out of nothing. As of now, the Tao most easily accessible to Gao Xiang is the Tao of destruction. Because, if there are no accidents, world beasts should have already been bred in the core area of the collapsing peak world. Moreover, the strength of the world beasts at this time should still be very weak, making them most suitable for enslavement. However, Gao Xiang soon became serious. Any world beast is at the strength of a true god when it is first bred. There are a full 1 billion world beasts in the entire dim land, and any newly born world beast has the strength to crush all true gods in the entire universe. See. Being true gods, there are strong and weak ones. And the newly born world beasts, although they are only first-order world beasts with the strength of a true god, they are definitely among the strongest of the true gods. Great Axe Teacher. In the virtual universe network, Gao Xiang met with his teacher, the Great Axe Founder. The Great Axe Founder of this world had not fallen. At this moment, he was still immersed in the ancient civilization legacy. Ever since he stepped into the true God realm, his cultivation had had no reference, and he could only rely on himself. Therefore, the path he had walked relied on countless trials and errors and countless life and death battles, finally becoming a middle-tier powerhouse among true gods. However, with his strength, adventuring in the core areas of the 3 great forbidden lands was still very dangerous, and a slight carelessness would lead to his fall. But now it was different. He had obtained cultivation experience that surpassed true God, so he was no longer lost and instead had a very clear cultivation path. Gao Xiang, what is the matter? I plan to go to the core of the collapsing peak world and would like to invite teacher to go with me. The Great Axe Founder frowned and looked at Gao Xiang seriously. What are you going there for? The Great Axe Founder had once adventured in the core area of the collapsing peak world for many years, witnessed all kinds of dangers inside, and had experienced countless life and death crises before finally obtaining a supreme true treasure axe. Now, not only did he possess 2 supreme true treasures, but he had also obtained the ancient civilization legacy, so he naturally did not want to go to that dangerous core area of the collapsing peak world again. At this time, Gao Xiang no longer hid anything. He told the Great Axe Founder about the world beasts. The primordial universe can actually give birth to such a terrifying existence. The Great Axe Founder widened his eyes, feeling somewhat incredulous. 1 billion world beasts, and any one of them has the strength of a true god. Furthermore, they can devour each other. 33 world beasts devouring each other can give birth to a second-order world beast. A second-order world beast possesses the strength of a 9th-order true god, not only having the life-saving skill of 99 clones but also possessing the Burning Blood secret technique. A second-order world beast using the Burning Blood secret technique will have its strength increased by 2 orders. At this time, their strength has already surpassed true god, reaching a level comparable to an entry-level void true god. It can be said that once a second-order world beast appears, in a one-on-one situation, almost no true god in the entire universe can resist it. Fortunately, Luo Feng, that heaven-defying existence, appeared in the original work. And, under the manipulation of the primordial universe's will, the Duandong legacy and the world of Jin were brought in. Ultimately, these 2 heaven-defying opportunities were all obtained by Luo Feng. However, now it was different. The Duandong legacy had not appeared. The corpse of Zuo Shank from his previous life had not floated over either. Neither of the 2 heaven-defying opportunities existed. Only the Liuchong Mountain legacy, monopolized by the human race, had appeared. Terrifying, too terrifying. What the Great Axe Founder found most incredible was that final World Beast King. The World Beast King can breed hundreds of millions of World Beast warriors. Once it appears, the entire primordial universe will have no hope of survival. Good. I agree. Ultimately, the Great Axe Founder decided to agree. However, before that, I want to convene a Universe Lord meeting. The Universe Lord meeting is the highest meeting of the human race, which only Universe Lords can attend. Teacher is actually inviting me to join the Universe Lord meeting. Luo Feng, who was still only a universe exalt, was very surprised when he saw the email in the virtual universe. He was still only a universe exalt, but in the eyes of many universe lords of the human race, he was already a universe lord, and he had long followed the primordial Chaos City Lord to adventure in the universe sea. Now, he was also considered a somewhat famous existence in the universe sea. Teacher. Luo Feng appeared in the independent plane specially created for the Universe Lord meeting in the Virtual Universe Network, and he saw Gao Xiang beside the Great Axe founder. Gao Xiang nodded slightly. Great Axe. At this time, the primordial Chaos City Lord also appeared. One after another, more than a dozen figures appeared. When all the universe lords of the human race had arrived, the Great Axe founder spoke slowly. I have already transmitted the information about the world beasts to everyone present. World beasts. In the room, except for Gao Xiang and the Great Axe founder, everyone else was very confused. This naturally included Luo Feng. At this moment, Luo Feng had neither obtained the Duandong legacy nor entered the world of Jin, and he knew even less about the existence of world beasts. Chapter 221 Enslaving a Universe Lord. According to the timeline, it would be a very long time before the Duandong legacy appeared. A few minutes passed. All the universe lords present wore solemn expressions. None of them had absolute certainty of being able to exterminate all the world beasts. At this moment, Lord Peng Gong spoke up. Great Axe, how are you so certain that there are world beasts in the dim land at the core of the collapsing peak world? It was I who told him. At this moment, Gao Xiang spoke up. Everyone looked toward Gao Xiang. Although they were very puzzled, they did not harbor too much suspicion. Just a short while ago, all the universe lords of the human race had received a cultivate legacy from an ancient civilization. Take Lord Peng Gong for example, he was only one step away from becoming a true god. With this legacy, he was absolutely certain that he could become a true god within 10 eras. Do not think that 10 eras is a long time, in reality, it is extremely brief. And then there is Luo Feng, who was naturally gifted. If not for the fact that his teacher, Gao Xiang, had appeared before him, then the most dazzling genius of the entire human race today would undoubtedly be Luo Feng. He possessed a 9 Nether Sea clone and had also cultivate the 9 Tribulations secret code. His life genes had reached the perfect level, making him the most suitable candidate to walk the divine power path. Therefore, he firmly chose the divine power path to become a true god. As for the alien universe lords in the Great Alliance, they were unaware that the human race had already obtained an ancient civilization legacy, so they could not possibly obtain these cultivate experiences. Currently, among the entire upper echelon of the human race, only the dozen or so people present knew these top-secret matters. At this moment, the Darkness Lord, who rarely spoke, said, since that is the case, we should all the more take advantage of the time while the world beasts are still weak to exterminate them. I agree. Ice Peak Lord nodded. However, there were also some universe lords who opposed this, such as Lord Qingdong. I believe this is inappropriate. Because the number of world beasts is simply too large, once we rashly take action, it is destined that a great many world beasts will escape, and we cannot kill them one by one. At that point, they will definitely go completely insane, start killing each other, and accelerate the birth of the final world beast king. Lord Qingdong is correct. Soon, Master of Void Gold expressed his agreement. If a portion of these world beasts leaves the dim land and appears in the universe sea, then our universe sea will face a catastrophe. Although the human race had obtained the ancient civilization legacy, they had only possessed it for a short time, so it could not yet play a significant role. The human race needed 1 era of time to digest and accumulate, so that they could eventually give birth to more powerful true gods. Master of Void Gold continued, even if only a small portion of the world beasts escape, that would still be in the millions, enough to exterminate all the powerhouses in our universe sea. Lord Yuho nodded and said, I believe we should not act rashly for the time being, we should wait until our strength is sufficient before going to the dim land to exterminate the world beasts. However, Lord Yuhu's suggestion was rejected by the Great Axe founder. That will not do. The world beasts are growing too fast, we must take action while they are still weak. After a pause, he continued, as for the escaping world beasts, that is inevitable. When the time comes, our human race will naturally take action to exterminate the remaining world beasts. The words of the great axe founder were like a stabilizing needle, brooking no doubt or opposition. Soon, the great axe founder made his decision: I will go to the dim land with Gao Xiang to investigate. As for the rest of you, stay in the universe sea to observe. Once any world beasts escape, kill them immediately. The great axe founder's meaning was already very clear. Take advantage of the time while the world beasts are still weak to try and exterminate them. At the same time, if the world beasts truly escaped, then the other forces in the universe sea would have to fend for themselves. As long as it did not harm the interests of the human race, the great axe founder truly did not care whether the other forces in the universe sea lived or died. Meanwhile, in the core region of the distant insect race territory, inside a beautiful palace, a woman with a seductive figure sat on a throne. Her face was as cold as frost, and her proud and upright posture was exceptionally attractive. Just at this moment, a figure appeared before her. This figure had a mechanical skeleton, and faint blue flames could be seen in its two hollow eye sockets. At the same time, its mouth emitted a mechanical voice: Zerg Queen, I have arrived. He was an incarnation of the automaton race's only father god. I have also arrived. At this moment, another incarnation appeared here. He was a purple, one-eyed giant serpent. Dream monster ancestor, you have finally come. The Zerg Queen looked at the incarnation of the dream monster ancestor. Clan affairs are busy, I have finally found time now. This time, the monster race's losses in Liuchang Mountain were not large. Only one universe lord of the monster race had fallen. Their monster race faction had lost a total of 4 universe lords, 3 of whom were from the monster race's vassal clans. Furthermore, the fallen monster race universe lord was the Lord of Sky Wolf, whose strength was at the bottom, so the monster race's losses could be considered negligible. The Zerg Queen got straight to the point. I suspect that our 3 major clans suffering heavy losses in Liuchang Mountain this time has something to do with the human race's Gao Xiang. The automaton race father god emitted a cold, mechanical voice. What makes you say that? The automaton race father god did not agree with the other party's statement. Because, this time, only the universe lords of their 3 races and their corresponding factions had fallen. However, after their investigation this time, they discovered that among the forces in Liuchang Mountain at that time, besides the Lone Rangers, there were as many as 19 groups. This included the first reincarnation era, the second reincarnation era, and the third reincarnation era. In particular, the Starry Sky Behemoth Alliance had as many as 8 universe lords in Liuchang Mountain, and not a single one had fallen. The Zerg Queen's intuition told her that this matter was very likely related to the humans. Among these 19 forces, only the human race and our 3 races have a deep blood feud. The dream monster ancestor, however, shook his head. That logic holds, but does the human race have the ability? Right now, Liuchang Mountain has disappeared. If I am not mistaken, it should have already left the universe sea. After all, the entire universe sea is endless, and no one knows where Liuchang Mountain will fly to. The Zerg Queen did not believe that the human race had the ability to recognize Liuchang Mountain as its master. They didn't even believe that Liuchang Mountain was a treasure. But the Zerg Queen thought of something. I suspect that the human race very likely obtained an ancient civilization relic. Ancient civilization relics had appeared many times in the 3 major forbidden lands, so it was not a secret. The automaton race father god shook his head. Is there any evidence? The automaton race father god had evolved from intelligent life, so his thinking leaned more towards evidence and logic. But although the Zerg Queen was female, intelligent, and rational, she leaned more towards intuition. If Liuchang Mountain had truly disappeared, then someone must have moved something important within Liuchang Mountain, and an ancient civilization relic was the key that successfully started the engine for Liuchang Mountain's movement. Then what should we do? The dream monster ancestor began to believe the Zerg Queen's words. The Zerg Queen narrowed her eyes. If I am not mistaken, this time it might have a great deal to do with the human race's Gao Xiang. The Zerg Queen thought for a very long time. She had learned from Master Minglian and several other universe lords back then that the human Gao Xiang had also once appeared on the golden stairs. Furthermore, ever since he entered, the other universe lords of the insect race had been unable to enter. They waited outside for a very long time and never had a chance to enter. And that golden staircase was clearly created by some kind of super existence to test others. Therefore, the Zerg Queen believed that the possibility of Gao Xiang having obtained an ancient civilization relic was extremely high. As for what the ancient civilization relic specifically was, she did not know. But the Zerg Queen believed that since it was an ancient civilization relic capable of making Liuchang Mountain fly away, it definitely would not be any ordinary relic. After the Zerg Queen's explanation, the automaton race father god and the dream monster ancestor both felt it made a lot of sense. I believe we should form an alliance. An alliance with the goal of crusading against the human race for killing the universe lords of our three major factions, and forcing the human race to hand over the ancient civilization relic. I agree. I also agree. This time, their three-race faction had suffered heavy losses. If they did not unite, then in several years, the number one force in the primordial universe would undoubtedly be the human race. If the other party had really obtained an ancient civilization relic, that would be even more incredible. At that time, their three major factions would all be crushed. Just as the alliance began to mobilize, Gao Xiang and the Great Axe founder had already begun preparing for action. And the other universe lords of the human race all began to guard against the world beasts escaping. Both sides were acting in secret and had not let other forces know. A huge black triangular spaceship was flying rapidly towards the collapsing peak world. It was Liuchang Mountain, which had changed its appearance. I never thought that Liuchang Mountain would actually be a mechanical flow treasure. It is truly incredible. The Great Axe founder sighed, and then immediately laughed out loud. Fortunately, such a magical treasure had fallen into the hands of the human race. Otherwise, if it had fallen into the hands of the monster race, insect race, or automaton race, it would have been a disastrous consequence. He took out the Thousand Threads map and carefully observed the dim land in the incomplete manual. Gao Xiang had once told him that the dim land was the necessary path for passing through reincarnation. He had always been curious about what the world after passing through reincarnation was like. However, because of the Supreme Will, even if Gao Xiang wanted to tell the Great Axe founder about the origin continent, he could not do so. But fortunately, the Great Axe founder already knew that passing through reincarnation was not what the primal ancestor had suspected, a conspiracy, a place of no return. There was an even more magnificent world. In just 10 days, the two of them appeared on the outskirts of the collapsing peak world. I didn't expect that coming to the collapsing peak world this time would be so fast. The Great Axe founder looked at the towering mountain ahead and sighed with emotion. Are you few willing to submit to me? While Liuchang Mountain was still flying, in a huge palace at its deepest point, all contact with the outside world had been cut off here. Whether it was soul contact with the original body or communication through communication tokens, nothing worked here. It is actually you. Master Minglian gritted her teeth. She had been trapped here for a very long time, unable to get out, unable to contact the outside world, and she didn't even know who had trapped them. Lord of Fen now, do not act recklessly. Lord Tengyan possessed the power of a clone, but after entering here, he could no longer contact his original body, yet he was still not afraid of falling. After all, if this clone fell, it would only be a loss of treasures. Let's start with you. Gao Xiang looked at the Lord of Sky Wolf, whose strength was the weakest among them. I will not submit. Although the Lord of Sky Wolf was at the bottom in terms of strength, he was not a spineless coward. Suppress. Gao Xiang flipped his hand, and an invisible pressure descended. Gao Xiang at this moment was no longer the Gao Xiang of the past. He not only possessed a full set of supreme true treasures, but also willpower that surpassed an eternal true God, and he had even initially completely fused the 10 great origin laws. With the coordination of his soul-type supreme true treasure, the pressure he released could easily immobilize the Lord of Sky Wolf. What terrifying pressure! The Lord of Sky Wolf lay on the ground, unable to move. If you do not agree, then fall. At this moment, Gao Xiang began to forcibly enslave the Lord of Sky Wolf. Gao Xiang's soul was like a sharp knife, easily piercing into the depths of the Lord of Sky Wolf's soul. The Lord of Sky Wolf could not resist, he could only attempt to self-destruct. Even if I self-destruct, I will not become your slave. At this moment, the Lord of Sky Wolf chose to self-destruct. However, the next moment, the Lord of Sky Wolf discovered to his surprise that he could not self-destruct. Ah, no. This time, the Lord of Sky Wolf was afraid. He did not want to become a slave. However, Gao Xiang did not stop. In just a moment, the Lord of Sky Wolf was successfully enslaved. His eyes became filled with adoration, and his voice was fawning, "Master." At this moment, the cage trapping the Lord of Sky Wolf disappeared. The Lord of Sky Wolf walked to Gao Xiang, knelt on both knees, and said in a voice filled with adoration and respect, "I am willing to follow Master to the ends of the earth." Ha ha. Gao Xiang laughed wantonly, then looked at the other universe lords. "You all have the opportunity to become my slaves now. This offer will not last forever." Although these universe lords were all formidable characters in the primordial universe, looking at the entire universe C, they could only be considered ordinary. Among them, not one had even created a strongest secret technique. "We would rather self-destruct and fall than agree." At this moment, the stubborn Master Canaan spoke up. "Then fall." This time, Gao Xiang did not attempt to enslave the other party but instead watched the other party self-destruct. Master Canaan was not subjected to the suppression force, so she could choose to self-destruct. The self-destruction of the Universe Lord did not cause the cage to show any signs of damage, and even the power of the self-destruction could not escape. I never thought the cage would be a supreme true treasure. How terrifying. Master Minglian was on the verge of tears. She deeply regretted why she hadn't left Liuchang Mountain earlier. "I am willing to submit." "I am also willing." At this moment, 5 Universe Lords chose to submit. "I am willing to die." However, more Universe Lords chose to self-destruct. "Why can I not self-destruct?" Master Minglian, who wanted to attempt to self-destruct, discovered that she had been completely suppressed by the other party. She could not even manage to self-destruct. She did not know that at this moment, Gao Zheng's willpower had already surpassed that of an eternal true god, and suppressing her was easy. Chapter 222, Coalition Attacks. "Master Minglian, behave and become my slave." That little cutie, Master Minglian, would make a lovely maid by his side. Gao Zheng's soul easily invaded Master Minglian's soul. He had not cultivated any formidable enslavement secret technique. In fact, his enslavement secret technique was still the myriad soul control great method he had learned back during his World Lord stage. Yet, with the willpower of one who had transcended the eternal true God, he could still easily enslave Master Minglian. A moment later, Master Minglian woke up slowly. She looked at Gao Xiang, her eyes filled with adoration. "Master. Not bad, not bad. I have a total of 7 Universe Lord slaves. In the Universe C, that's enough to scare other forces." Gao Xiang did not attempt to enslave all the Universe Lords. After all, these Universe Lords were too weak. "Great Axe Founder, you lead the way." Gao Xiang appeared beside the Great Axe Founder. At this moment, the flight speed of Liuchang Mountain had slowed down significantly. Good. The Great Axe Founder had been here before, so he was very familiar with the route. "There are many dangerous places here. Although Liuchang Mountain won't be destroyed, once you fall into a desperate situation, it's very likely you will never be able to get out." This. Just as the Great Axe Founder finished speaking, he was surprised to find that 7 familiar Universe Lords were standing behind Gao Xiang. Seeing the eyes of these Universe Lords, he could roughly judge that they had likely been enslaved. Meanwhile, in the deep reaches of the distant primordial universe, the coalition forces had finished gathering. Because it was a secret operation, the human race did not know about it yet. "Let's go. We'll go to Qiulong continent first to capture the Lord of Fen now." The Zerg Queen gave the order. She controlled the Queen Palace to teleport and appear within 1 light year of Qiulong continent. As a true god, the Zerg Queen could appear anywhere in the primordial universe. More than 100 Universe Lords were gathered in her Queen Palace. Due to the tight schedule and to avoid alerting the enemy, the coalition had only gathered 100 universe lords. Their primary goal was to capture Gao Xiang so that the human race would hand over the ancient civilization relics. What is going on? When the Purple Queen Palace appeared at Qiulong continent, Gao Xiang, who was in the middle of fusion with the law, suddenly opened his eyes. His divine power domain and his domain type supreme treasure radiated outward, quickly discovering a purple palace. If I'm not mistaken, that is the Zerg Queen's supreme treasure palace. Could it be that the coalition has come? What Gao Xiang feared most was that things would still proceed according to the original plot, eventually leading to the emergence of a super force called the Coalition. Retrieve. Gao Xiang took the entire Qiulong continent into his palace-type supreme treasure. Ever since obtaining the legacy of God Emperor Liuchong, Gao Xiang had armed both of his bodies to the teeth. His strongest Fen Nao clone, besides being equipped with Liuchong Mountain and the Mountain and River Seal, was outfitted with supreme treasures for everything else. As for his human original body, although he was not wearing such heaven-defying supreme treasures like Liuchong Mountain and the Mountain and River Seal, he still had a full set of supreme treasures on him. Boom tilde. Just then, the 100+ universe lords hiding in the Queen Palace almost all flew out of it. Gao Xiang muttered to himself, "They are truly courting death." He had already contacted the primordial Chaos City Lord and the others in advance. He believed it wouldn't be long before they appeared. "You have already entered the range of my supreme treasure domain." Gao Xiang did not conceal anything, because they would definitely know he possessed a domain-type supreme treasure. Soon anyway. Just then, an area of over 1 light-year was covered by a mass of golden light beams. "All of you, die." Under Gao Xiang's control, golden thunderbolts appeared in the sky. This was a domain-type supreme treasure even more powerful than the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Instantly, more than 10 universe lords fell. It's actually a supreme treasure. It seems Gao Xiang must have obtained the ancient civilization relics. The Zerg Queen immediately realized something. "Everyone, enter the Queen Palace." The surviving universe lords all hurriedly flew toward the Queen Palace. However, at this moment, Gao Xiang glanced over, and more than 10 universe lords fell from the sky instantly. What terrifying willpower! The machine race father god was very far away, otherwise, he would have also passed out instantly. He hurriedly gathered the universe lords around him into his treasure space and flew toward the Queen Palace. Rumble. However, 7 universe lords still fell. In just a short moment, 17 universe lords had already fallen. The other universe lords entered the Queen Palace in time, which was the only reason they survived. The Lord of Fen Nao's willpower is actually this strong. The dream monster ancestor was hiding inside the Queen Palace. Through the panoramic simulation of the Queen Palace, he looked at the many universe lords falling below in front of the palace, his huge single eye filled with fear. Although he was a universe strongest, he happened to be in the central area at the very front of Gao Xiang's willpower shockwave, so he instantly fell into a coma. Fortunately, his willpower was already at the limit of a true god, and he had a powerful soul-type supreme treasure to protect him, which was why he could wake up in a short time. It was precisely because of this that he missed the best opportunity when he wanted to take away the universe lords who had already fainted beside him. It seems this Lord of Fen Nao must have obtained the ancient civilization relics of Liuchong Mountain, otherwise his willpower wouldn't be so strong. The machine race father god made a cold, mechanical sound. "Monster race, machine race, and insect race, and you lackeys of the 3 races, since you have already come, then don't leave today." Not long after the Queen Palace appeared at Qiulong continent, Gao Xiang had contacted several universe lords of the human race at the first opportunity. Among them, the first universe lord to arrive was the primordial Chaos City Lord. Holding a withered wood staff, with flowing silver hair, a special life form with 2 deer-like antlers on its head and bare feet stepped on the Thousand Treasure River and arrived. When his Thousand Treasure River appeared in this space-time, the entire area was covered by the domain of the Thousand Treasure River. In the huge and endless river, treasures of various sizes floated and flowed, together composing the boundless Thousand Treasure River. Oh no, the primordial Chaos City Lord has arrived. The Zerg Queen became worried. Zerg Queen, you and the dream monster ancestor hold back the Lord of Fen now. I will go kill the primordial Chaos City Lord. The machine race father god possessed a supreme treasure palace and a peak supreme treasure shaped like a black ball, enough to easily defeat the primordial Chaos City Lord. As for whether he could kill the primordial Chaos City Lord, that would depend on how many life-saving abilities the opponent had. A palace flew out of the Queen Palace. It circled in the air and soon appeared in front of the primordial Chaos City Lord. A smile appeared on the primordial Chaos City Lord's face. He did not seem afraid of the machine race father god, who possessed a supreme treasure. Suddenly, a black palace flew out from in front of him. The palace instantly grew larger, and the cabin door opened. The primordial Chaos City Lord entered it. I never thought that I, primordial chaos, could also possess my own supreme treasure palace. Back then, when Gao Xiang brought back several supreme treasures from Liuchang Mountain, the primordial Chaos City Lord did not hesitate to ask for a supreme treasure palace. It's just a mere peak palace supreme treasure. Watch how I smash you. The machine race father god controlled his supreme treasure palace to accelerate crazily, soon reaching near light speed. At the same time, under the infusion of his divine power, the surface of his supreme treasure palace was wrapped in endless might. As long as the opponent's palace was a peak palace type supreme treasure, if it couldn't dodge in time, once hit, it would definitely be shattered and damaged. Look over there. The Zerg Queen, who was in the Queen Palace and controlling the Queen Palace to attack Gao Xiang at light speed, discovered that there were suddenly 3 more palaces in the distance. The aura released by these 3 palaces was on par with her Queen Palace. This gave the Zerg Queen a bad premonition. Haha, I didn't expect you guys to be so impatient. The Lord Peng Gong controlled his newly obtained Supreme Treasure Palace, traveled through the Dark Universe, and soon arrived at Qiulong Continent. He was originally a top-tier 5th Order Universe Lord. After obtaining a Supreme Treasure Palace, his strength quickly improved to a top-tier 6th Order Universe Lord. As for the universe strongest like the Zerg Queen, due to the suppression of the primordial universe, they could only exert 6th order strength in the primordial universe. Therefore, when they fought against universe lords like the primordial Chaos City Lord and the Lord Peng Gong, it wasn't certain who would win or lose. Truly satisfying. The Darkness Lord also controlled a supreme treasure palace and flew over. He and the Lord Peng Gong were close in strength. Both were previously top-tier 5th Order Universe Lords. I never thought that I, the Lord of Long Xing, would have such a day, haha. In the last Supreme Treasure Palace, the Lord of Long Xing stood in the control room, looking at the Queen Palace ahead. Beside him was the Lord of Huangjian, holding a long spear. The Lord of Huangjian did not choose a Supreme Treasure Palace, but rather a Supreme Treasure Long Spear. This long spear was not only a powerful weapon, but it also had the effects of fire and space domains, so it could barely be considered a domain-type supreme treasure. It seems that today we must show the foundation of our human race. Ever since his teacher, the primal ancestor, was permanently suppressed by the primordial universe, the primordial Chaos City Lord had become depressed. For the sake of the human race, he had not dared to take risks easily. Now, he had finally reached the end of his suffering. Accelerate for me. The primordial Chaos City Lord also released his divine power and began to crazily inject energy into his Supreme Treasure Palace. A supreme treasure is like a catalyst. To make its might powerful, it not only requires comprehending its corresponding law secret engraving, but also requires the owner's strength to be powerful. Therefore, the primordial Chaos City Lord had already fully activated his supreme treasure. It's truly like an egg hitting a stone. The machine race father god believed that he was already invincible in the primordial universe, so he looked down on the primordial Chaos City Lord. All the universe lords on the human race side only knew that the palace supreme treasure controlled by the primordial Chaos City Lord was also a supreme treasure. But the coalition side did not know, so they all thought the primordial Chaos City Lord must be crazy. They unanimously believed that in a moment, the primordial Chaos City Lord's palace supreme treasure would be smashed, and the primordial Chaos City Lord would also be injured. If he was unlucky, the primordial Chaos City Lord's 1000 treasure river clone might even fall. Rumble tilde. However, the next scene terrified everyone in the coalition present. The palace supreme treasure controlled by the primordial chaos city lord not only didn't shatter, but instead sent the opponent's supreme treasure palace flying. How is this possible? The machine race father god was shocked. Soon, he thought of something. He hurriedly sent a message to the Zerg Queen and the Dream Monster ancestor. If I'm not mistaken, the primordial chaos city lord's palace is also a supreme treasure. Watch us. The Lord Peng Gong could no longer hold back. He also controlled his supreme treasure to smash toward the Queen Palace. Doing the same thing as the Lord Peng Gong were two other supreme treasure palaces. No matter how strong my willpower is, it is very difficult to penetrate a supreme treasure palace. Gao Xiang shook his head gently. He knew it was too difficult to kill a universe lord inside a supreme treasure palace in the primordial universe. Unless he was in the universe C, without the suppression of the primordial universe, he would have some certainty. Rumble tilde. 3 supreme treasure palaces smashed toward the Queen Palace from 3 different directions. The Zerg Queen's pride would not allow her to dodge. How is it possible? Following a violent tremor, the Zerg Queen was surprised to find that the divine bodies of many weak universe lords standing beside her were consumed significantly in an instant. This shows how powerful the impact was. It's actually 3 more supreme treasure palaces. The Zerg Queen could no longer accept it. At this moment, she was 100% certain that the human race had obtained ancient civilization relics. If I'm not mistaken, it is very likely that the human race has obtained the ancient civilization legacy. The Dream Monster ancestor closed his huge single eye. He thought of something. When he was adventuring in the Universe C, he accidentally learned that universe lords from the 2 Holy Lands had once obtained the legacy of an ancient civilization. Among them, it included the cultivation method for transcending the true God. The Dream Monster ancestor had always wanted to obtain the cultivation method for transcending the true God. Zerg Queen, we must obtain the human race's ancient civilization legacy. Good. The Zerg Queen nodded, agreeing with the Dream Monster ancestor's view. Through the enhancement of the Queen Palace, she caused space to oscillate and fluctuate, emitting a huge sound that quickly spread to most of the primordial universe. Human race, we of the Coalition know that you have obtained the ancient civilization legacy. We only need to obtain the cultivation method for transcending the true God, otherwise, we will definitely make your human race suffer heavy losses today. The Zerg Queen's intention was very obvious. She intentionally let the powerhouses of the entire primordial universe know that the human race had obtained the ancient civilization legacy. She wanted the human race to become the target of public criticism. What's going on? In the distant void, in a place of nothingness, the old beast god looked toward the human race's territory and murmured, "It seems to be the Zerg Queen speaking. I'll go take a look." Some time ago, after several universe lords of their Starbeast Alliance were suddenly kicked out of Liuchang Mountain, their Starbeast Alliance had been looking for the reason. Fortunately, their Starbeast Alliance had not suffered any losses, and the old beast god's mindset was still quite good. Ancient civilization legacy. The demon god Shujun stepped on the void, and the surrounding space-time actively avoided him. In the area where he was the absolute dominator. He took a step forward, and the space-time automatically shattered, constructing a void channel for him leading to the human race's territory. Soon, these powerful true gods and universe lords learned the news that the human race had obtained the ancient civilization legacy, and they set off from every corner of the primordial universe. The Zerg Queen is naturally sinister and cunning, actually putting our human race in a difficult situation. Chapter 223, The Allied Forces Retreat. The primordial Chaos City Lord noticed that the surrounding space was shaking incessantly. It was clear that many powerful individuals were rushing toward this location. Haha, I didn't expect it to be so lively. The old beast god arrived first. He looked at the 2 opposing sides and laughed heartily. Old beast god, hurry and join our allied forces. Together, we can obtain the ancient civilization legacy. The Zerg Queen broadcasted her voice through the Queen's palace. The old beast god did not give an answer. He looked in the direction of the primordial Chaos City Lord. Chaos, what benefits are you prepared to offer me? The old beast god wanted to obtain more benefits. The primordial Chaos City Lord also broadcasted his voice through his supreme treasure, the sound spreading across half of the primordial universe. If any universe lord or true god is willing to join our human race faction, we are willing to provide cultivation experience to reach the true god realm. The old beast god frowned. What about those that transcend the true god realm? The primordial chaos city lord replied decisively, don't even think about it. To rashly provide cultivation experience for transcending the true god realm would cultivate alien true gods. Wouldn't that mean they would be competing with the human race for the resources of the primordial universe? He, the primordial chaos city lord, would not commit such a foolish act. Then you are making yourself an enemy of our allied forces. The old beast god immediately decided to join the allied forces. He was already a true god, so what use did he have for cultivation experience to reach the true god realm? Universe lords and universe exalts of the human race immediately begin acting according to the contingency plan. The primordial chaos city lord issued the highest level order of the human race through the virtual universe network. The primordial chaos city lord had long worried that alien races would join forces to attack the human race. Therefore, he had long ago formulated a response plan. The universe exalts and universe lords took all the undying, genius world lords, and some other geniuses into their god realms. As long as these geniuses and core members did not die, the foundation of the human race would not be harmed. So fast. Lord of Tianxi Palace was shocked to see the highest level order just issued by the primordial chaos city lord. Although he was a universe venerable, he could not intervene when facing a crisis for the human race, which left him very unwilling. But he also knew that his strength was still too weak. He said to the several universe exalts beside him, let's begin. You were responsible for trapping the Queen's palace, I will think of a way. Gao Xiang transmitted his voice to the primordial chaos city lord and the others. Good. 4 supreme treasure palaces flew toward the Queen's palace from 4 different directions. In just a moment, the Queen's palace was surrounded by the 4 supreme treasure palaces. So what if you trap me? Her Queen's palace could not be destroyed by anyone, so she was not afraid at all. Zerg Queen, I will help you. The old beast god also controlled a palace treasure and flew toward the 4 palaces. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front, swinging a blade. The heaven-shocking blade strike instantly produced over 30,000 streaks of blood-colored light. This was a blade technique that Gao Xiang had improved after obtaining the legacy of God Emperor Liuchong and initially fusing 9 types of laws. At the same time, Gao Xiang began to burn his divine power. God Emperor Liuchong had 3 core secret techniques: time resurrection, time burning, and time acceleration. The time here was not the origin law of time in the primordial universe, but the Tao of time. The Tao of time was one of the Taos in the origin continent. And God Emperor Liuchong had relied on the Tao of time to ultimately achieve the God Emperor realm. The Tao of time had 3 branches: present, past, and future. The time resurrection of God Emperor Liuchong's 3 core secret techniques was a special life-saving secret technique. Even if one completely perished, and even if every drop of blood and every strand of hair were completely annihilated, as long as oneself in the past timeline and future timeline did not completely perish, one could still be resurrected. Therefore, once the time resurrection secret technique was fully mastered, he would become an eternally undying existence in the origin continent. Unless one encountered a super existence whose strength was greater than one's own and who had also fully mastered the Tao of time. But such super existences barely existed in the entire origin continent. The second secret technique was time burning. Ordinary divine body burning secret techniques involved burning the divine body, which could unleash powerful might in a short period. But the time burning mastered by God Emperor Liuchong burned the divine body of the past, future, and present simultaneously. Thus, the unleashed might was extremely powerful, but the aftereffects were also terrifying, so it would not be used easily unless it was a last resort. The last secret technique was time acceleration. It was a combat and escape secret technique that could instantly and temporarily accelerate time to oneself in a future position, greatly enhancing one's strength. At the same time, it could also cause one to instantly appear at the location of one's future self. For example, when you are escaping and are about to be caught by an enemy behind you. But under your time acceleration, your position would soon appear at the position he would be in the future. However, God Emperor Liuchong's 3 secret techniques were all very difficult to master. The Tao of Time was one of the supreme Taos. Not only was it extremely difficult to enter, but continuing to improve afterward was also fraught with difficulties. Time-burning secret technique. Gao Xiang snorted coldly, and the aura around his body began to surge. Ever since he obtained the legacy of God Emperor Liuchong, he had been researching the 3 secret techniques of God Emperor Liuchong, especially the time-burning secret technique, which was of immense help to his current self. However, the time-burning Gao Xiang was using now was not the true time-burning, but rather, on the basis of divine power burning, he had improved the efficiency and speed of divine body burning. Just like when engines were first born, the thermal efficiency was only in the single digits. However, with the passage of time, the thermal efficiency of engines gradually improved, slowly rising from 10 to over 40. After the efficiency of divine power burning improved, burning the same amount of divine body would result in a greater increase in strength. The efficiency of divine power burning depended on the amount of divine body consumed per second. The more divine body consumed, naturally the more divine body was burned, and the greater the benefit generated. What does the Lord of Fen now want to do? In the distance, the machine race Father God, who was hiding in his supreme treasure palace and dared not come out, watched from afar as Gao Xiang, holding a blood-stained battle blade, actually charged toward the Queen's palace in front. Did he want to face a supreme treasure palace single-handedly? Is the Lord of Fen now crazy? No matter how powerful the divine body was, or how remarkable the blade technique was, even if it had reached the level of the strongest secret technique, it would absolutely be impossible to destroy a supreme treasure palace. In the eyes of all the powerhouses in the universe C, supreme treasures were impossible to destroy. Lord of Fen now, you are hitting a stone with an egg. The Zerg Queen's palace was surrounded by the 4 supreme treasure palaces and could not leave. The Zerg Queen looked at Gao Xiang charging forward, and she was not panicked at all. No one could destroy a supreme treasure palace, even in the most core area of the collapsing peak world, a place that could instantly annihilate a universe strongest. It was still impossible to destroy. Then let's try and see. Finally, Gao Zhang's heaven-shocking blade strike slashed down. Boom, boom, boom tilde. Over 30,000 blood-colored blade beams, like pouring seawater, slashed toward the Queen's palace. The Queen's palace shook, emitting a buzzing sound. Although it did not suffer any damage, Gao Zhang's blade strike had penetrated the Queen's palace, and the remaining power had also caused significant harm to the universe lords inside the Queen's palace. How is this possible? The Lord of Mona widened her eyes. She was a 4th-tier universe lord, and now hiding in the safe Queen's palace, she had believed she could be safe and sound. However, her divine body had just lost 50% in an instant. Lord of Mona, what happened? The Zerg Queen noticed that the Lord of Mona beside her had a look of terror on her face, and at the same time, her aura had dropped significantly. Queen, my divine body was instantly annihilated by 50%. The Zerg Queen widened her eyes in disbelief. This is a supreme treasure palace. She had a peak treasure armor and a massive divine body to supply energy, and her own strength was at the true God realm, so she had not felt much change in her divine body. At this time, a group of weaker universe lords not far away were wailing. What's going on? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The most miserable one was the Lord of Swallowing Heaven. He was a universe lord of the monster race, and at this moment, his divine body only had 20% remaining. If the opponent's blade technique had been 1 level stronger, he might have perished here today. Flee. The Zerg Queen knew it was not good. If the opponent used that terrifying blade technique a few more times, I am afraid that almost all the universe lords here would perish. If I were in the universe C, I would definitely make you pay. The Zerg Queen gritted her teeth, very angry. This was the primordial universe, her strength was suppressed, and she could at most unleash 6th-tier strength. The divine power burning just now was too terrifying. My divine body instantly lost 20%. I am afraid I can at most use it 1 more time. Gao Xiang could not determine how much damage the universe lords inside the Queen's palace had suffered. With that blade strike just now, I felt the suppression of the primordial universe's will, which made me unable to fully unleash its power. At this moment, Gao Xiang finally confirmed that his blade strike just now had absolutely reached the upper limit of the primordial universe's power, the 6th tier limit. Careful. The primordial Chaos City Lord suddenly noticed that the machine race Father God's supreme treasure palace in the distance had changed direction and was accelerating toward Gao Xiang's direction. "I'll ram you to death." The machine race Father God's cold, mechanical voice echoed in the endless void. The machine race Father God's supreme treasure palace could almost instantly accelerate to just below the speed of light. "It's a pity, if we were in the Universe C, I could instantly ram you to death." In the Universe C, the machine race Father God's supreme treasure palace could easily accelerate to hundreds of times the speed of light. If any Universe Lord did not want to live and blocked its path, they would definitely be instantly annihilated. "The three of you continue to trap the Queen's palace, I will go and stop the machine race Father God." The primordial Chaos City Lord immediately transmitted his voice to Lord Peng Gong, the Darkness Lord, and another Universe Lord who possessed a supreme treasure palace. Too late. The machine race Father God's voice was very crazy. The primordial Chaos City Lord's supreme treasure palace could not intercept it in time. Is that so? At this moment, a supreme treasure palace also appeared in front of Gao Xiang. What's going on? The group of Universe Lords in the Queen's palace were all stunned. Since when did supreme treasures become cheap goods on the street? Many Universe Lords of the human race actually possessed supreme treasures at the same time. The cabin door of Gao Xiang's supreme treasure palace opened, and then a figure quickly slipped inside, and the cabin door closed. Boom tilde. The machine race Father God's supreme treasure palace instantly rammed into Gao Xiang's supreme treasure palace. The opponent's palace, because it was stationary, was rammed away. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared from view. The speed of the machine race Father God's supreme treasure palace instantly dropped to 1/3 the speed of light. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared not far away and instantly rammed over. Accelerate. Under the control of the machine race Father God's divine power, his supreme treasure palace only deviated slightly, and soon it rushed toward the direction of the Queen's palace again. It seems it cannot be stopped. The primordial Chaos City Lord sighed. In the primordial universe, the first mover advantage was very obvious. Once the opponent accelerated to near the speed of light, it was almost impossible for those who started later to catch up. Too late. Lord Peng Gong stared at the palace rushing forward. The machine race Father God's supreme treasure palace had the first mover advantage. With a bang, the machine race Father God's supreme treasure palace rammed into the Queen's palace. The Queen's palace was instantly rammed away. The supreme treasure palaces of Lord Peng Gong and the three others were simultaneously shaken and sent flying backward. Go. After the machine race Father God's supreme treasure palace rammed into the Queen's palace, it did not slow down. Instead, it continued to accelerate, soon reaching the speed of light and entering the dark universe. Let's go. The Zerg Queen in the Queen's palace also decided to leave immediately. Today, this allied forces attack had failed. The primordial Chaos City Lord saw the Queen's palace and the machine race Father God's palace enter the dark universe one after another, and then saw Lord Peng Gong's palace hurriedly chasing after them. He immediately transmitted his voice to the owners of the other three palaces: "Don't chase. We can consider this battle a victory." This battle came too suddenly, so much so that the human race was not yet prepared. Fortunately, they had enough supreme treasure palaces to deal with the allied forces' sudden attack. Otherwise, the human race would probably have suffered heavy losses this time. These universe lords soon met again in the virtual universe network. Among them, the Great Axe founder snorted coldly, "Damn allied forces. We risked perishing to go to the collapsing peak world to hunt world beasts, and what about you? You actually attempted to destroy our human race." The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. No rush, no rush. When my clone returns from the collapsing peak world, the allied forces will be in big trouble. Gao Xiang's words were like a sharp knife, instantly piercing the allied forces in front. Once he successfully enslaved a world beast, he would have the ability to easily destroy the miniature universes of the dream monster ancestor and other universe strongest individuals. Gao Xiang, that blade strike of yours just now was truly terrifying. What blade technique is it? Lord Peng Gong thought of the blade strike Gao Xiang had swung, his eyes lighting up, very interested. That is a blade strike I created myself after fusing the 9 great origin laws. At the same time, I also used God Emperor Liuchong's divine body burning secret technique. So that's how it is. Lord Peng Gong was suddenly enlightened. He had once thought that completely fusing the 10 laws was an impossible thing. But after coming into contact with the legacy of God Emperor Liuchong, he finally knew that there was so much cultivation experience for true gods. With this cultivation experience, he had full confidence in breaking through to the true God realm. Chapter 224, World Beast appears. But soon, Lord Peng Gong was dumbfounded. He stared at Gao Xiang, but your speed is just too fast. Lord Peng Gong felt that Gao Xiang's cultivation speed was tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of times faster than his. At this moment, Gao Xiang continued to add, after I have fully completed the fusion of the 9 major laws, I have full confidence that I can kill any true god in the universe. See. Impressive. Lord Peng Gong gave a thumbs up. To possess such powerful strength while merely a universe lord, wouldn't he be even more formidable in the future once he becomes a true god? Collapsing peak world, core region. We are already very close to the dim land here, so we must be careful. Great Axe founder looked at the screen in front of the control room and said very seriously. A huge mountain transformed from Liuchong Mountain entered a land of flames. It was endless with no end in sight, filled with scorching high temperatures. Any area here could instantly cause a universe lord to fall. Some areas with dense flames could even instantly cause a universe strongest to fall. Therefore, every true god adventuring here was a super powerhouse with immense strength and formidable life-saving means. At the end of the land of flames, in the endless void realm, a huge rock-type life-form with a body winding like a mountain ridge, covered in thick brown rock layers, and an incredibly massive, mountain-like physical body, was watching every move ahead. Ancestral god Qiulong remained motionless. His aura was concealed, and his divine body was completely fused into the rock and soil of the land of flames. If any divine power swept over, one would only think that this piece of rock looked rather strange. Ancestral god Qiulong pondered in his heart, to think that someone has come to throw their life away so soon. As one of the 3 first universe strongest to defect to the world beast, ancestral god Qiulong had long since gone mad. In order to seek a chance to continue surviving, he did not hesitate to defect to the world beast. I feel something is strange. Great Axe founder had been adventuring in the core region of the collapsing peak world for years, so he had developed super strong vigilance. A wisp of divine power radiated far away. At the same time, strands of golden light shrouded the surroundings. What kind of treasure is this? Ancestral god Qiulong was greatly shocked in his heart. The golden light that just shrouded him was clearly a powerful domain-type supreme treasure. He even felt that the divine power of his entire divine body had frozen at this moment. To think there really is a hidden powerhouse. After confirming that a powerhouse was hiding nearby, Gao Xiang felt relieved instead. If it weren't for the miraculous effect of the mountain and river seal, relying solely on divine power sensing or using ordinary supreme treasure domains to investigate, it would have been highly likely to miss the hidden ancestral god Qiulong. Even among supreme treasures, there are strong and weak ones. Gao Xiang's mountain and river seal was one of the supreme treasure components that God Emperor Liuchong had used back in the day, similar to the tower beads of the Star Tower. And Liuchong Mountain was similar to the Star Tower. Although Liuchong Mountain might not reach the heaven-defying level of the Star Tower, it was definitely much more powerful than the Wookiee god that the God King of Jin had used back then. There is still quite a lot of source, stored in the core of my Liuchong Mountain, which should be enough to deal with the world beast. As a single unit mechanical style supreme treasure, the driving core of Liuchong Mountain was source. However, killing him would at least replenish some source. Gao Xiang's cold gaze swept over ancestral god Qiulong, causing the latter to start feeling fearful in his heart. What is going on? This guy's gaze is actually so terrifying. Ancestral God. Qiulong was at the true God realm, yet he was actually frightened by a universe lord, which made him feel very humiliated. Ready. Under Gao Xiang's control, the force ray of Liuchong Mountain immediately aimed at ancestral God Qiulong and fired instantly without any delay. What is going on? Ancestral God Qiulong was completely dumbfounded. The force ray of Liuchong Mountain was driven by source, so its power was monstrous. Ancestral God Qiulong did not have time to react and was soon instantly annihilated in his divine body. The moment ancestral God Qiulong fell, all life in his mini-universe in the distant universe C was instantly annihilated. Cracks appeared on the surface of his mini-universe, and the huge cosmic membrane began to peel off, soon falling into withering. All life in the mini-universe was instantly annihilated after the master of the mini-universe fell. And it would take a very, very long time for the mini-universe to completely wither. Just at this moment, a powerhouse passed by with a huge phantom behind him, and in the phantom was a terrifying single eye. He suddenly stopped and looked at this scene in surprise. He was the third true master of the God Eye race, and like ancestral God Qiulong, he was a super powerhouse of the first reincarnation era, and they were even good friends. Who killed ancestral God Qiulong? No, I'm afraid there aren't many powerhouses in the entire universe C who can kill ancestral God Qiulong. He must have gone to a dangerous place to adventure, which is why he fell. The third true master soon realized something. But soon, he changed direction and flew towards ancestral God Qiulong's mini-universe. Since the other party had already fallen, the mini-universe could be easily entered, and the treasures inside would all be his. This guy's origin is too little, it's not enough to replenish Theosource, lost by Liuchong Mountain. Gao Xiang shook his head gently. Using the force ray of Liuchong Mountain to kill ancestral God Qiulong was like using a butcher's knife to slaughter a chicken, it was truly overkill. Impressive. Great Axe founder widened his eyes. He watched ancestral God Qiulong's legacy items appear in the cabin in front and found it very hard to accept. If he were facing the powerful 8th tier true God ancestral God Qiulong, and he didn't have a supreme treasure by his side, he would have no confidence in defeating the other party. However, such a powerful 8th tier true God was actually completely annihilated by Liuchong Mountain in one move. Terrifying, it really is too terrifying. It seems that the upcoming journey to kill the world beast will be a bit easier. Great Axe founder, who had been worried, felt relieved after seeing the powerful might of Liuchong Mountain. The moment ancestral God Qiulong fell, in the outer perimeter of the dim land closest to the land of flames, a hideous and ugly beast with a jet-black body, 2 heads, and a single eye on each head looked toward the direction of the land of flames. Ancestral God Qiulong was his sole slave, so he could immediately sense it after the other party fell. There were actually hundreds of millions of beasts that felt the same as him. Ah, who killed my slave? World Beast Nandi held an axe and a spear in his 2 hideous arms respectively. These 2 treasures were both supreme treasures. Although they, the world beasts, could not use the might of supreme treasures, they could use them as weapons. Nandi liked the weapons in his hands very much. Because these were the legacy items he obtained after killing 2 true gods, and they were symbols of his strength. Since you have come, I will not be polite. Although these world beasts would naturally kill each other, they would unite against external enemies when facing them. They had not yet left the dim land, but instead had asked the 3 soul slaves, including ancestral God Qiulong, to find ways to attract powerhouses with the goal of killing these powerhouses one by one here. Nandi flew to the entrance of the dim land. He suddenly stopped and looked back at the endless void realm behind him. Through the sensing between world beasts, he could clearly sense that no world beasts were rushing towards here from afar. In that case, the task of dealing with the intruding powerhouse naturally fell to Nandi. Ahead is the dim land, we must be careful. Great Axe founder pointed to a huge passage ahead. The dim land was located at the very end of the land of flames and was the core region of the collapsing peak world. There were several passages to enter the dim land, and the land of flames was the passage Great Axe founder was most familiar with. A black, hideous beast suddenly appeared at the entrance of the dim land in the distance, looking from afar at Liuchong Mountain flying over. You have finally come, the show is about to begin. Holding the axe and spear, Nandi turned into a stream of light and flew towards Qiulong Mountain. Run! Gao Xiang controlled Qiulong Mountain with his divine power, immediately changing direction and flying towards the direction of departure. What he needed to do was to lure the world beast out so that he could find an opportunity to strike. When he could not confirm how many world beasts were still in the dim land, or what their strength was, Gao Xiang did not want to take risks easily. Actually running away, haha. Nandi found that the mountain-like supreme treasure turned and ran after seeing him, which made him very excited. Little did he know, the other party was doing it on purpose. Such weak, low-level lifeforms actually dare to come here, they are truly seeking death. The huge mouth on Nandi's ugly head made a low sound. At this moment, he was like a death-reaping scholar ringing the funeral bell, carrying a bit of morbid humor. These world beasts were natural lifeforms of destruction, born as the incarnation of the Tao of destruction. They were even on equal footing with the primordial universe. Precisely because of this, they were naturally noble and proud. In their eyes, those guys hiding in palaces were just some ants. Speed up. Nandi easily reached 1,000 times the speed of light, instantly appearing in front of Qiulong Mountain and blocking its path. The spear in his hand thrust towards Qiulong Mountain. If it were a Universe C powerhouse using a supreme treasure spear, they would definitely make the spear longer and larger, while releasing the endless might inside the spear. However, Nandi could only use it as a weapon. However, he still created a very fatal spear technique. As a second-order world beast, Nandi possessed the strength of a peak 9th-tier true god. Although his comprehension ability was not great, his base strength was high, so shortly after getting the spear, he quickly created his strongest spear technique. Later, he conducted life and death battles with other world beasts in the dim land, finally elevating his spear technique to a realm beyond that of a true god. A spear technique at the void true god level, any Universe C true god powerhouse who encountered it would almost certainly die instantly. For example, when Great Axe founder faced the world beast Mohe alone back then, he didn't even have time to say anything before being instantly killed by Mohe. Although his spear technique doesn't have any power of laws, that pure spear strike alone makes me tremble just by seeing it. Great Axe founder looked at the terrifying spear strike ahead through the panoramic projection of the control room, his pupils instantly constricting. What a truly terrifying spear strike. However, what surprised Mohe was that the other party's palace treasure did not suffer any damage. After Nandi's spear pierced Qiulong Mountain, it was like piercing metal, producing sparks and a crisp metallic clashing sound. The flight speed and direction of Qiulong Mountain did not change because of Nandi's attack. This shocked Nandi. What is going on? Back then, when he dealt with a loner universe strongest from the second reincarnation era, the other party also brought out a palace treasure. He thrust his spear at the other party's palace treasure, instantly having the flight speed of the other party's treasure and changing its flight trajectory. And the true god hiding in the palace also lost more than half of his divine body in an instant. After a few attacks by Nandi, the true god hiding in the supreme treasure palace eventually fell. This is what happens when facing absolute strength. Even if hiding inside a supreme treasure palace, the residual power that penetrates will still destroy the opponent's divine body. The defense of Qiulong Mountain is truly remarkable. Great Axe founder was somewhat surprised. When Nandi's spear pierced Qiulong Mountain, a powerful shockwave quickly landed on Qiulong Mountain and conducted towards the inside of Qiulong Mountain. However, after going through the layers of weakening by Qiulong Mountain, the might that finally entered the Qiulong Mountain control room had long since disappeared. It was not negligible, it simply did not exist at all. That is of course. This is Qiulong Mountain. Gao Xiang was very proud. The treasure used by God Emperor Qiulong back then was a super treasure that even God King attacks could not shake. How could a mere world beast affect it? Since it doesn't work, then try a few more times. Nandi's flight speed soared again, soon reaching more than 3,000 times the speed of light. He distanced himself from Qiulong Mountain, instantly appearing at a distance of billions of light years from Qiulong Mountain. He immediately changed direction and was actually flying towards Qiulong Mountain. At the same time, holding the spear in front, the entire world beast was like a rocket, flying towards Liuchang Mountain regardless of his life. Truly an egg hitting a rock. This was definitely the stupidest world beast Gao Xiang had ever seen. One must know that after a world beast king is born, its strength is only equivalent to a powerful eternal true god. It is indeed an invincible existence in the universe sea. However, when facing a top eternal true god like General Yang from the origin continent, it would only be easily killed. And a super powerhouse eternal true god like General Yang, when facing a powerful treasure like Liuchang Mountain, is like an egg hitting a rock, instantly smashed to pieces. The flight speed of Liuchang Mountain controlled by Gao Xiang was not limited to 1,000 times the speed of light, but because he wanted to lure the world beast to chase, he didn't fly too fast. But the world beast ahead was already reckless, so he naturally wouldn't continue flying slowly. 1,500 times the speed of light. 2,000 times the speed of light. If Liuchang Mountain wanted to accelerate to a faster speed, firstly, it needed enough time, and secondly, it needed enough distance. Now neither of these points could be met. One side was 3,000 times the speed of light. The other side was 2,000 times the speed of light. The two were flying in opposite directions towards each other. Boom! The hideous and terrifying world beast was like a small chick, lifted by a giant's big foot, and then stomped down heavily. Nandi was instantly smashed into nothingness. Even, no flesh and blood of the world beast could be seen around. Is this world beast too weak? It just died like this. Great Axe founder saw that the world beast was instantly smashed into nothingness, and he stood up abruptly, feeling very satisfied. Chapter 225, World Beast Siege. Gao Xiang had long since told him that world beasts were born from the universe origin and were heaven-defying lifeforms of the same caliber as the primordial universe. Once they grew up, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, when he actually saw a world beast, he found it to be surprisingly weak. Teacher, it is not that this world beast is too weak, but rather that my Liuchang Mountain is too formidable. At this moment, Gao Xiang did not lower his guard. If world beasts were that easy to kill, they wouldn't be called world beasts. Sure enough, near the area where the world beast and Liuchang Mountain had collided, a mass of black mist suddenly appeared, and before long, it condensed into a world beast. The single eyes on Nandi's two massive heads stared fixedly at the Liuchang Mountain that had stopped ahead. He let out a terrified sound from his mouth. To think that you forced me to drop to a first-order world beast in an instant. He, Nandi, had always been an outstanding member among the world beasts. He only needed to devour 2 or 3 more world beasts to potentially become a third-order world beast. As of now, there were only 2 third-order world beasts in the entire dim land. To think it's still not dead. This time, the Great Axe founder finally witnessed the terrifying nature of a world beast. This was a collision from Liuchang Mountain, and its might was terrifyingly powerful. The Supreme Treasure Long Spear and Supreme Treasure Axe in Nandi's hands were instantly destroyed in this collision, which showed just how terrifying the impact of Liuchang Mountain was. Flee. Nandi knew that if he didn't flee now, let alone Liuchang Mountain crashing into him again, even if the true god inside were to come out, there was a high possibility he would be killed. It is a pity that I cannot use the blood-burning secret technique. Unable to use the blood-burning secret technique, Nandi could only split into 99 bodies and fly off in different directions simultaneously. As long as any one of his bodies did not perish, that body would soon become his main form. This was the terrifying aspect of a world beast. You want to escape. Gao Xiang controlled Liuchang Mountain to stop in place. Liuchang Mountain vibrated like a ringing bell, emitting a humming sound. Hum, hum, hum tilde. This vibration stirred the surrounding endless chaos airflow, creating a special domain effect within the boundless chaos space. The flight speed of Nandi's 99 clones plummeted, instantly becoming less than 1/10 of what it was before. At the same time, Liuchang Mountain began to grow larger. One must know that before Liuchang Mountain was claimed as a treasure, its diameter already exceeded 10,000 light-years. The speed at which Liuchang Mountain grew was much faster than the slowed-down world beast, Nandi. Where is this? The 99 world beasts simultaneously discovered that they were inside a massive mountain. This mountain was endless, and no matter what, they could not fly out of it. Not only were they unable to fly out, but the gravity of the mountain was so immense that it caused all these world beast clones to fall downwards. Soon, the 99 world beast clones slammed heavily onto Liuchang Mountain. As expected of one of the three great forbidden lands, Liuchang Mountain is truly formidable. The great axe founder was stunned by this scene. Contain. When the 99 world beast clones simultaneously crashed onto Liuchang Mountain, their fate was sealed. Since they could not escape, they could only be trapped within Liuchang Mountain. Nandi knew he could no longer escape, so he merged his 99 clones, eventually turning back into a single world beast. The mountains and rivers around him shifted, and soon he appeared inside a cage. This was a prison located at the very core of Liuchang Mountain. This place not only completely cut off contact with the outside world, but it was also incredibly sturdy. At the very least, no life form in the entire universe C could destroy it. The single eyes on Nandi's two massive heads actually revealed fear. Why can I not feel my connection with the other world beasts? As world beasts, they were born with an instinct. They could sense the location of any world beast. Could it be? Nandi narrowed his two single eyes, and soon realized something. They, the world beasts, were lifeforms of the same level as the primordial universe, so the will of the primordial universe was ineffective against them. The only thing that could affect them was the supreme rules. In other words, this treasure could already influence the supreme rules. Nandi began to panic. As world beasts, they were born with quite a bit of knowledge, and among this was knowledge of the supreme rules. What should I do? What should I do? A treasure that could influence the supreme rules was enough to easily kill his weak self. If I were to become a fourth-order world beast, this cage would absolutely not be able to isolate me from contact with the outside world. At this moment, Nandi finally began to regret. You no longer have a chance, unless you are willing to become my sole slave. At this moment, a figure appeared outside Nandi's cage. You must be the Lord of Fen now. Nandi recognized the Gao Xiang before him. How do you know me? Gao Xiang pretended to be very surprised. In fact, he had long known that these world beasts were already acquainted with almost all the universe lords and true gods of the universe C. They had 3 powerful true god slaves and could easily obtain information about the powerhouses of the universe C. We world beasts know everything. Nandi lied. Don't think I don't know that you have enslaved the ancestral god Qiulong, Star Lord Haole, and King Zhenjia. What Star Lord Haole and King Zhenjia? I don't know anything about that. Nandi could not admit it. The world beasts needed slaves to help provide the latest information on outside powerhouses. Whether you admit it or not, Star Lord Haole and King Zhenjia will perish before long. Gao Xiang did not want to explain anything to Nandi. His top priority was to soul enslave the world beast. Kneel for me. At this moment, Gao Xiang began to release his will pressure. His willpower had already reached the level of a chaos dominator. Although Nandi was a naturally strong world beast, his willpower was not very good. Therefore, under the pressure of Gao Zhang's willpower, his entire body was pinned to the ground, unable to move. To think that I, a dignified world beast, would actually suffer such humiliation. Nandi let out a very unwilling sound. Just at this moment, Gao Zhang's soul began to invade the other's soul. Gao Xiang practiced the Tao of the soul as a secondary path, and long ago, he had already created a soul-type secret technique suitable for himself. It was precisely because of this that he could so easily enslave universe lords like Master Minglian. As for enslaving true gods and world beasts, he had not yet tried it. Haha, you actually want to enslave me. You were dreaming. When Nandi confirmed that the other party wanted to enslave him, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he was quite manic. To think it failed. After trying a few times, Gao Xiang discovered that he could not manage to enslave the other party. To make you give up completely, I will not offer any resistance, I will let you enslave me. Nandi was absolutely certain that the other party could not succeed in enslaving him, so he gave up all resistance. Sure enough, Gao Xiang quickly discovered that he could not enslave the other party. When a wisp of Gao Zhang's soul entered the other soul indeed offered no resistance or obstruction. But when Gao Xiang tried to imprint his own soul fragment onto the other soul, he failed. Ha ha ha, you failed, didn't you? Nandi laughed maniacally. Again. It seems that it is just as I expected. World beasts use the power of destruction. If we have not cultivated the power of destruction, then I will never be able to enslave a world beast. In the original story, Luo Feng successfully enslaved the world beast Morosa by relying on his demonic killer race clone to simulate the power of destruction, which was how he succeeded in enslaving the other party. However, Gao Xiang did not have a demonic killer race clone, so he could not simulate the power of destruction. However, Gao Xiang also had his own trump card. Since there is no way to enslave you, then you can obediently stay here and serve your prison sentence. With that said, Gao Xiang disappeared from this hall. Nandi was furious and frustrated. He wanted to attempt to self-destruct, but he discovered that the special structure and suppression of the cage made it so he couldn't even self-destruct. Gao Xiang, has that world beast been dealt with? When Gao Xiang appeared in the control room again, the Great Axe founder, who was cultivating in the control room, opened his eyes. It has been killed. Gao Xiang did not reveal the secret that Nandi was being permanently imprisoned by him. He instead told the Great Axe founder that the world beast had been killed by him. After all, enslaving a world beast was an act that violated the supreme rules, so the fewer people who knew, the better. Then are we still going to kill our way in? The Great Axe founder looked at Gao Xiang. The two of them now faintly followed Gao Xiang's lead. After he witnessed the powerful strength of Gao Xiang's Liuchang mountain, he admitted that he was not even a fraction as capable as the other party. If it were him who was hit by Liuchang mountain, he would surely perish on the spot, with no chance of survival. Naturally, we are killing our way back. With Liuchang mountain, and having witnessed the strength of the world beast Nandi, Gao Xiang now had sufficient confidence in dealing with world beasts. If he truly couldn't defeat them, he could still control Liuchang mountain to leave. What is going on? In the distant core of the dim land, a ferocious world beast suddenly stopped. Beneath its feet was a world beast that had lost one of its heads. The single eye on the remaining head of that world beast stared fixedly at Morosa above. Morosa, just kill me, the other world beasts will kill you sooner or later. This world beast had just fought with Morosa and was no match for the other party, eventually having one of its heads bitten off by Morosa. Slap. Morosa slapped down. The remaining head of the world beast below was instantly smashed to pieces. Morosa bit into the world beast's corpse and began to devour it. However, just as he swallowed a mouthful of the world beast corpse, he discovered that the sensory connection to a world beast far away had suddenly disappeared. The location of the other party was very far away. Clearly, it was not in the dim land. In the entire dim land, the sensory connections of quite a few world beasts disappeared every day. This meant that the world beast had perished. Nandi actually perished outside. What is going on? Since their batch of over 1 billion world beasts was born, they had never left this place. Just a few days ago, a world beast had suddenly flown out of the dim land. Who killed our world beast? Morosa looked into the distance with a ferocious gaze. There were thousands upon thousands of world beasts with the same reaction as him. At this moment, they finally confirmed that, as it turned out, there were powerhouses in the universe C who could kill their world beasts. Nandi was a second-order world beast, about to break through to a third-order world beast. He was also one of the top existences among us world beasts. Who killed him? Morosa was furious. However, because Morosa was too far away from there, he quickly gave up on the idea of avenging Nandi. Now, his top priority was to improve his own strength. I want to become a fourth-order world beast, and then I will leave this place. Morosa had the ambition to become the world beast king. Unlike Morosa, some world beasts near the land of flames, upon learning that Nandi had perished, began to fly towards the land of flames. Nandi was imprisoned in the core of Liuchang mountain, isolated from all contact with the outside world. After these world beasts could no longer sense Nandi, they naturally assumed that Nandi had been killed by a Universe C powerhouse. Master, I sense that 210 world beasts are rapidly approaching. The treasure spirit of Liuchang mountain immediately reported the information to its master. Only this many. Not enough. Gao Xiang wanted to kill more world beasts. Under his control, Liuchang mountain did not leave the land of flames. Instead, it flew towards the direction of the dim land. Kill, kill, kill. These 200+ world beasts had all gone mad. Their strength was not as great as Nandi's, otherwise they would not be living around the dim land. Nandi was not at the bottom of the world beasts, on the contrary, he was a super powerhouse among the world beasts, and he had been hunting other world beasts here. A world beast began to roar, "That Universe C powerhouse must be heavily injured, let us kill him now." Kill, kill, kill. Just as they were madly approaching, a massive mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. This mountain was boundless, and one could not see the peak at a glance. Grow, grow, grow tilde. Gao Xiang controlled Liuqiang Mountain to restore it to its original size. This is too big. The world beasts in the distance all stopped flying, staring motionless at the mountain that was still growing larger. But soon, they began to turn and flee. No tilde. The first order world beasts closest to the land of flames, whose strength was the weakest, were instantly smashed to pieces by the expanding Liuqiang Mountain. They did not possess strength as powerful as Nandi's, and they perished almost instantly, with no hope of survival. Flee. Those first order and second order world beasts that were slightly further away all began to turn and flee. These world beasts are too weak. Great Axe watched these fleeing world beasts and laughed heartily. He did not know that any one of the world beasts here had the strength to easily defeat him. If 4 or 5 world beasts attacked at the same time, the Great Axe founder might perish instantly. He simply misjudged the strength of the world beasts because he was staying inside the safe Liuqiang Mountain. Gao Xiang did not relax. Because he knew that deep within this place lived powerful third-order world beasts. There might even be fourth-order world beasts. Liuqiang Mountain continued to grow larger. No world beast dared to throw an egg against a rock anymore, they would stay far away as soon as they saw Liuqiang Mountain. We have killed 581 world beasts. Seeing so many world beasts perish, the Great Axe founder felt very satisfied. Soon, Gao Xiang poured a bucket of cold water on the Great Axe founder. If I am not mistaken, there are still at least 100 million world beasts remaining. There are still that many. Boom, boom, boom tilde. Just at this moment, Gao Xiang felt that Liuqiang Mountain could no longer continue to grow larger. At this moment, the size of Liuqiang Mountain only occupied 1/1000th of the dim land. Bingyu's voice appeared in Gao Xiang's ear. "Master, restricted by the supreme rules, Liuqiang Mountain can only be this large here." At this moment, over 1 million world beasts had gathered around Liuqiang Mountain. Seeing that Liuqiang Mountain could not grow any larger, they swarmed over and simultaneously began to release their world beast breath attacks. Chapter 226, instantly killing 30 million world beasts. The breath attacks of world beasts are powers of destruction, which are the opposite of the divine power in the universe C, therefore, their might is terrifying, and it is difficult to resist them using divine power alone. What is going on? Over 1 million world beasts attacked Liuqiang Mountain simultaneously. However, Liuqiang Mountain did not move in the slightest. We must gather more help. Soon, under the telepathic connection of these world beasts, more world beasts were frantically rushing toward this location. Gao Xiang, there are already enough, should we make a move? Great Axe founder saw that over 1 million world beasts had gathered around them. Not yet. The source stored within Liuqiang Mountain is limited. Gao Xiang can only use the attack of Liuqiang Mountain one more time at most, so he wants to gather more world beasts before attacking. It's actually Liuqiang Mountain. When Morosa appeared beside Liuqiang Mountain, he quickly realized that it was actually Liuqiang Mountain. He had received information sent by his servants and knew that Liuqiang Mountain, one of the 3 great forbidden lands, had disappeared. And the appearance of the Liuqiang Mountain before his eyes was exactly the same as the one that had disappeared. It seems the owner of Liuqiang Mountain is the Lord of Fen now from the 3rd reincarnation era of the universe. Morosa knew more information than most world beasts. He often appeared at the edge of the dim land and frequently interacted with servants like the master of Qiulong Star, so he knew more things. Bingyu, fly Liuqiang Mountain to the very core of the dim land. Following Gao Xiang's order, the previously stationary Liuqiang Mountain began to fly again. Stop him. Morosa roared and was the first to execute the blood-burning secret technique. His aura surged instantly. The remaining Tier 2 world beasts did not hesitate and followed suit by using the blood-burning secret technique. When facing a life or death enemy, they, the world beasts, are incredibly united. With her fair face, Bingyu looked like a goddess emerging from ice and snow. She coldly observed the 100% simulated scene in front of her. Master, there are now over 3 million world beasts near Liuchang Mountain, and they have prepared to attack. Great Axe Founder's mouth fell open. So many. One must know that even the weakest world beast possesses the strength of a true god. If 3 million world beasts attacked together, it would be enough for him, Great Axe Founder, to die tens of thousands of times. Teacher, don't worry, we aren't so easy to kill. At this moment, Gao Xiang was not afraid, instead, he was very excited. If it were some ordinary supreme treasure, after being subjected to the simultaneous attacks of over 1 million world beasts, it would definitely turn into a pile of scrap metal and be ruined on the spot. Only top-tier mechanical treasures like Liuchang Mountain, Universe Boat, Star Tower, and Chaos Wings could withstand the simultaneous attacks of over 1 million world beasts. Boom, boom, boom tilde. More than 3 million attacks from world beasts shot out from all directions, pouring down toward the direction of Liuchang Mountain. White light instantly enveloped the entire surrounding area. At the same time, the powerful force of destruction instantly tore through the Void Realm, causing the Void Realm to begin to twist. Reality and the Void Realm intertwined, distorting everything. However, this might, which was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, and even destroy the Purple Moon Holy Land and the Eastern Emperor Holy Land, was simply a joke in front of the indestructible defense of Liuchang Mountain. It's useless. Morosa looked at this scene in shock. He immediately began to use telepathy to have more powerful world beasts rush over. The number of world beasts acting like him had already exceeded 1 million. The entire dim land is vast and boundless. If one were only flying at 1,000 times the speed of light, one would never reach the other side of the dim land. However, at this moment, streaks of golden light converged from all directions of the dim land. They landed one after another in front of Liuchang Mountain. These world beasts were rushing toward this location like madmen through teleportation and flight. Master, there are already over 10 million world beasts in the vicinity. So many. Great Axe Founder was dumbfounded. Over 10 million true gods surrounding Liuchang Mountain, this was unheard of in the entire universe. See. Attack together. At Morosa's command, they released world beast attacks once again. However, Liuchang Mountain remained motionless. We need more world beasts. Morosa immediately called for more world beasts to come via telepathy. Gao Xiang was unhurried. He sat on the floor of the control room and closed his eyes. He had been waiting for the number of world beasts around Liuchang Mountain to reach its limit. Soon, a week passed. Bingyu's cold voice appeared in Gao Xiang's ear again. Master, the number of world beasts has exceeded 20 million. In the past 3 days, the number of surrounding world beasts has decreased rather than increased. Outside Liuchang Mountain, dense swarms of world beasts had gathered. They were like grains of rice in a warehouse, countless in number, collectively constructing a huge warehouse. It's completely useless. Morosa watched this scene in astonishment. They had launched joint attacks many times in succession. However, Liuchang Mountain could never be destroyed. Even with millions of attacks acting on a single point of Liuchang Mountain simultaneously, they could not damage Liuchang Mountain in the slightest. Let's think of a way together to push Liuchang Mountain toward the Fuwu Abyss. The Fuwu Abyss is a forbidden land near the dim land and is also one of the core areas of the collapsing peak world. The Fuwu Abyss, as the name implies, is a very terrifying abyss. The entire diameter of the abyss exceeds 10 billion light-years, and its depth is an unknown. Morosa had once entered the Fuwu Abyss while chasing several fleeing world beasts. The Fuwu Abyss is unfathomable, the surroundings are pitch black, and below it seems to be an invisible black hole that can devour everything. Morosa saw with his own eyes that those world beasts trying to escape had to choose to go deep into the Fuwu Abyss, and were eventually swallowed into it, without any ability to resist. Good. The Fuwu Abyss is a place very suitable for trapping Liuchang Mountain. Soon, another powerful world beast responded. Since they could not destroy Liuchang Mountain, they would push Liuchang Mountain into the Fuwu Abyss. Master, the world beasts outside have stopped attacking. Bing Yu's voice appeared in Gao Xiang's ear again. Oh, what do they want to do? Gao Xiang was suddenly puzzled. However, if no more world beasts are approaching, then all of you can go and die. At this moment, Gao Xiang had already decided to let all the surrounding world beasts perish together. The energy of Liuchang Mountain was still enough to release one powerful source attack, sufficient to sweep away all the surrounding world beasts. Gao Xiang, wait. Just at this moment, Great Axe suddenly spoke up. Great Axe founder had not exerted any effort in this hunt for world beasts this time. Instead, he sat inside the safe Liuchang Mountain, watching the endless world beasts outside. He felt like a guide, with a very low sense of presence. Therefore, he had been observing the movements of the surrounding world beasts. Let's push together. The powerful world beasts, led by Morosa, put aside their previous grudges and began to frantically approach Liuchang Mountain. Dense swarms of world beasts, like ants pouring out of a broken anthill, soon overwhelmingly submerged Liuchang Mountain. The surface of Liuchang Mountain was covered with a protective shield that could instantly kill world beasts. However, these world beasts were still fearless, as if they didn't fear death. They were like the seawater of the ocean, completely submerging the massive Liuchang Mountain. The motionless Liuchang Mountain suddenly moved. Master, it is detected that Liuchang Mountain is being moved by world beasts. Oh, what do these world beasts want to do? Gao Xiang frowned slightly, but he was not nervous. Instead, he stared at Bing Yu, who had already condensed a semi-transparent divine body in front of him. Can Liuchang Mountain be destroyed? Bing Yu said proudly, in the entire universe see, even in ancient civilizations, Liuchang Mountain can absolutely never be destroyed. As the treasure spirit of Liuchang Mountain, Bing Yu was absolutely the existence that understood Liuchang Mountain the best. Since Liuchang Mountain cannot be destroyed, then let them come. After receiving the affirmative reply from Bing Yu, Gao Xiang was completely relieved. He could have controlled the source of Liuchang Mountain to launch a large-scale attack. But there were simply too many world beasts here. They could not be killed off. It was impossible to kill them all. Gao Xiang, how many times in total can this Liuchang Mountain large-scale attack be used? Great Axe founder had witnessed the powerful might of Liuchang Mountain, and he really hoped that Gao Xiang could unleash such an attack once more. At most once. Then release it completely. At this moment, Great Axe founder said decisively. Great Axe knew that Gao Xiang might not agree, so he immediately explained, after Liuchang Mountain launches one attack, it will definitely instantly annihilate quite a few world beasts. Those world beasts will definitely go crazy and accelerate their devouring speed. However, when they discover that Liuchang Mountain cannot continue to attack, they will reduce their devouring speed again. Good. Great Axe founder. Made sense. Master, Liuchang Mountain is now surrounded by over 30 million world beasts, and the number of surrounding world beasts is no longer increasing. Bing Yu, who was beside the two, had understood Great Axe founder's plan. Very well. Launch the destruction attack. Following Gao Xiang's order, Liuchang Mountain, which was being pushed slowly forward by the world beasts, suddenly released endless might. This might was monstrous and terrifying, instantly sweeping across a range of hundreds of millions of light years. Over 30 million world beasts were instantly turned into nothingness. Master, it is detected that within a range of 100 million light years around Liuchang Mountain, there is not a single world beast. At this moment, Bing Yu's voice faintly carried a hint of pride. Although she was a treasure spirit, having been born for a long time, she was already no different from a normal female in her thinking. She had emotions and her own thoughts just the same. Over 30 million world beasts just died like that. After hearing this sentence, Great Axe founder froze completely. Outside Liuchang Mountain, in a dark area very far away, Morosa's two hideous single eyes stared at Liuchang Mountain in front, and he made a terrifying sound in his mouth. How is it possible? How is it possible? Just now, he was busy commanding the other world beasts and had quickly detached himself from the group responsible for pushing Liuchang Mountain, always maintaining a distance of over 200 million light years from Liuchang Mountain. However, in that split second, the surrounding world beasts had actually died out instantly. Morosa, what is going on? At this moment, world beasts from even further away flew over. They were all world beasts from very far away and had only just arrived. Liuchang Mountain launched an attack that destroyed the heavens and the earth, instantly exterminating over 30 million of our world beasts. Morosa's voice carried some trembling at this moment. How is it possible? Proud world beasts could not accept such a result. Through the telepathic connection between world beasts, they indeed discovered that countless kin had disappeared in an instant. Morosa, this is the greatest crisis and disaster for our world beast race. This world beast's two hideous single eyes stared fixedly at the massive Liuchang Mountain in front. There was no fear in his eyes but rather madness. As the incarnations of destruction, world beasts are all fearless. Their innate instinct is destruction and slaughter, and their goal is to become the king among world beasts. We must begin one-on-one life and death duels. We must give birth to a world beast king in the shortest possible time. At this moment, Morosa proposed to all the world beasts. As a top-tier Tier 2 world beast, Morosa could soar to a Tier 3 world beast by eating just a few more world beasts, so he definitely had the advantage with this proposal. Nowadays, these world beasts of theirs were not born long ago, and their numbers were very large. The few strongest world beasts were all of top-tier Tier 2 strength. If it were not for the appearance of Liuchang Mountain, it would take a very, very long time for a Tier 3 world beast to be born among this group of world beasts. After all, every world beast is a highly intelligent life form, and they all have the heart to want to become the world beast king. No one would foolishly let other world beasts eat them. Therefore, to eat other world beasts, one must use strategy and sufficient force. Nowadays, in the entire world beast group, the number of Tier 2 world beasts is not large. I agree. I do not agree. As Morosa's proposal was transmitted to all the world beasts, two different voices began to emerge. The number of world beasts that agreed to Morosa's suggestion only accounted for about 10% of those who opposed it. Moreover, over 80% of the world beasts in favor were Tier 2 world beasts. The remaining 20% of the world beasts were the strong ones among the Tier 1 world beasts, very close to becoming Tier 2 world beasts. As for those who were opposed, they were all Tier 1 world beasts without exception. However, these opposing world beasts accounted for as much as 99% of all surviving world beasts. Since the majority of you do not agree, then we will continue to push Liuchang Mountain to the Fuwu Abyss. Morosa was very unhappy. If these world beasts could have agreed just now, he would have been very likely to be matched with a Tier 1 world beast. At that time, he could quickly upgrade to a Tier 3 world beast. Once he became a Tier 3 world beast, he would possess even more powerful means of self-preservation. Damn it. Truly damn it. Morosa was cursing and swearing in his heart. The dark, dense swarm of world beasts surrounded Liuchang Mountain once again. Obviously, these world beasts were more willing to believe that Liuchang Mountain could no longer unleash that earth-shattering attack, and they were unwilling to join the one-on-one duels of the world beasts. It seems that these world beasts are all quite intelligent. When Gao Xiang discovered that the actions of these world beasts were somewhat different from the original work, he had to admire the courage of the world beasts. In the original work, Luo Feng appeared alone in the dim land, and after attracting a large group of world beasts, he wiped out most of the world beasts in one fell swoop. The surviving world beasts quickly decided to flee the dim land and split into two, with one group of world beasts flying toward the small universes of the first and second reincarnation eras. Chapter 227, World Beasts Never Become Slaves. Another group of world beasts flew towards the direction of the small universe of the third reincarnation era. At the same time, after reaching their destination, they began a frenzied, brutal one-on-one slaughter, determined to give birth to more powerful world beasts as quickly as possible. They are indeed quite clever. Great Axe Founder nodded. Since that is the case, then we will take it one step at a time. But before that, I will go out and meet these world beasts. Be careful. Great Axe Founder looked at Gao Xiang with worry. I will. Gao Xiang smiled, then ordered Bing Yu to open a passage in front to leave Liuchang Mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz tilde. Liuchang Mountain, which was surrounded by a massive number of world beasts, suddenly opened a small gap. This gap allowed exit only, not entry. The nearby world beasts saw it and wanted to crawl in, but as soon as they touched the surface of Liuchong Mountain, they were instantly vaporized. Every moment, a massive number of world beasts were completely vaporized by the protective shield on the surface of Liuchong Mountain. But the number of world beasts was simply too great. The vaporized world beasts were merely a drop in the ocean for them. Just then, a blood-red figure suddenly flew out from this passage. Gao Xiang held a blood-red battle blade in his hand. This battle blade was a force blade embryo, which could improve along with its master's strength. A large seal floated in the air behind him. Around the large seal, a mountain and river scroll faintly appeared. Lord of Fen now, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come out. Morosa looked at Gao Xiang in front, his eyes filled with madness. There were endless world beasts with the same thought as him. They simultaneously charged crazily towards Gao Xiang. Just then, the mountain and river seal's mountain and river domain covered everything around. These world beasts felt as if they had experienced transmigration to another world. The surrounding environment had undergone a complete change. What is going on? Morosa turned around crazily on the spot, looking at the strange mountain and river world. This is a secret technique I created based on the mountain and river seal, which fuses illusions and domains. Gao Xiang was very satisfied with the powerful might of the mountain and river seal. Let's first completely shatter the ground beneath our feet. Fortunately, Morosa could communicate telepathically with other world beasts, so he made a decision immediately. He was a top-tier second-order world beast, resourceful, and therefore had a great deal of say among the world beast group. Soon, these world beasts trapped by the mountain and river seal all began to act crazily. Some world beasts used their handy weapons to start attacking the ground beneath their feet crazily. Some used their heads to smash crazily against the rocks beneath their feet. Others spat out rays, attempting to shatter the land below. Exterminate. At this moment, Gao Xiang's willpower began the slaughter. Ah, no, what is this? In just a moment, among the million world beasts covered by the mountain and river seal, over 10,000 world beasts were instantly killed by willpower. These world beasts were all first-order world beasts, and they were the bottom-tier existence among the first order. I didn't expect there to be so many world beasts still fine. Gao Xiang discovered that there were nearly 1 million world beasts that had not died, and he was not very surprised. Although his willpower had reached the level of a chaos dominator, in the universe C, his strength was suppressed by the supreme rules and could not be fully unleashed. At the same time, he had only cultivated God Emperor Liuchong's willpower enhancement secret technique and had not yet practiced willpower attack secret techniques. Nowadays, Gao Xiang's time was very tight, and there were too many places where he needed to improve. His top priority was to fully fuse the 10 types of origin laws as soon as possible, thereby comprehending the chaos law. Once he comprehended the chaos law, he would possess the strength of an eternal true God in the universe C. And the world beast king was also at the strength of an eternal true God. However, Gao Xiang would let these world beasts die completely before they could become kings. Divide. Each region within the mountain and river domain of the mountain and river seal was like an independent world. At this moment, each world beast covered by the mountain and river seal was separated into an independent world. Where is this? The huge wings behind Morosa flapped violently, and his massive, pitch-black body suddenly rushed towards the blue sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. Morosa flapped his wings while hovering in the air. Rows of ghastly white teeth on his ferocious, massive head exuded a terrifying, icy aura, and his two huge, single eyes stared at the mountain and river world below. Where are the other world beasts? Just now he could see the world beasts beside him, but suddenly, the world beasts beside him had disappeared. Fortunately, he could still know through telepathy that other world beasts were not far away. There, he sensed that about 1 million kilometers ahead, there was a world beast. Although he couldn't see any world beast ahead, Morosa had indeed sensed it. Whoosh tilde. In almost the blink of an eye, Morosa flew 1 million kilometers away. He circled in the air, his two huge heads rotating around. What is going on? There's nothing. Morosa felt it was very strange. He knew the methods of the powerhouses in the universe C. Some liked to use martial artist methods, some liked to use controller methods, some liked to use soul extermination methods, and others liked to use illusion methods. Could it be that this is an illusion? Oh no. Soon, Morosa realized something. Their world beast race was indeed born a powerhouse, favored by the supreme rules, and was a super life form at the same level as the primordial universe. But being born powerful also had some drawbacks. First, their willpower was very ordinary. For the same strength, they might not even be as good as some true gods with ordinary strength in the universe C. Second, their comprehension ability was very poor. If they were asked to comprehend a Tao other than the Tao of destruction, it would be no different from killing them. They were completely unable to do so. Break. Morosa tried to use his willpower to break through the surrounding illusion. There were quite a few world beasts with the same thought as Morosa. What is your name? World beast Fuan also tried to use willpower to break the illusion, but suddenly, a powerful powerhouse descended above him. Gao Xiang looked coldly at the world beast below. What is your name? World beast Fuan raised his arrogant head, his voice cold and proud. I am the proud world beast Fuan. Before he finished speaking, he saw a blood-colored light slashing over from the front. The speed of the blood-colored light was extremely fast, already exceeding world beast Fuan's reaction limit. Nowadays, Gao Xiang was not only walking the path of extreme law comprehension regarding laws, but also walking the path of breaking laws with power regarding strength. His blade was fast and ruthless, leaving the world beast Fuan in front of him with no ability to resist. When world beast Fuan reacted, his body had already been split into two. Just having his body split into two was, for a world beast with powerful life-saving methods, a very minor injury. Haha, I am immortal. World beast Fuan prepared to recondense his body. However, his body began to dissolve uncontrollably. What is this? The power of law. World beasts use the power of destruction, which was the opposite of the law divine power of the universe C. Therefore, the two forces could neutralize each other. Gao Xiang's law divine power was abundant, and at the same time, his blade technique had reached the level of a void true god entry level. Combined with powerful willpower and soul attack methods, he could naturally easily annihilate the first-order world beast Fuan. First-order world beasts are too weak. Compared to dealing with world beast Nandi back then, world beast Fuan was simply a weakling. What is going on? Morosa discovered that the positions of the world beasts beside him were disappearing at a speed of 1 per second. It must be the Lord of Fen now who made a move. Morosa soon realized something. He was not afraid, instead, he became crazy. He liked to fight, liked to devour world beasts, and wanted even more to become the world beast king. Who are you? However, when Gao Xiang descended in front of Morosa, Morosa began to feel fear. Although Morosa was afraid in his heart and knew he could not be the opponent's match, he still maintained his arrogant nature. He raised his head, looking down at Gao Xiang below. I am the noble world beast Morosa. Morosa, have you heard of me? Morosa felt it was very strange. If you are willing to submit to me, I will let you become the world beast king. Gao Xiang remembered that in the original work, after Morosa entered the origin continent, he had a simple and honest appearance. As a guard and servant, he did a very good job. I am a noble world beast. World beasts cannot be enslaved by the lowly natives of the universe C. At this moment, Morosa raised his arrogant head. Then die. Gao Xiang didn't waste any more words with Morosa. He swung the battle blade in his hand, and streaks of blood-colored light flew out. Morosa wanted to dodge the blood-colored light that suddenly appeared in front. However, the speed of the blood-colored light was too fast, and at the same time, he was suppressed by the mountain and river seal's domain, and his movement speed had dropped by 90%. Countless blood-colored lights instantly landed in front of Morosa. Morosa immediately used the blood-burning secret technique. Under the blood-burning secret technique, his flight speed soared several times. Boom tilde. Morosa's two heads instantly turned into nothingness. Millions of kilometers away, Morosa hovered in the air, his black wings flapping back and forth. At this time, two heads condensed again from the two necks where his heads had been severed. Morosa looked at Gao Xiang in front and found that the other party attacked very casually, without any pressure. In contrast, Morosa's two heads had been completely annihilated just now, causing his body to be consumed significantly in an instant, and his strength had dropped by a full 20%. Morosa, your strength is far worse compared to Nandi. Gao Xiang hovered in the air, slowly floating towards the direction of Morosa. At this moment, he was in a high position, looking down at Morosa below. He could see that Morosa still maintained arrogance on the surface, but in reality, seeds of fear had already sprouted in his heart. So Nandi was killed by you. Nandi was trapped in a cage in the core area of Liuchang Mountain, cut off from all contact with the outside world, including telepathy and soul connections, which were also completely isolated. Therefore, in the eyes of Morosa and other world beasts, Nandi had already fallen. I will give you one more chance. We world beasts will never be slaves. Just as Morosa roared, a heaven-shocking blood-colored light suddenly appeared in front of him. This blood-colored light occupied his entire field of vision. In fact, the length of this blood-colored light had reached a staggering 100 million kilometers, and the width exceeded 1 million kilometers. Morosa was instantly submerged by the blood-colored light, and then his body was forcibly dissolved in the blood-colored light, until he disappeared forever. They are all too weak, kill them all. Together. When Gao Xiang killed Morosa, he found that second-order world beasts were nothing more than this. Compared to when he suppressed world beast Nandi back then, Gao Xiang's strength had improved quite a bit. What is going on? A world beast flew for a long time in an independent domain, but was always unable to encounter a second world beast. However, suddenly, he saw several world beasts appear ahead. We actually came out. Other world beasts also immediately discovered their own kind beside him. You can die now. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky. As the voice fell, a heaven-shocking blood-colored light appeared, instantly breaking through the tens of thousands of world beasts in front. After solving the tens of thousands of world beasts, Gao Xiang looked towards the world beast group 1 light-year away. Escape. The Lord of Fen now is too strong. We must give birth to more powerful world beasts as soon as possible. Yes, we must do this. These world beasts all knew that just relying on second-order world beasts, they were definitely no match for Gao Xiang. Unless, among them, a third-order world beast or even a fourth-order world beast could be born. Don't run. Gao Xiang discovered that the hundreds of world beasts in front scattered and fled after seeing him appear. Master, Liuchang Mountain is still being pushed to fly. At this moment, Bing Yu transmitted a message to Gao Xiang. What on earth do these world beasts want to do? Gao Xiang did not know the thoughts of the world beasts. These world beasts are truly cunning, actually attempting to scatter in order to delay time. The entire dim land was too big and vast, endless, with hundreds of millions of world beasts scattered everywhere, deliberately avoiding Gao Xiang, so it was almost impossible for Gao Xiang to exterminate them one by one. Kun Tai, you will become my food. World Beast Fang Pai looked at the World Beast Kun Tai in front of him. World Beast Kun Tai did not show weakness, and he responded toughly, Fang Pai, you are my food, I will become the World Beast King. After the two exchanged a few simple words, they simultaneously flapped their wings behind them and began to slaughter each other. Kun Tai raised his forelimbs high, revealing sharp claws, and slapped down towards Fang Pai's head. Fang Pai did not dodge, but flicked his whip-like tail and struck towards Kun Tai's buttocks. Neither of them dodged the other's attacks, but instead used the most savage and violent methods, taking the other's life directly. This was a helpless move taken by their world beasts in order to quickly give birth to more powerful world beasts. This was very unfair and cruel to the vast majority of world beasts. In normal times, these world beasts could fight freely in spacious areas. They could use strategy to defeat opponents. However, after this world beast crisis appeared, they had to use the most savage methods. At this moment, in the endless dim land, endless world beasts were engaging in the most savage life and death slaughter. Ha ha, Kun Tai, you will become my nutrition. Fang Pai stepped on Kun Tai's head. After a quick battle, one of Kun Tai's heads had been smashed, and a huge hole had been pierced through his chest. It won't be long before you are also killed by other world beasts, ha ha. Kun Tai's mouth let out a curse before death. Chapter 228, Fuwu Abyss. Splat. Fang Pai smashed the last head of his opponent with a single slap, then opened his blood-stained maw and began to devour Kuntai's corpse. Damn world beasts! Gao Xiang quickly noticed the abnormal behavior of these world beasts. However, the entire dim land was simply too vast and expansive. He discovered world beasts locked in a life and death struggle, and after successfully eliminating them, he had to rush without pause toward the direction of other world beasts. Haha, our numbers are infinite, you can't kill us all. A world beast laughed crazily before it was about to die. Swish! The ruthless battle blade instantly annihilated all vitality of this world beast. After slaying a Tier 2 world beast, Gao Xiang looked ahead. He could not see any world beasts around him, simply because this place was too vast and expansive. Even with hundreds of millions of world beasts, it was almost impossible to encounter hundreds of them simultaneously. Let's head to Liuqiang Mountain first. This time, Gao Xiang finally experienced what a massive number of world beasts meant. However, relying on him alone was no longer enough to eliminate all the world beasts. How is the situation? When Gao Xiang entered Liuqiang Mountain, Great Axe founder immediately stepped forward to ask Gao Xiang. I have killed over 10,000 world beasts, but compared to hundreds of millions, it is negligible. Then what can we do? We can only take it one step at a time, but we must notify Primordial Chaos City Lord and the others in advance so they can prepare for the world beasts escaping. Good. I will go contact Chaos and the others right now. After saying this, Great Axe founder turned and walked toward his cabin. Gao Xiang furrowed his brows. What he lacked most right now was time. In a great hall within the core area of Liuqiang Mountain. There were over 100 great halls in the core area of Liuqiang Mountain, all of which could isolate all communication with the outside world. Let me out. The world beast Nandi had been imprisoned for a long time, but he still wanted to get out, and the arrogance on his body had never faded. You can go out, but you must become my sole slave. Haha, keep dreaming. I am a world beast, naturally possessing divine power opposite to yours. Even if I don't resist, you cannot enslave me. Isn't that puzzling? Although Nandi could not leave this place and had no way to contact other world beasts, fortunately, he could never be enslaved. Therefore, seeing Gao Xiang anxious, he was actually quite excited. Gao Xiang stood outside the cage, sitting on the ground, quietly watching the world beast Nandi. What are you doing? This scene terrified the world beast Nandi. He hurriedly retreated, his backside hitting the cage, making a thump-thump-thump sound. Just then, a wisp of divine power flew toward the cage. This wisp of divine power easily penetrated the cage and entered the interior. This wisp of divine power struck in front of the world beast Nandi. The world beast Nandi lightly waved his front claw, striking that wisp of divine power. Gao Xiang stared motionlessly at the scene inside the cage. The world beast Nandi's power of destruction struck the divine power, and they quickly cancelled each other out. In the process of mutual cancellation, there was no violent collision, but rather a gentle neutralization. It was like water and milk blending together, eventually turning into a white, turbid liquid. Truly marvelous. Gao Xiang watched every move of the world beast ahead. He waved his hand gently, and another strand of divine power penetrated the cage, striking toward the world beast Nandi. This time, Nandi used his tail to slap that wisp of divine power. Truly exquisite. The power of a world beast is the Tao of destruction, one of the Taos of the origin continent. Once one enters the threshold, they can become a god king. Becoming a god king is an almost insurmountable chasm for the experts of the origin continent. However, for world beasts, they only need to eat and drink, or even just breathe the air, to grow into god kings. Therefore, world beasts are the embodiment of the Tao of destruction. Especially the world beast kings, who are the complete embodiment of the Tao of destruction. What does the Lord of Fen now want to do? The world beast Nandi discovered that every attack of divine power from Gao Xiang was very ordinary, and he could easily handle it. The world beast Nandi wanted to dodge Gao Xiang's divine power attacks, but the cage was too small, and he found it difficult to do so. If he didn't try to strike back and let the divine power hit his body would suffer significant damage. Therefore, he had to strike back at every one of Gao Xiang's divine power attacks. Coincidentally, this was exactly the result Gao Xiang wanted. Truly a beautiful Tao of destruction. Gao Xiang watched, mesmerized. He possessed the complete legacy of God Emperor Liuchong and knew how to become a God King, and even surpass a God King. For example, regarding comprehending the Tao, God Emperor Liuchong had a clear legacy. The best way to comprehend the Tao is to intuitively observe the operation of the Tao at close range. Only through this method can one enter the threshold of the Tao most quickly. If one were to rely solely on the comprehension experience from the legacy to comprehend it, then it would be a rootless endeavor, and it would be almost impossible to comprehend the Tao. Meanwhile, Gao Xiang's original body, far away in the Qiulong continent within the primordial universe, was currently attempting to fuse the final type of law. Now, his 9 great origin laws had initially fused, and at the same time, his strength had significantly improved. His eyebrows twitched slightly, then his eyelids lifted, and a pair of pitch-black eyes looked forward. Chaos Law, oh Chaos Law. Just then, the final law successfully fused. Thus, the 10 laws had initially fused. At the same time, astonishing changes began to occur within Gao Xiang's body. The heart of the true God is beginning to form within me. After the 10 origin laws initially fused, Gao Xiang had to step into the true God realm. This process was irreversible and exceeded Gao Xiang's expectations. Gao Xiang, what is going on? In the virtual universe, Primordial Chaos City Lord looked at Gao Xiang anxiously. Gao Xiang had contacted him urgently just a moment ago, which made him very nervous. I am about to become a true God, and I am afraid this original body of mine is about to dissipate. After becoming a true God, all clones will merge into one, and the ability to have clones will be lost. Gao Xiang planned to let this original body dissipate and let the clone far away in the core area of the collapsing peak world step into the true God realm. Good. You and Great Axe must be careful in the dim land. If you are truly outmatched, return to the primordial universe immediately. Although Primordial Chaos City Lord was worried, he also knew that Gao Xiang was very steady in his actions and would not act recklessly. Good. However, I also hope Primordial Chaos City Lord will become a true God soon. I will try my best. Since obtaining the ancient civilization legacy, Primordial Chaos City Lord had been striving to become a true God at every moment. His accumulation was already sufficient, and he was only one step away. However, it was precisely this final step that had still consumed a considerable amount of his time. After ending the call, a divine power incarnation suddenly condensed beside Gao Xiang's original body. And his original body quickly began to fade, eventually turning into nothingness. Gao Xiang's divine power incarnation swept gently, collecting all the treasures on the ground. Meanwhile, Gao Xiang's divine kingdom began to undergo a transformation. The surface of the massive divine kingdom cracked, and the chaos currents from the universe sea poured in through the cracks. These chaos currents evolved within the divine kingdom, becoming a part of it. I wonder how big my miniature universe will be. The miniature universe of the strongest in the universe sea is generally 100 million light-years in diameter. Some powerful strongest ones might be 200 or 300 million light-years. According to the legacy left by God Emperor Liuchong, after a law master steps into the true God realm, the size of the miniature universe is between 1 light-year and 10 light-years. The larger the diameter of the miniature universe, the more massive and pure the divine body of the true God is. According to the legacy, I am following the law path, and it is the most ordinary law path. If there are no accidents, my miniature universe will be at most 300 million light-years in diameter. Gao Xiang was not very satisfied with a 300 million light-year miniature universe. Bing Yu, let's use 10,000-fold time acceleration. In the cultivation chamber of Liuchong Mountain, time can be easily accelerated up to 10,000 times. Good. After stepping into the true God realm, it takes several decades for the miniature universe to fully grow, and at this time, the miniature universe no longer has room for growth. Only after stepping into the void true God realm can the miniature universe grow again. And these few decades are the best time to pursue the Tao. Back then, God Emperor Liuchong followed the Time Tao, and by relying on the Time Tao, he eventually reached the God Emperor realm and jumped out of the cage. In God Emperor Liuchong's Tao legacy, the records regarding the time Tao were the most detailed, all of which were his past comprehension experiences. Among them, there was one method that was the best entry point. Use the treasure for time acceleration to allow oneself to comprehend the mysteries of time acceleration. The time Tao has three major branches: past, present, and future. If I can glimpse the fur of any one of the three branches, I will become a second-level law true God. Like the true gods of the divine power path, the true gods of the law path are also divided into three grades. The first grade is fusing the 10 origin laws to achieve the true God realm. In the universe C, except for the primal ancestor, all true gods are of the first grade. The second grade is, based on the first grade, getting a glimpse of a corner of one origin Tao. The third grade is, based on the first grade, getting a glimpse of a corner of two origin Taos. However, there is also the legendary third grade limit. On the basis of the third grade, initially fuse the two origin Taos. My goal is to become the legendary third grade limit. Under 10,000-fold time acceleration, Gao Xiang had nearly 100,000 years of comprehension time. Bing Yu, make the time acceleration quickly decrease from 10,000 times to normal time, then quickly accelerate back to 10,000 times time flow, and repeat. Good. Time acceleration and time deceleration alternated, much like alternating current. This process could simulate the three major branches of the time Tao: past, present, and future. Back then, God Emperor Liuchong relied on this method, spending over 100 million epochs of time, to successfully glimpse a corner of the time Tao. You actually became a true god. The world beast Nandi, who was resisting the divine power attacks, was surprised to find that the opponent's divine power attacks had instantly surged dozens of times. This also caused the world beast Nandi to struggle significantly to cope. At the same time, the world beast Nandi also discovered that the surrounding time flow was changing wildly, like waves, which puzzled him greatly. What on earth is this guy trying to do? The world beast Nandi did not know what Gao Xiang was up to. They, the world beasts, could not cultivate or comprehend laws on their own, so they had no concept of time flow. Outside Liuchong Mountain, densely packed world beasts surrounded Liuchong Mountain, and they were crazily pushing Liuchong Mountain forward. At this time, Liuchong Mountain had already exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light. Ahead is the Fuwu Abyss, haha. Ahead was a massive dark abyss, surrounded by pitch-black rivers of time. Below the Fuwu Abyss was a super-existence called the Black Hole of Fuwu, which could swallow anything that approached it. Under the devouring of the Fuwu Abyss, the surrounding time was also swallowed into it, eventually turning into flowing black rivers of time. Master, there is a massive abyss ahead, which may cause Liuchong Mountain to be sucked into it. At this moment, Bing Yu solemnly warned Gao Xiang. However, Gao Xiang was currently immersed in the crazy changes of time flow, and his gaze was fixed on every move of the world beast Nandi. As for the interference from the outside world, he had long since ceased to pay attention. What is going on? Great Axe founder discovered that Liuchong Mountain was approaching a massive abyss. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Gao Xiang. However, Gao Xiang did not respond. Bing Yu stared fixedly at the Fuwu Abyss. The Fuwu Abyss gave her a very terrifying feeling. She wanted to stop all of this. However, she was merely the treasure spirit of Liuchong Mountain and could not move Liuchong Mountain. When a corner of Liuchong Mountain appeared at the edge of the Fuwu Abyss, it was instantly attracted and then quickly approached the direction of the Fuwu Abyss. The massive Liuchong Mountain tipped over, just right to block the Fuwu Abyss. It actually blocked it. These world beasts were all dumbfounded. Liuchong Mountain was simply too large, causing it to get stuck above the Fuwu Abyss, unable to go down. However, those endless world beasts pushing Liuchong Mountain had already been sucked into the Fuwu Abyss for the most part. The moment these world beasts were swallowed into the Fuwu Abyss, they were completely annihilated. Let's self-destruct. Expand the edge of the Fuwu Abyss. Quite a few world beasts thought of a solution. Soon, more than 10 million world beasts nearby unanimously agreed on this plan. They flew toward the edge of the Fuwu Abyss like seawater. Boom, boom, boom tilde. Endless world beasts self-destructed at the edge of the Fuwu Abyss. The strength of any single world beast could not be underestimated, and the power of their self-destruction could easily kill hundreds or thousands of true gods in the universe. See. World beasts are the embodiment of the Tao of destruction, which contains the origin law of time. After self-destructing, they can naturally affect the rivers of time around the Fuwu abyss. However, the self-destruction of a single world beast has a negligible effect on the surroundings of the Fuwu abyss. However, the result is different when a million, or even 10 million, world beasts self-destruct. Boom, boom, boom tilde. These desperate world beasts were now flying toward the edge of the Fuwu abyss regardless of their lives. The surroundings of the Fuwu abyss were forcefully expanded by a large circle. Gao Xiang, what is going on with you? Liuchang Mountain is about to be sucked in. Great Axe founder was very worried. He did not know about the existence of the Fuwu abyss, but his years of adventuring experience told him that the Fuwu abyss was absolutely more dangerous than any core area of the collapsing peak world. But at this moment, he was powerless. At the very least, Liuchang Mountain will absolutely not be damaged, and we will absolutely not fall.